I was gonna come in, with pleasantries, but let's just start with the shit show here. Rob, I'm glad you'll never know what women go through during postpartum, and I'm glad you'll never know what a man whose wife murders his children and then watches women donate millions of dollars to her and be sympathetic to her goes through. So I guess we're even. I personally don't like women that murder their children. That's just me. I take that, you know. Hey, what a conversation. Let's start the day off right, right? Yeah, all right. I know. Me with my hot takes. Murdering your children is wrong. Ah, crazy. Crazy. Oh, you want me to debate Alish over on the Pisco drama? Oh, what a day. That thread made my fucking life. Oh, man. Now, I got new fans here. Sorry, moving some cords. I got new fans here today. My goodness, do we have some? There's a little bit of like lore that you don't know, which we'll get to a little of the lore. Oh, it's coming up roses for Rob today. Ah, shit. Whoo, man. Yeah, right. Yeah, we're a crazy crew of people here that, like people murdering their children. I know it's weird. It's a weird thing. What the hell is wrong with us weirdos here? Oh, boy. Well, anyways, welcome to America Show. Host robnoerr. That's me. I enjoy being a host of this show. There's one gnat. I'm getting one guide by a gnat. I've been chasing this fucker all during the extravaganza. I see you, little prick. Where's my spider friends? Aren't they supposed to kill these things? What a mess. What an absolute mess. I got bad news for y'all. I might as well tell you right out of the gate. Let's get the bad news out of the way. I will not be streaming tomorrow or Saturday. I actually will be going to a fight my friend was supposed to be in, a kickboxing fight. His fight canceled, but his gym's still fighting. And we already rented a hotel room and stuff. So we'll be there Friday, Saturday, and I'll be back Sunday. So apologies for that. But I figured I'd stream extra today. Do a little early stream. At 9 p.m., I will be joining another space with that Suleiman guy. I don't know. This was the dude I did the space with, Mr. Coombe, remember? And Dan Blazarian was on, all that shit. I didn't have a voice. And the dude was really trying to get me to be like, what did you and Andrew at Turning Point, blah, blah, blah. Who the hell knows what they'll be talking about tonight? I don't even know what the topic is. He just was like, you want to join? Yeah, Ryan's debating. Andrew's got a stream. What's going on, man? Everybody's streaming tonight. But I'm on first, so send all your money to me. Brilliant. See? I'm no dummy. So anyways, that's 9 o'clock. I had a story I was going to talk about tonight. If you caught the extravaganza, this story of the measles outbreak in Pennsylvania is fucking nuts. And next week, I'm probably going to cover it hard. Crazy. Absolute crazy. Long story short, Josh Shapiro, who was a big COVID tyrant, is fucking claiming that there have been measles deaths, even though he damn well knows they weren't measles deaths. So he could try to force vaccinations, particularly on the Amish, because he don't like them because they vote Republican. Crazy. It's all the shit like with COVID all over again. All over again. They're proposing legislation that would allow them to come into your house without a warrant if they suspect you of having like a contagious disease. Crazy. Like, who is it? Who's in my chat? Is it Candace supporters? Is it Lindsay Clancy supporters? But I repeat myself, right? Is that where all the hate's coming from? The pro baby killing / Candace is a genius. Yeah, go watch the extravaganza. I talk more about it. Yes. I could have guessed. This has to be a troll with that picture. The concerned TikTok looking lady. Right? That's got to be a troll. Nah, my goodness. Anyways. But I have a fun story to start with. Now, if I had to guess the person that I've debated as far as the most times and the most length of time, does anyone have a guess? I already sort of spoiled it at the beginning. If you followed my channel for a while, who is the person I've probably debated the longest? Well, lucky for you, Gemstone Heart. Cover up them titties and I'll put the call out and you can call in and have a debate with me. I like that. If you're on cam, please cover up your top, though. No one's interested in seeing them. You want to call in? I'll show you just how bad I am at debate. We'll get to that in a second, chat. Old grandma's going to call in here. Right? You call in? I can't debate. Well, now's your chance to prove it. Right, Gemstone Heart? Slander women. I'm not slandering women. I'm slandering a woman. You. And I don't think slander is the right word either. It looks like you might be drunk in that picture. Are you drunk here now? Why don't you call in and you could debate me and show me how smart you are, okay? Or are you just going to complain? Oh, you won't win heart slandering people. Just call in. You could win some hearts calling in, right? I got time before my space tonight. I can talk about the Pisco stuff later. What does it matter? You have children. Congrats. Are you going to call in? If not, just let me ban you and get you the fuck out of here. Your call. I know you're not going to call in. You're just like every other person. You suck at debate. You won't debate people. Me, probably more than any other streamer out there, is willing to debate just about anyone that calls in. Just about anyone. So you have your chance. When you can't debate, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I can debate. So I'm ready. Let's go. I'll put the link out. You can call in. All you do is click the link. Just tell me you want to, and I'll put the link out. You click it. It'll ask you to confirm your microphone and camera. Click the button. It'll bring it up. Bam, you're in. You don't even have to use a camera. What do you say, Gemstone? No? No? I predict an okay, and then I can't figure out the link. That's my prediction. It is. It's all the Candace people. Look at them. The anonymous lady in picture crowd. Oh, Tomato Crew. All right, we're moving on. Anyways, the person that I've probably debated the most would probably be Pisco. I would say. Now, if you haven't followed me, I used to like talking to Pisco a lot. He is a lawyer. I put that in quotes because one time he put me on notice for putting the word lawyer in quotes when referring to him. So I'll go ahead and do it again because it's funny to me. And I won't bore you too much with this, but he used to be someone that I enjoyed talking to. We'd go in the weeds about FISA Gate or, different political stories and whatever. And I've met Pisco in real life. He's very nice in real life at Word War. And by the way, having said all this, I don't wish him anything ill, like in his personal life. And I was talking to Sitch and Adam about this Sunday on that show, and I was like, I always thought he was like, see, what happened was he started to get a bit bigger because he was doing a show with Destiny, and he was always with Destiny in his orbit. And I think what happened was he started to take on more of Destiny's mannerisms. Sitch disagrees. He thinks that he just has anger issues. But either way, the way it would play out on social media is just he's just unhinged. He'd be like, "Hey, do you want to talk to me?" And someone will be like, "No, thanks." And he'll be like, "You fucking pussy. Yeah, fuck you." And it'll just be like, "Well, what? Where's that coming from?" You know? But something started to happen. So he did this debate with Ryan Mullally. And he's about packing the courts, and he was using, like, I call it a syllogism. I guess that technically not the right term. But he started doing this Phil bro shit, philosophy bro shit. And then I ended up debating him, and it was 11 fucking hours. And it's when you debate him, if you think like the Tim Gordon debate, it's like that. Every single word, every word that could, like, that's not like just a simple word like a, and, or, the, every word he'll fight over the definition. He'll use his own definition. He'll make you define the term. He'll define it in a way that then later he'll try to change it, and you have to go back and have a 20-minute meta conversation about what he said. Constant interrupting of you. And it's like, just to get like somewhere simple with him, it takes 40 minutes just to get to like, okay, so you're saying this started in 1992? It'll take 40 minutes to basically, after 40 minutes, he'll be like, yeah. And it took you 40 minutes to get there. I'm not joking. 11 hours I debated him. I was ready to go another 12. I was like, we're doing it now. That's it. And he wanted this guy who's in the Phil Bro community, Avi, to be the moderator. He kept appealing to Avi in the debate. Then he had a guy that like helps teach him about philosophy. Ask Yourself is the name of that guy, Ask Yourself. And he had that guy, he put me in contact with that guy, and that guy was like, let me give you some advice. I was like, no. And he called me a coward and a cuck and all this shit. Then they did a stream, and I basically saying I wouldn't talk to them, and I was a coward. And I said, okay, bring me up right now. I'll talk. And they said, you can only say about this one specific thing, which was basically I had to let him tell me why I was wrong and wasn't allowed to disagree. And I said after that, I'm done with this. I'm done with him. It's a fucking waste of time. But what I had said was that Pisco, and Destiny was reviewing me saying this, he is so worse off since he's been with those philosophy bro people. He's fucking so much worse. So much worse. Now, there's a way to use high-end philosophy in these online debates. But I think a lot of times, and I'm just going to be straight up here, a lot of times people use it as a crutch. It's almost like legalese to get out of actually having any substantive conversation on something, to confuse you. Just imagine. Like, it's like the old joke, like when you have a kid, why is the sky blue? Well, it's because of certain, light reflecting off certain particles in the air. Why? Well, because the sun's shining, and like when there's particles. Why? Well, because the sun's a big ball of fire. Why? Well, because there's like chemical reaction. Why? Well, because of the weight and the core. Like, so why? Well, because there's things called mass and why? I don't know. It's sort of the building blocks of like all of like the physics of our universe. Why? I don't know. Right? You could do that. You could, if you wanted to, you could look impressive. Well, where do you get, like doing that shit to people? You could just define everything ad nauseum, run in circles, and it looks impressive. And listen, there are people that do this and it makes sense. For example, if you're having debates on the nature of good, what is moral, for example, it makes sense to say, well, where does morality come from? Where do you get your morality? I understand that. I don't particularly like those debates. I can engage in them, but I'm not a big fan. That's not how I think. But if I'm doing a debate like, should we vote for Kamala or Trump? And I have to spend an hour and a half arguing, what does should mean? I'm over it. You could walk away saying, oh yeah, I fucking crushed Rob. He didn't want to debate me for an hour on where he gets his ought claims. I'll just be like, okay. I just don't give a fuck anymore. And there's a circle of like the debate sphere online that's real impressed with themselves with that. I don't find it entertaining. I don't find it too intelligent. I find it as a crutch to not argue substantive issues most of the time. That's my opinion. You can disagree. Maybe you like that stuff. I don't care for it. Not saying the people that do it are shitty or anything like that. It's just not my cup of tea. I'm not going to waste my time. I'm going to keep trying to have practical, real-world change, pushing for issues that I think the average person cares about and understands. You go ahead and sit in your cavern looking at shadows on the wall and philosophizing about it. I just don't give a shit. But it was my opinion, and Destiny agreed, that what Pisco does is he debated someone who does that well, Andrew Wilson, and so he decided, I'm going to do that. I'm going to be like Andrew, debating philosophy stuff. Right? Except he sucks. I'm not a big metaphysics guy, no. He sucks. It's a little like Tim with the law. He knows just enough to try to confuse people, but people that really understand are like, you're doing terribly. When I debated in college, policy debate, everybody talks as fast as humanly possible. You talk like this, you try to read evidence as fast as you can, and then what happens is you have all these people who talk this fast, but once it ends up getting to the later in the debate, they're not able to think as fast as they are able to talk. So when at the beginning of the debate, they're able to read the evidence very fast. Everybody wants to learn that when they first start out because they think that was making a good debate, but it doesn't really. You get to the other part of the debate, and they're not able to say anything. They'll sit there quiet for minutes at a time because they talk as fast as humanly possible. Don't know what they were going to be able to say when we get there. That's what people learn to do. That's what every fucking novice debater wants to learn to do. They get in, they're like, oh yeah, that's cool. That's how you win debates. You talk super fast, and then you blow the other team out. They can't answer all your points. And it's like, yeah, that's one shitty way. It's sort of like, it's like playing chess. Do any of you play chess? I'm a very bad chess player. I enjoy chess, but I'm not good. I'm not good at all. But I do enjoy it, and I love watching chess videos. Like in chess, there's like what they call scholar's mate, or we used to call it like 3-move checkmate. Or there's little traps, opening traps you could learn. And some people, when they learn to play chess, they just learn those opening traps. And you'll beat a novice. You'll beat someone that's never played. I know these 4 moves. Checkmate. Yay, you beat the guy that's playing chess for his 3rd time. But as soon as you start to play anyone who has just a little bit of understanding, the kid understands that trap, you're fucked. Because the moves that you make to have those traps aren't good moves to set you up if someone rebuffs the trap. Now you're in a bad position. That's a lot of what, like, the policy debate, I'll learn the trick to speak really fast. Yeah, I'll learn that. But then as soon as someone's not impressed by that and they can actually push back, now you don't know what the fuck to do. And you're just like, because you never actually learned how to debate. You just learned a little trick to spread people out and make a bunch of arguments and hope they don't answer them. That's it. That's like Tim with his legalese. He's going to be a condescending prick and use legal, like, attempt to, like, act like he knows some legal framework. And he's going to hope that people are real impressed by that. But as soon as you get through it, and you just get through the thin veneer of that, it's like, oh, this guy ain't saying shit. You don't know what the fuck he's talking about. That's Pisco with the philosophy shit. That's what it is. He heard someone who was good at doing philosophy debate, and it sounded good to him as a layman, and he's like, I want to sound like that. But sounding like that isn't the same as knowing what you're doing. And so the net result is he sounds like an insufferable asshole. That's what he sounds like. That's what Pisco sounds like now. Him hanging out with those philosophy bros and him trying to use that for his debates now and everything. Will define this term, define this term, define this term, define this term. Inevitably, people are like, yeah, I'm fucking done with this. And Pisco's like, yay, I won. They got frustrated. See how good I am? No, you didn't win. People were tired of dealing with your bullshit. That's not a win. Now he'll say, but fuck Rob and fuck Ryan Mullally. They're right-wing shitheads. I'm an anti-realist. Truth doesn't exist. It's all just my preferences. And all language is just utterances. And it means whatever each of us want it to mean. Okie dokie. No problem. Fine. We're just right-wingers. Well, Pisco does a show with his buddy Hutch, and I saw this post today, and I about fucking died laughing. So here you go. You ready for this? Mantis is like a centrist or a left-winger, I think. I don't know. And Mantis says here, from last night, or from today, at 2:15. I can't do it. I can't listen to another Pisco conversation. The way he tortures everything into meaningless is so sad, or is so beyond pathetic and a waste of time. Fuck Pisco. Ah, shit. Even the fucking left. Even the left is like, this is fucking insufferable. Fucking insufferable. Insufferable. Look at some of these posts. These are like people that like me and Ryan. Skip them. Fuck Pisco. It's really disheartening to hear Hutch defend their friendship so strongly. And then Pisco comes in and farms clips so hard and seemingly refuses to believe what Hutch says and continuously reverts back to, well, you don't have a personal stake. Next. He seems to always give Hassan the benefit of the doubt in these conversations where he even disagrees with him. Very strange. This guy thinks he's a hero for truth. Great. Don't forget the endless and sympathetic water carrying for his side of the argument. We'll come back to Chort here. Ever see two people who are supposed, because remember, Hutch, who he's doing this show with, supposed to be his buddy. Ever see two people who are supposed to be friends, but one of them is forever attacking and nitpicking the other in really obvious and mean-spirited ways? And you can't get them to see the guy isn't his friend? Every conversation Hutch has with Pisco. Same, it's like mental waterboarding. Fuck, Pisco is harsh. These are lefties. If a candidate runs on taking out all Pisco's fans, I will condemn Pisco if he doesn't fully endorse that candidate. We'll get to that. What? You don't want to hear two people arguing about the definition of the word ally for 1 hour? I'm not convinced. Can you try to define what a Pisco conversation is? Man, Hutch had a moment of clarity where he wished that 99% of conversations about politics didn't turn into defining words, this time the word ally. I wonder if there's a reason this happens to him so often. I'm trying to popularize the term debate PDF, referring to someone like Pisco. I'm 100% convinced he was too stupid to be a lawyer, but just smart enough to deploy shitty argument tools against people who wouldn't or didn't have tools to push back and cut through the crap. What I tuned in is beyond punishing. It's one of the OG Pisco haters. I feel vindicated. But let's say, for the sake of argument, you lived in a world where he wasn't a vibe-draining vampire. Would you watch him then? Yes or no? It's so tiring. How do you define, per your wheelhouse, beyond and time? Yes or no? But this was the key. This one caught my eye because they're all funny. But this particular one, I was like, excuse me? Really? It says, if you dipped out before it happened, Pisco said he would have criticized Plattner's SA victims if they refused to vote for him. That's a bold claim. Assuming that these women were actually victims of the most heinous sexual crime, and saying, but still, I would criticize them if they didn't vote for the guy that assaulted them. I thought, no way. Couldn't happen. That has to be an oversimplification. Even Pisco, even debate pervert Pisco, not even he would sink that low, right? Right?
But I just saw something in my chat that is like a really good question.
Yeah.
Would you condemn sexual assault victims if Plattner had stayed in the race?
For not voting?
And they said they didn't want to vote for Plattner?
Yeah.
You're
Did you see how quickly I just bit that book? Wait, I might have different language for them. I would maybe be like, I certainly would, because I'm a human, but I would condemn that action, right? So would you.
I have a hard, I'm a
So
bit
would you,
incredulous,
right?
Wait, no, absolutely not. What? No, Pisco. If a rape victim was like, I am not comfortable voting for Plattner, I would not say like, well, you owe it to America and Maine. I'd be like, fuck. I mean, listen, I get it. It's fucking rapist. Like obviously, it's just like
I thought we were about harm reduction here. I thought we were about harm reduction. It seems like you have some other things
but
motivating
I'm not a
you.
Psychopath.
Oh my God. Oh man. There you go. There's the moral left for you. Hey, you lady. I'm sorry, but as soon as you're finished getting your rape kit by police there, your ass better get to the polls and vote for the guy that did that to you. Oh my God. Feminists, yeah? I don't know what to say. That's a guy who wants to try. Now, listen, that is actually, and the funny part is, Pisco actually, the one thing he said there that I commend was like, see how quick I bit that bullet? Yeah, because normally he does it. You have to drag it out. So I'll give him that in that one instance. But do you see someone that's so fucking partisan? I hate the Democratic Party. I despise them. If the Republican running in my district sexually assaulted a woman, and I believed it, and that woman was broken up, and she's like, Rob, I just can't, normally I'm a Republican, but I just can't vote for this guy. I'd be like, my God, I understand totally. Of course, that's fucking monstrous. Not Pisco. He'd say, no, I'm sorry. I condemn that. How dare you? You need to suck it up. We're about harm reduction. Now, do you understand why he could advocate for things like packing the courts and keeping opponents of his off the ballot and wanting to lock up, having a very loose definition for the term insurrection and then not giving a shit when Democrats insurrect? Do you understand? Because it's all his preference. That's it. It's literally just his preference. I think this is what I like. That's what's best. And therefore, no matter what, that's what's best. The outcome is correct, and the means in which we get there is irrelevant. If we have to cheat to win, that's okay. We're all about harm reduction. If we have to shame assault victims into voting for their assaulters, that's okay. It's about harm reduction. Here's a couple little videos I saw. I mean, I have serious disagreements with Destiny. I really do. But he sees it with Pisco. It's not salvageable. What he's doing is not salvageable. It is just blatant. It is a guy who will say anything, change anything. If this guy thinks that Democrats winning are so important that sexual assault victims should be shamed if they refuse to vote for the person who assaulted them, you think he's beyond lying to you in a debate? You think he's beyond changing the meanings of words mid-sentence to win the debate? You think he's beyond that? What's the utility of debating someone like that?
What Kyle means when he says these terms, it's just so obvious what he means. Wouldn't the fact that he's calling Democrats Diet MAGA, wouldn't that...
Two ways to interpret the Diet MAGA comment. There's one sense of the word in which you're essentially the same as MAGA, and there's another sense of the word which is like you're far too accommodated and aligned with MAGA.
This is why I hate our politics now, because like people just deliberately play all these stupid language games, and it makes navigating any conversation literally possible. The reason why these conversations are so worthless as well is this isn't even a good faith conversation, because Kyle Kalinske knows exactly what he was trying to do when he used that phrase. Hutch knows. I know, everybody watching knew, but for some reason you have like a lib here, Peacecoat, who's trying to like defend it and pretend like that's not exactly what the fuck was happening.
How do we prove you're wrong?
Well, I think there's an easy way to do this, which is just to go to Kyle Kalinske's Twitter page and search for the word Democrats. May 26th. These aren't moderates, as I've always told you. They're Diet MAGA. They're simply not real Democrats. What the else am I supposed to?
No, that's all good. When he says they're not real Democrats and they're Diet MAGA, he's saying that maybe they're just a little bit more partial. Oh my God, dude, this is crazy.
We saw it on the right. We saw what he was doing. You can see it. Now the left's getting a taste of it, and they're getting frustrated. Here's the other clip. I don't know if I saw this one with Destiny.
You're giving an out for people to just be like, well, because I would never. Because I would never condemn a Jewish person for failing to endorse someone who walked with this on biker.
I wouldn't, and I did the same thing with Palestinians in 2024.
I think you're giving an out for people to just be like, well, I have a particular interest in a given community, and so because I have a particular interest in a given community.
Yes! That's called politics. You have an interest. Your interests are furthered by politicians, by passing policy. That's what politics is. It's the exercise of your interest in the political system. Why would you ever say anything but? We live in a democracy. So you're saying just because these people have different interests, that they might prefer a different politician because those different politicians might further their particular interests? You've described all government. Yes.
So if someone said to you, well, I can't support Kamala because I have family in Gaza, you'd be like, okay, that makes sense. And if someone said to you, well,
if somebody had family in Gaza and somebody's family got blown the fuck up, they lost like multiple cousins, brothers, siblings, whatever the fuck else, and then you're in the United States, you say, listen, if you support Palestine, you got to vote for Kamala. And that person said to me, they go, bruh, I literally have dead family members that are rotting underneath rubble. We can't even bury them. And Kamala's the vice president right now. Do you think that I'm going to tell that person, you need to get the fuck over? No, you would say, that's fair. Okay, I get it. And you leave it. That's fair.
Destiny, the voice of reason there. I will make a prediction. If Pisco does not change and go back to what he used to be when I first knew him, which was an insufferable lefty, but someone you could actually have a good faith conversation with, that was interested in debating substance and not being a debate pervert and trying to hash out every word and fucking yes or no, engage in my hypothetical yes or no. His audience will never grow. He's just going to toil away with the audience he has. It might grow 10% and fall 20% and then grow 10%. But this is it. There are people that find it impressive. And everyone that's interested in anything substantively is going to be like, this is too much. And they didn't notice it when he was going against the right because they don't like the right. So, But as soon as it's infighting on the left or just conversations on the left, not even infighting, just conversations with people, and that's how he acts in the conversation. You're right, Blackout Phillip. I'll never grow like him. All of a sudden they get it. Oh, 1 second. It is, I don't know why anyone is entertained by that shit. Me and Bisco used to have 3-4 hour conversations, like diving into the weeds in FISA-gate. I thought I was always doing much better than him on the argument, but fine. There were always tinges of this with him, and it was always a criticism I had. Like, I remember one of the first times I talked to Pisco, one-on-one, and we're just having a conversation. And I was like, Bisco, do you think before, like, the FBI should get a FISA warrant, that he should try to, like, verify some of the facts before they get a warrant? And I shit you not, he gave like a 6-minute answer that never included yes or no. Well, blah, 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 blah. And at the end of it, I'm like, how is this even hard? How's it hard to just be like, yeah, I think they should, but I think they did. And it's just those worse impulses just got worse and worse and worse. And I think he's trying to do the debate pro stuff because he heard people do it and he thinks it sounds impressive. And he copes with what I think is insecurity with just aggro and hostility. It's never about with him, let me just tell you what I actually think. It's always about, where's my opponent going with the argument? What can I say to rebut that? And the problem is when you think like that, inevitably you end up saying shit that conflicts with other things he said because you're not concerned about having a coherent view. You're concerned about winning every meta. Then when that happens, you just say, no, I didn't. Or you just change what I meant by that word was this. That's what you do. Like this. Let me see. Where is it? I'll show you an example. Why can I not find this clip? It'd be nice if I had this clip up. I'm looking for something. This is exactly the example of what I'm talking about. Okay, Wayback puts this up. Says, from the debate between Tim Gordon and robnoerr, Tim claims that Charlie Kirk publicly stated he was afraid Israel was going to kill him. Rob challenges. Tim argues the Harrison Smith tweet on 8/13 is a published statement and qualifies as publicly saying, listen.
Yeah, Charlie talked all the time that he was afraid that the left was going to murder him. He talked about it quite frequently. There's never been a public example of him saying he was worried that Israel was going to murder him.
Well, there is a public example. There's public examples of him being afraid of both Israel murdering him. That was a more recent development. And that you just
show me. I haven't seen that. That's crazy.
August the 13th.
Here, Tim, you can defend this evidence in super chat. That way we don't go off into the.
Okay. Two things. One, I'd like Tim to answer this. He said Charlie Kirk said on the 13th publicly he was afraid Israel was going to kill him. Please provide me a link to that. I am unaware of any time that Charlie Kirk publicly said he was afraid Israel was going to kill him. The only thing I'm aware of is Harrison Smith saying an anonymous person told him that's what Charlie was thinking. So if Tim has different evidence, happy to take it. Secondly, the question, but I anxiously awaiting Tim providing the evidence of Charlie publicly saying that Israel was going to kill him.
And Mike, wasn't that question for me? You said it was for me, and then Loudmouth just starts talking.
It was for me.
It wasn't a question to anyone that said, is this an honest that Israel
I listed
involved?
a full timeline of it, and then he denied that there was a published statement on August 13th of Charlie Kirk, double hearsay of Charlie Kirk.
Oh, so it wasn't Charlie. Got it.
No, it was Charlie Kirk.
You said
at the
Charlie
beginning
publicly
of the chain of
said.
Evidence. Can you be quiet? Can you ever shut your mouth?
I can. Do I
do
want
you ever
to?
do
Is
it?
The question.
Do you ever shut your mouth at least from speaking? Mm-hmm. Okay, so there was a published statement accruable to Charlie Kirk via double hearsay. It was published August 13th after he made it because it was filtered through two very close sources to him. With regard to the...
Hey, so you were
Israel
mistaken.
Was pissed.
You were mistaken when you said Charlie publicly said he thought Israel was going to kill him. You were mistaken?
No, I was not.
Okay,
mistaken.
show me where Charlie said that publicly.
Yeah, August the 13th. Just go look at it.
Okay, so just to be clear, he said that publicly.
It's a publication of a statement.
No, that's not Charlie. Do you know what saying something publicly means?
Yeah, published means it's made known to more than two people in the room. That's the legal definition.
That he said something publicly
it was published
for the public to hear. No,
see, this is why you're stupid.
The argument wasn't published.
You want to argue the difference between he said it before August 13th and then through double hearsay it was published later, and he said it on August 13th. You knew what the fuck I was talking about, so don't be dumb. Don't do that. You just look stupid.
I know what you're doing, but I want the audience to see what you're doing. You're trying to slip in things
a
to
published
say that
statement of Charlie's fear.
I gave you your chance to answer. Notice how I almost never
you didn't give me shit, man. You talked the entire time. I almost never interrupt,
and then I thought we weren't calling names, dude. What took you so long in the bathroom? Had to adjust that butt plug.
Are you your mouth?
Don't worry about it, big man.
Maybe in your case.
To my point. I'm going to get to my point. The point is, Charlie Kirk never publicly said, as you claim, that Israel's going to kill him. Instead, what we have is hearsay that someone said, anonymous, that Charlie was fearful. But Charlie never publicly said this. You used the word publicly. No, we don't get to move on because I'm making a point to show that you're a liar. You're going to sit there quietly and let me get my position out. You want to mislead people and act like this was something Charlie publicly said. Even in the best of interpretations, if we think that someone told Harrison Smith this was accurate, that's still not Charlie publicly saying anything. And you know, have no evidence that that's what
care about these kind of fat distinctions that you're fat sweating distinctions. They care about
you lying and misleading.
Are they this fucking retarded? They don't
care about
everyone
you
knows it's the Harrison Smith tweet. You know it's the Harrison Smith tweet, so why are you wasting everyone's time, man? Look, bro, it's like 11:30. Go to the next question, can we?
Yeah. Yep.
You drone on and then get upset when I.
Now, do you see what I mean? That, in a nutshell, that's how Pisco debates too. Oh, Charlie Kirk publicly. Yeah, publicly he was saying Israel's going to kill him. Really? Can you show me that? Harrison Smith said that in double hearsay that someone told him that Charlie Kirk was afraid of Israel, that they would kill him. And that was published. And I'm like, whoa. That's not Charlie publicly saying anything. Yes, it was published. You don't understand what published means? No, I understand what published means, but that's different than public. Someone publicly saying something is different than it getting published that someone else said, I think that this guy thinks this. Those are two different things. And do you see how bad faith, the interrupting, this is so fucking stupid. Why would you harp on this? Again, let me show you another example. Words don't matter. We could just change the definition of words. Now, why would he even say publicly in the first place? Because he wants people to assume. It's the same reason when I debated Pisco, his syllogism used the word court packing. He said what happened to Merrick Garland was court packing. And then before I even got to say a word, he's like, well, court packing, court schmacking. I mean my own thing by court packing. I mean my own thing. Here's another example of Tim doing it.
September 10th, Charlie's assassinated at UVU. The 18th, Netanyahu issues a bizarre preemptive declaration that he and Israel didn't kill Charlie Kirk. And then finally we come
preemptive. Here he said that. Now listen.
to
the point is, as he continues to interrupt me to try to get me up my train of thought, the point that I was trying to make is that there's no evidence to compellingly believe that Israel did this just because there's motivations. Let's ask some more specific questions so you can get a problem with the timeline. Tim, did you say that it was unprompted when Netanyahu put out his September?
Before we get to this may be the dumbest post that I've seen in quite some time. Something getting published also means saying it publicly, Rob. Okay, so if someone publishes Blaze Wolf likes to molest animals, I could say Blaze Wolf publicly said he molests animals. Just to be clear, that's what you're saying. It would be fair for me to say publicly, if I said someone told me that Blaze Wolf likes to assault animals like that, other people would be able to say, yeah, Blaze Wolf publicly said that. Yep, it was published. Rob published it on X. He published it on X. Therefore, Blaze Wolf publicly said that, right? It was published. It was published on social media. Not even in a book or anything. Just someone wrote it on social media. There you go. It's public. No. Please. I don't know, guys. Should we keep around someone who publicly said that? Should we keep around someone who publicly said that? I don't know. That's really fucking grotesque. I don't know if we should keep Blaze Wolf around. That's fucking grotesque. He publicly said that he assaults animals like that. Terrible. That's fucking horrible. I don't know, Blaze. That's a terrible thing. I'm being gaslit. The question was, did Charlie Kirk publicly say he was afraid Israel was going to kill him? Yes, says Tim, on August 13th. Really? I missed that. Can you show me where? Harrison Smith, through double hearsay, published that someone said Charlie thought that. That's not Charlie publicly saying it. Why is that hard to understand? If Charlie would have published on his X account, I think Israel's trying to kill me, I would say, of course, that's him publicly saying it. Maybe it didn't come out his mouth, but he published it. He wrote it online in public. Fair enough. Tim substitutes the word publish for public because he knows Charlie didn't say it. And so he tries a clever sleight of hand. He's like, but it was published that Charlie said it. Therefore, Charlie said it publicly. No. Right. Xphobic nails it. That's what I'm saying. If Charlie wrote it, then I would say, yeah, it's stupid. You could say published. I don't even know. Technically, is published the right word? I'd have to think about it. But does publish mean more than just putting it on your social media? Publish may mean that there's a separate actor that needs to put it out. Like, if they made published writer, does that imply that some publication put my writing there? Or can I just say I'm a published writer because I scroll something on a piece of paper and stick it to a bulletin board? Does that make me published? I don't know. Nonetheless, I assume what we mean by published is it was in writing publicly. All right, I wouldn't quibble about that. That's not the issue. Poor Blaze Wolf. It's horrible what he does, publicly said about those animals. Terrible. That's terrible to say that. No, you could self-publish. Okay. Yeah, but I thought that self-publish had to, I don't know. written public statement qualifies as public. Yeah, I'll buy it. I don't know. All right, let's go back to this before I was interrupted.
November 18th video saying I didn't assassinate. Was that the term you used? Unprompted?
I think I said peremptory. The 18th, Netanyahu issues a bizarre preemptive declaration.
Preemptory, implying that he wasn't responding to something before him. Preempt means say something before. Correct?
Yeah, say something before he was formally accused. Yes.
Do you acknowledge that he was being accused within 24 hours and that on Newsmax on September 12th, Greta Van Susteren asked him about the litany of conspiracy theories? That was 6 days before this video. Do you acknowledge that?
I guess if you say so, I'll take it.
Would that mean that it's not?
Okay, I was going to leave Blaze alone, but Blaze did publicly say that he assaults animals. He did say it. There, it's been published that allegedly someone said Blaze assaults animals. Therefore, Blaze publicly said he assaults animals. It was published. Here you can see it was published. There it is. Everybody sees it's does anyone disagree? It's published. Right? It's been published. Therefore, Blaze publicly said he assaults animals. There it is. Blaze, you have to agree. You publicly said you assault animals. Just say, yes, I agree. I publicly said that. Go ahead. It's been published. No one could disagree. It's been published. It's published. He assaults animals. He publicly said he assaults animals. It was published. That's him publicly saying it. What is there to dispute? I looked it up on Google. It said if someone thinks something is published, it's public. Therefore, Blaze said it publicly. Now, I can't. What would Candace Owens say? I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you. Luckily, everyone else in the audience understands how fucking stupid you are. Just think for a second, Blaze. If everyone, literally everyone else is like, yeah, Blaze, you're wrong. Do you think there's even a chance like, oh, I'm going to try one more time for Blaze? If Charlie Kirk wrote on his X account, I'm afraid Israel is going to try to kill me, that would mean he published it. And you could also say he publicly stated it because he put out the public statement. If you say Charlie Kirk publicly said Israel, he was afraid Israel was trying to kill him, that would be correct in that instance. If instead Charlie Kirk never published that, nor in public ever said that, and a person was to say, yes, Charlie Kirk publicly said Israel was trying to kill him, and I said, where? And you said, because Harrison Smith said that an anonymous person told him Charlie was fearful Israel was going to kill him, and he published it on his X account. I would say Harrison Smith publicly said that he heard someone told him that Charlie was fearful Israel was going to kill him, but that's not Charlie publicly saying that he's afraid Israel's going to try to kill him. Why is this hard to understand? Why is that difficult? Why is it worth my time to ever try to talk to someone this fucking stupid?
The reason that Tim changed from the word publicly was because he was implying to the audience that Charlie Kirk said this for everyone to hear. He knows that didn't occur, so he says, but it was published, which is true, and then tries a sleight of hand to be like, that means that I'm accurate when I said Charlie publicly said it. No, it doesn't. Blaze Wolf, I'll ask you one question. Just a yes or no is all I want. Did Charlie Kirk publicly say he was afraid Israel was trying to kill him? Just answer yes or no. Come on, Blaze. Everybody cheer him on. Blaze, 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 Blaze. You got it. Come on. You can do it. Let's go, Blaze. Let's go, Blaze. Let's go, Blaze. Let's go, Blaze. Come on, Blaze. Come on. You could do this. You got it. Come on. It's tough. This is hard. It's like taking the LSAT, trying to pass the bar, taking the SAT. You could do this. The ASVABs. Come on, Blaze. This is it. It's a big moment in your life. It's a super difficult question. Come on, Blaze. We know it. We have faith. You could do it. He said no. I didn't see it. Come on. Tell me he said no. Come on. I'm looking. I don't see it. I see he says laughing my ass off, but I didn't see him say no. Well, I didn't see it, but you know what? I trust the audience. Let's finish this clip.
Preemptory then? Thing.
Would that mean it's not preemptory then?
It's the word is peremptory. And no, I meant it in a different context. See, there are contexts for words. In that sense, you're right. Then it wouldn't be peremptory. The
what context did
in
you
which
mean
I
it
uttered the phrase was that no one had formally accused him, and it was strange that everyone seemed to know that he would say something the day after. The day of, everyone knew he would give a statement. That's what's strange.
So no one formally accused him. So explain to me he was just informally accused. Now, what he did there was he went from preemptive to peremptorily, which the definition of peremptorily wouldn't even make sense in this, and then says, but it made sense in the context that I was using it, which isn't true. Well, that's three different claims. When he first said it in his timeline, in his opening statement, before I had a chance to speak, he was using the word preemptive, meaning out of nowhere. No one even accused Netanyahu. He comes out and says, by the way, Israel didn't kill Charlie Kirk. Doesn't that seem odd? Then he's like, no, I didn't say preemptive. I said peremptorily. Right, here's what peremptorily is. Order, command, or manner that demands immediate obedience and leaves no room for debate, argument, or refusal. That doesn't make sense in the context. You absolutely could refuse or debate what he means by it. Then he's like, well, in the context that I used it, it made sense. You're right. You're right that it wasn't preemptive, but in the context I said it was.
But that's not important now. Let's get those super chats in. I promise I'm going to read them. But the point I'm trying to make there, you see the similarities between Tim and Pisco? Constant obfuscation, defining everything, backtracking, changing definitions of words. You have to spend 5 minutes to get somewhere because this constant bullshit. But we have more important things. One second. All right. Give me a second. I'm doing something here. It's very important. Blaze Wolf, are you still here? Now, I have to say, we deal with a lot of stuff on this show. We really do. Debates and, I've had issues come up and, there's no end to the arguments, debates, topics. Sometimes people in the audience will have things come up that they talk about. But I do think before I got 15 minutes till I start this spaces here, I think it's worth celebrating. Recently, I didn't want to do this, but I had someone in the community that something happened, and I think they're modest, and they wouldn't want you to know. But I have to say something. Because I think of us all as a community, and when one of us achieves something great, I think it's worth all of us celebrating. You're not going to believe this, but there's this guy in the community, and his name is Blaze Wolf, and he did the unthinkable. He was asked one of the mightiest, most difficult questions that have ever existed. Did Charlie Kirk say that publicly? And I thought, there's no way. There's no way that any human being would be able to answer that. I just thought it's not possible. I threw it out there and was like, it's sort of like the equation on the blackboard in Good Will Hunting. Like, it can't be answered. It can't be. And up rised a mighty hero, Blaze Wolf. I know you're modest. I know, Blaze. I know. You see?
He doesn't want the accolades. This mighty hero stepped up. The audience was mocking him. He couldn't do it. And like a great gladiatorial champion, raised his hand in the air and grasped immortality. He typed the words. Did Charlie himself say it? ... No. I was stunned. I've never seen an epic achievement like that. Surreal, beyond my mightiest expectations. And I think that we all must take a moment to recognize truly we are in the presence of greatness. God bless you, Blaze Wolf. You're truly an inspiration to all of us. I'm honored to say that I know you, man, and that you came from this community. It's moments like that that make this channel worthwhile. When someone shines through and achieves something that the rest of us could only hope. So thank you. Thank you for being an inspiration to all of us. Oh, man. I'm sorry. I'm trying to maintain my composure here. It's amazing. Well, anyways, transitioning to other things, I got this space coming up here. It's supposed to be at 9 p.m., I believe. Let me make sure I'm correct about that. Otherwise, I'm going to have to find content here for the next... where is that guy? 9 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, okay. Charlie Kirk assassination and texts. Okay.
The space topic, I was told, again, this is all it was said to me. Suleiman reached out and said, I enjoyed you in the last X Space, basically. Would you be up for a space on Charlie Kirk assassination / text? Sure, why not? So let's read some super chats. Let's start with the Rumblers. Blood Wraths. $5 as relatively to the Tim Gordon debate. I don't know if you saw the comment I left on yesterday's stream on Rumble. I did not. I will check. Character holding $5 says, when you guys kept saying Phil Bros, I thought this was a guy called Phil teaching debate. I feel dumb. Ah, yeah. Yeah, I shouldn't use slang like that. Philosophy Bros. Yeah. Over on YouTube, Zapolba. $5 is early bird special. Thank you. Lesson Cell, the 5 millionth time I've heard this joke. Do I consider myself a master debater? I've told this joke before, but that was the joke, right? When you were a debater in college, people would find that out, be like, you a master debater? Hilarious, right? So the school I went to was Clarion University, right? So I wanted to get shirts made for the team that said, Clarion University, we're master debaters. And then on the back, it was going to say, and we also jerk off a lot. I was like, that's a funny joke, right? Because you're like, oh, master debater. And it's like, no, we whack off a lot too. All right, that was the joke. Anyways, all right, I was 20 years old. And we go to this tournament, me and my roommate who was 21. And we go to this tournament and it's our assistant coach's alma mater. And her sister goes to the alma mater, our assistant coach. So they all go out to the bar, like to dinner, to a bar and stuff. And I'm not 21, so I can't go. So they left me with some kids in a fraternity that were on that school's debate team. I believe it was Central Michigan University. So I'm just like, okay. The next day I debate. It's this different style debate I never did. We weren't really taking it serious. No one gave a shit. So they leave me with these, frat kids, and they're like, okay, see ya. And then right out of the gate, as soon as the fucking coach leaves, they're like, frat kids like, you want to go to a party tonight? I was like, fuck yeah, let's go. So we go to this party, and I'm drunk as shit. And we're talking to these people there, and they're like, oh, you guys are debaters, you master debaters. And I was like, yeah, I want to get a shirt made that says, Clarion Debate, we're master debaters. And on the back, it'll say, and we also jerk off a lot. And they're like, ha, that's funny. Okay? Now, fast forward the next day. My assistant coach, I'm a pretty good debater at this point. I'm one of getting to be upper echelon debater in policy debate. So she's introducing me to some of the professors she had when she went to this university. So I'm standing in the hall of this university building and talking to these two professors with my assistant debate coach. We're just talking about debate, stuff like that. And class must have left out because people start milling the halls. And this guy goes, hey, it's that guy that jerks off a lot. And like my assistant debate coach's eyes get like this big. And like these two professors are looking at me. I'm like, I have no idea what that guy's talking about. So, yeah. That's the master debater joke got me in trouble that one time. I had to later explain to my assistant coach. I was like, this is what happened. I was not jerking off in public or anything. So there you go. It's called fraternity. You wouldn't call your country a country. I don't know if I could say that word on YouTube. I might. I respect my country. I don't respect frats. How about that? Tiger Dots, $20 says, what up, Rob? Huge fan. Thank you. I do have a question about the Charlie Kirk investigation. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. But is there a reason why they replaced the crime scene? I haven't really looked into it. Sure. The crime scene was no longer a crime scene. The scene that was more interesting for evidence of the assailant were the areas that the assailant would have been. The roof, the area where the gun was found. That's where you're going to find evidence to suggest who the assailant was.
The area where Charlie was, where he was shot, they collected the bullet fragments, they collected the blood samples, they collected all DNA that they needed from Charlie. It took them about 72 hours, and they declared it was no longer a crime scene. A public university that just had on its campus, where people walk by every day, the most prolific assassination scene in the past 30 years, didn't want a bloody mess for people to remember, so that spectators would come by, sort of death tourists that would come by looking for this site. So they decided, because it was no longer a crime scene, to redo the area. That's it. The reason this becomes an issue is, one, it seems fast, and I won't dispute that. But second, because there are alternative theories that are being proffered that are ludicrous, such as it was an exploding microphone. So the theory is they knew that whatever residue there would be from this exploding microphone would have been right there where Charlie was killed. And so they hurried up and paved over it so none of us would be able to find the evidence of the exploding microphone, which is ludicrous for a litany of reasons. So I hope that explains. Joseph Romano, $10 says, blessings, y'all. Blessings to you. Donald Gooch, thanks for being a member. Really appreciate it. Bat Fricker, $10 says, they're not engaging in philosophy. They're just casting spells. They think the words can rewrite reality. Fair point. Excuse me. Our man, Hollog Nate, $10 says, Rob. You need more people liking your streams and donating. It's about respect. Rob. It is about respect. Jefferson, $2 says, I see Philbro tactics and an admission of a loss. Usually. Agreed. How long, Nate? 10 memberships. Thank you so much, man. It's always great to hear from you. ZFZ Mikey, $5 says, Rob says, why don't you grip this trilemma? Oh, snap. Amy J. Bird, $10 says, because you're one of the good ones. Thank you. Jefferson, $2 says, Destiny likes the surface level logical trap. Yep. And another 2, he says, be cautious around a man whose words mean nothing. Exactly. Typical Kyle says, I got to move out of Maine. David Waring, thanks for being a member. Sepulveda, $5 says, with Pisco, the more I learn about the guy, the more I don't care for him. One of my favorite Norm Macdonald jokes. That guy sounds like a real jerk. Typical Kyle, another 10. Thank you. Says Absolute Comedy Destiny, talking about how Democrats use the definition game. They've been doing that forever. Even Destiny does it. Unreal. Yep. It's like watching Destiny complain about Hassan using violent rhetoric. And you're just like, have you seen a mirror? Jefferson, $2 says Pisco's on the progress justifies mass graves path. Yep. Bat Fricker, $10 says, I enjoy good faith philosophical debate, provided it is clear and concise and not an obfuscation of the sophist. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. There are absolutely debates where it makes sense. Like if you're talking about like religion, morality, I get all of that. When it's, should we pack the court? I don't see it. I don't see the importance there. Jefferson, $2 says, the control of language was in 1984 for a reason. Yes. Nico Pluto, $10 says, my favorite movie is Swimming with Sharks. It's how I learned that being fair is our responsibility to make it that way. If not, way it goes, many probably won't watch it. Way it goes. Thank you. Always appreciate it, Nico. Your typical cow, $2 says, Blaze can't put that genie back in the Bible. Stongas, $10. Thank you. John Calla, member. Appreciate it. Revan's Padawan, $5 says, after the renaming of Lake Ontario to Lake America, the Great Lakes spells shame instead of homes. Amazing. Shame. Grandmaster Sub-Zero, $5 says, the victory music was peak. Do you like that? Until Wilds, $5 says, Rob, I'm going to start calling him Kim Gordon. Big Daddy Pod, $5 says, ninth grade teacher Edna Bates. So you can guess a bunch of 14-year-olds played with that names. A poorly raised redneck. Yeah. I knew a Richard Little that got a lot of shit. Jason Mulgard, $20 says, I never understood the whole why didn't they preserve the vehicle that took Charlie to the hospital thing. It's not part of the crime scene, is it? Sometimes it is considered. A vehicle that transports someone could be considered part of the crime scene. It's true. Crow Crisis, $5. Thank you.
And Truth Revolt, $5 says, much love, Rob. By the way, you're welcome to use I'd rather be 100% fat than 50% gay for merch. That's very funny. All right, let's see if I find this Suleiman guy, if he started this space. Oh, where are we at? Today, 8 p.m., 9 p.m. Eastern. All right. Should be starting up soon, I think. Vincent DeVici, thanks for the 10, man. Great to hear from you. Evidence does point to Tyler Robinson, but it's just the crazy leftist hate fascist. Or is there more to meets the eye? There's 100% holes in the main story. Yes, but no, if that makes sense. Speaking of bullshitting about words mean, I don't disagree there are legitimate questions to be asked about the official story, but I don't think there's many more legitimate questions than you couldn't get thinking through any potential murder story. Like, the story is pretty concise. Many of the things people point to are just things like, that's not how I think a young kid would write. Why did they pave over the scene? That one guy's camera went off. It's like, these are fair, but that shit happens. Ryan said it in his debate last night. Remember I went through this whole scenario. It was like, if I get an offender bender with someone, every step I took that day to get to that point was very low probability. Leaving exactly when I did, fiddling with my radio the exact time I did, saying hello to my neighbors I'm pulling out the exact time I did. All of that is very low probability, each scenario. And yet you wouldn't say, well, you must not have been an offender bender. Ryan put it this way. Let's say we're playing Dungeons and Dragons and I have a 20-sided die. And I roll it and it comes up a 7. You'd be like, man, that's only a 1 in 20 chance. That's odd. True. And yet, does anyone dispute that one number was going to come up? They were all going to be a 1 in 20 chance and very low probability. Right? Yeah, let's see. Joseph's rolling a 20. A 14. Does anybody believe that wasn't rigged? He only had a 1 in 20 chance of getting a 14. That sounds like bullshit. So I think there are things worth asking about the case. I don't disagree. And I don't think it makes you a shitty person. Say, I don't know. Was he at that steakhouse? I'd like to see proof. The problem is the defense nor the prosecution are interested in what the fuck the average person thinks at this point. Prosecution was actually trying to release a bunch of evidence to the public. The defense said no, because the defense, they're not out here to impress Candace Owens or Baron Coleman or me or anyone else. They're trying their best to give the best possible defense to their client. And they know a lot of shit that we don't know. Like, they know. They're like, Tyler, did you write these messages? Probably. Okay. They know. Were you at this steakhouse? No. Do you have your, or he said yes, and they're like, great. Do you have your bank receipts? Yep. Bam, we got it. But they're not raising those arguments because they know he wasn't at the steakhouse. So we'll see when we get to the trial. And maybe you'll still have questions at the trial. But I remind people, even those that are like, fuck Tyler Robinson, I'm in that camp. The man has the right to a competent defense. He has the right to a trial. And he has the right to have competent attorneys present him a defense. And that hasn't happened yet. So I would not condemn him to death. I wouldn't. Right. That Sibber dude says it's how I tried to put it. Similar to a jackpot. If I say, I won the jackpot, here's the pay stub. Here's all the cash, see? People would be like, no way, that's 1 in a million. Couldn't happen. But it did. Someone won the jackpot. All right, let's see if this space is ready. All right, you ready? Or is Team Crucible? Who the hell is that? I thought it was just me. My Team Crucible versus Team Candace. Oh, shit. Last time they accused me of yelling the whole time. In fairness, I was, but I lost my voice, so I'll try to keep it more calm this time. I hate Mark Zuckerberg says, is Mr. E coming on soon? I don't think so. I thought they were doing a chill stream. No, character holding. I didn't forget the rants. I read your rant. You said you thought Phil Bros was a guy named Phil teaching to debate. I read that one. It's funny. All right, let's do this. Now, I will need... Okay, that thread. Okay. Yeah, I did start early today. You're correct. Correct the mundo. Streams. Oh, their stream starts at 9:30. Okay. Now, I remind you, during this space, I'll probably stay on here for like 1 or 2 hours. I probably won't be able to read your super chats. I do try to like to give my opponents the benefit of the doubt and listen to them. So, if I can implore you, if you like the debate content and the epic celebration of great members of my community like Blaze, which was just epic, I believe it's a public space, Blaze. It is, it's this gentleman's channel. You could check. I don't think he would mind me. His name's Sullivan. So I'll put the link. I don't know that it's public for everyone to join in and talk. I don't know about that. It's not really my my thing. So why would Andrew say 100%? Tyler's innocent proven to guilty. No one said 100% until after the trial. Right. Did I bump that or did Avers put that up? I don't know. Right. He's saying, why would he? He didn't say 100. Why would he? Yeah. Is it a published or public space? You guys are funny. You're funny. The percent thing's weird. It's hard to put a percent on things. Just one more time, I have to say. Blaze, congratulations. We're all proud of you, man. We're very proud. We're very proud of you, man. He did it. I love that. I love the Metal Gear games. I never beat 5. And I never played the ones on like the PSP or whatever. Life is grim. Come on, life's great. Thanks for the £5, though. Says sending show support. Love watching your debates. Thank you. I love debating.
Know the space. It's going to be an interesting space.
Let me know if you guys could hear this.
It's going to be obviously a debate, essentially, between those who are against the
can you guys
those
hear?
Who believe that Tyler Robinson is guilty, and those who don't believe is guilty. Those who believe in the best way to describe it is the mainstream narrative, and those who believe in something more closely associated with the Candace position. We're going to give everyone a fair chance to speak. We appreciate Rob coming on the show. I believe he is a part of the Crucible with Andrew Wilson. He was also the fact checker for Andrew Wilson when they were debating against Candice on the PBD show. And then on the other side at the moment, we've got Joe and Uncle Tom, and I don't know. Again, if anybody has the same opinion as Rob, do request, because I don't want it to be like 5 against 1 or wherever.
I don't mind if it's 5-on-1.
I have sent the mic
Don't
to
bother
a few
me.
people. We're also gonna give people a chance during this to send chats, to send donations or chats, whatever you want to call it, and if they want to add something to the conversation. I'll explain more about that as we go along, but it's going to be a great conversation. Let's go to guys, retweet the space, reshare the space, let everybody know we're live, and let's try and get as many people in here as possible. I believe we're probably the one and the only places that can possibly host this space, these type of spaces, and try to do it as close to balance as possible. I know last time I probably wasn't as much, but this time I'm going to be right down the middle. I want to welcome Rob onto the show. Rob, hope you're doing well. How are you?
I'm doing very good. Thanks for inviting. Look, it's not fair 1-on-3. You're going to need 7 or 8 more people on their side. But now it's a pleasure being here.
Oh, damn.
I don't mind. I don't mind it at all. I think if it's going to be focused specifically on the text messages, I'm anxious to hear some of the theories people have, and we'll talk through it. I think it'll be a lot of fun. Also, I didn't lose my voice this time, so I won't have to be as shitty sounding.
But all good if you do. If that's your normal voice, then no problem. It is what it is. As long as it matters about the content that one says as opposed to the way they deliver it. So, Rob, I do want to talk about the text messages first, and then I'm not sure what people's opinion are, because I'm from just looking on social media, the perspective I got was two, and from the kind of people who have more the Candice position. Mm-hmm. One is there was arguments, and again, I want people on the other side to explain what their view is. I'm just explaining what I saw on social media. My understanding was people were arguing the text messages were fake, and then others were like, well, that doesn't really change things. I think those were the main two. I said, but I could be wrong. There could be other arguments. But let me ask you first, what's your understanding of the text messages? What's your understanding of what was the medium by which they were sent to Charlie Kirk? If you can give people a kind of foundational basis, and then we'll go to others to kind of give the other perspective.
Yeah, I mean, I think when we say text messages, there were literally text messages, right? And those were messages that were to Lance Twiggs. There's also, I think, colloquially, people reference the Discord messages. And so there was a series of messages on Discord that actually started, I think a lot of people don't know this, but the start of the Discord messages are allegedly from a group that he was in with friends, where they started sort of joking, like maybe any of us would, if we see pictures that we think look like our friend, like, Suleiman, I haven't met you long, but you seem like a perfectly fine guy. I see your picture there. If I saw pictures that was like, crazed man breaks into the Kentucky Derby, and it looked like you, I might be ripping you a little like, hey man, were you in Kentucky? LOL. Those are sort of how the messages started, where people joking, hey, that looks like you, and Tyler sort of laughing it off, and then later admitting like, yeah, that was me. And there's a lot of dispute about both of the messages. The text messages to Lance Twiggs, there's dispute about the timing of them. Could he have written them, and could they be accurate if he was at this steakhouse in Panguitch, the Cowboy Steakhouse? Those messages included sort of him basically admitting that he did it, saying that he was going back to retrieve the rifle, making jokes about how the rifle worked because he had killed Charlie Kirk. And then the Discord messages, there's also a confession in there. It's a separate confession. The dispute that I'm aware of with them has to do with a Miranda issue, and that is that possibly the timing of those messages couldn't be possible because he would have already been in jail or been arrested, and so he would have been incapable to have a device and arrest him. Now, I have responses to all of that, but I don't want to assume what the people that are skeptical have to say, so I'm more than willing to hear what their individual interpretation is, and then we could go from to other things as well if they want. But that's my initial reading, and if someone disagrees, they could, speak up. So
yeah, I appreciate that, Rob. Uncle Tom or Joe, anybody, what's your kind of thoughts on those text messages? Do you think they are fake? Do you think they don't really add to anything? Has this blown the whole narrative away? What's your thoughts?
I'll go first because Joe is a hard act to follow. He very smart guy. Definitely top tier on the panel. Rob obviously doesn't compare. So, but I do like I appreciate you having me up, Suleiman,
Good one.
because I like having these conversations, and I haven't watched CNN in so many years or mainstream media, so it's good to have Rob on the panel because he'll parrot this mainstream narrative and just repeat talking points. So it's always good to hear that once in a while. Uh, yeah, a lot of people don't understand or think that the patsy argument, like there's a lot of people who believe that Tyler Robinson is a patsy, and so a lot of people, I don't know if they think that patsies are some kind of a myth or it's just make believe. I'm not really sure, but a lot of people don't understand it's a real thing. And if that is the case, then you could have spoof messages, you can have messages sent from other places. You could have what I'd like to see is obviously the metadata for everything. Doesn't seem like the defense has had access to all that. I could be wrong, but from what I understand, they haven't had access, full access, anyways. So I'll just land there. Let Joe jump in.
Joa?
Yeah, thanks, Tom. Yeah, Rob. Honestly, the messages that Andrew showed, I don't have a ton of questions. I actually just have one, which is there was a reply to a message. Okay. And when I put that into every AI I could get my hands on, it made it seem like he had a threat of something else, and then he included the left. Right. By the way, the left being who Charlie Kirk says that how did he word it exactly? Jewish donors really live up to the stereotype. They're the major funders of every radical left ideology and the BLM, the blah blah blah, and he goes on, right? And I'm not even a it's the Jews guy, but just to say who he says funds the left. But there is something he replies to up top, right? And replying to that, I find it strange that Andrew wouldn't show that his worry was consistently the left, if it was actually the left, because he said that threats are at an all-time high. That's it. He had said threats are at an all-time high. Threats from who? Because Andrew doesn't show that conveniently. So I have a serious question about that. I have a serious question of the fact that Erica Kirk had stated that she has his phone and there are no death threats in his phone, right? That they get death threats all the time. That he was not writing anyone before his murder. That he was worried about someone killing him. So I don't know, it was Andrew lying or is Erica Kirk lying? There was a time I did write a post, which I kind of take back apparently, but I haven't looked into it, that I said she had said all his message communication was on Signal. That was one of the videos I had seen. Apparently people are telling me there's another video where she says that he did use Signal and Telegram. So, I could be wrong about that one. When it comes to Discord and even the messages to his roommate, we don't know. We have not seen them. Everyone from the other side assumes they're real, but no one has actually seen the messages. The only thing we've seen is third parties talking about the messages, but we have not seen them, right? We have not even, the evidence hasn't even been released as to what they actually say, right? And we're getting conflicting reports on what that actually says from his family side. So yeah, there's a lot of questions there. So I look forward to this debate. I doubt we'll stick to just the messages, but we'll try.
So I'm gonna give the mic back to Rob to respond to that. Also, guys, there is a tweet in the nest. If anybody wants to comment or wants to add something and they aren't able to come up, or they don't want to come up, or whatever it may be, or someone says something crazy and you feel like Joa and Uncle Tom isn't doing a good enough job, or you think Rob is not doing a good job for your side, then you can send a chat via Say Cheese. And obviously your boy has to use Say Cheese because he's banned on everything else. And Say Cheese is better anyway. But because, as you know, we're banned on Buy Me a Coffee, we're banned on Coffee. We're too controversial. But that being said, if you want to do it, you can join by hitting the tweet above, which is the Say Cheese. And you just join. It's very easy to join. And then you just put a cheese in and you can send a super chat that way. Okay, let's go to Rob. Rob, what's your response pertaining to what Joa and Uncle Tom argued?
Well, first off, I gotta say, Suleiman, what are you doing? It's so controversial. Getting banned from everything, man. These fascists banning you, the rotten bastard.
It's the Zios.
They're getting you. They're getting you. Let me make a call to my peeps, my tiny hat peeps. I'll see what I can do.
Yeah, they're on your side now, so can you hook me up, bro?
I'm trying to get hooked up myself. To start with, Tom says I sound like I'm on CNN. It's ironic. Hassan Piker on F America that's being paid by Act Blues, all parroting people like Tom's talking points, CNN's poster childs, but somehow I'm pro CNN for arguing and defending the right against people that are trying to divide us and prevent us from actually attacking the lunatic left. I do want to remind everyone, just to be clear, I hope even the people that disagree with me here will speak up just on how disgusting it was that so many people on the left celebrated the murder of Charlie Kirk, defiled his memorials, etc. Even if you didn't like the man or his organizations, it was truly repugnant, and I hope we don't lose focus of that while asking these legitimate questions. I don't mind that people want to ask these questions, but I just want to throw that out there. Joa then makes some specific points. So 2 things to say. One, when we're talking about some of these issues, you should always ask yourself this. Let's assume best intentions and correction from the other side, or with the argument that's being made. So assume it's true. For example, if this rifle was the murder weapon, does it speak heavily to the state's official story? Of course. If the confessions are accurate from Tyler Robinson and he really wrote them, does that speak heavily towards the state's theory? Of course. Joa starts off and he has some questions about the message that Andrew showed. And let's assume everything he's saying is true. Well, wait a minute. The message seems to suggest that there was tight security of someone else. If that's true, does that prove that it wasn't Tyler Robinson? Of course not. If Erica Kirk lied or was incorrect about these messages existing, does that prove that it wasn't Tyler Robinson? Of course not. So keep that in mind. A lot of the problems people have are things that really have nothing to do about the actual evidence that we have on the case as to who murdered. You might say, well, that's circumstantial, that it causes me to question people's judgment or whether they're telling the truth. But the state's case isn't based on things that Erica Kirk or Andrew Wilson have said. Secondly, on that specifically, I don't know what you're talking about on the message that Andrew released. I'm looking at it now. It does look like Charlie's saying something at the top, and the first thing I see is, what's the lay of the land? That's at 6:43 p.m. There is a message above that, but we can't see any of it. Perhaps you've seen a better image than me. And then it says, the next statement, this must be where you're going to, yes, law enforcement's been fully supportive and agreed to security, tomorrow's event. I guess you're saying, well, that means he must have asked something about security. I don't know. My understanding is this was, I have no idea where Andrew got this message other than it's from Turning Point. This was probably the screenshot. If you want to speculate that maybe he was saying above there, it could be Israel and we're just missing that. I suppose with no evidence, you could say that. It is clear that he's saying definitively that actually it is the left that was going to kill him. If you say, I don't trust this evidence, that's fine. But I would give you this to answer the second part of this about Erica Kirk. Erica Kirk actually did a discussion with Candace Owens. The timeline goes something like this. Candace says she has an inside source saying that these messages exist, that he said he feared for his life. Erica then does a message or an interview on Glenn Beck. She says she's unaware of these messages existing. Candace calls her out on this, and then Candace and Erica have their meetup, I believe, in December of 2025. A day or two after that, Candace does a show where she says, I talked to Erica, and this is what she explained to me. She said that actually she had only seen his iMessages and didn't know that he had Signal and Telegram or some, I don't know the exact chat message groups or devices that she's talking about. But upon further reflection,
yes, Candace was right that there was a message saying he feared for his life, but it was from the left. And Candace was speculating, well, she said this message existed, but speculated he didn't say he feared from the left, he feared from Israel. Candace says, okay, I accept that. Then a few days later, Candace is saying, no, never mind. My sources are telling me that it's an iMessage, not a Signal or Telegram message. The picture that's been shown is clearly not from an iMessage. It seems to be from Signal or Telegram. So I think the reason that we should trust this as Candace fans is this even jives with what Candace was initially reporting, that there was a message like this. It jives with Erica Kirk's explanation that it wasn't an iMessage, but it was off of Telegram or Signal. And so, but at the end of the day, the only thing that this message, I'll even help the Candace people here and make this argument. This message doesn't prove the state's case. It merely speaks to evidence that Charlie, as he had said publicly many times, was fearful that it was the left that was out for his blood. And it's in a rebuttal to an argument that Candace and company are making, which is that Charlie feared that it would be Israel. But we have no public statements from Charlie or even private statements that we see from Charlie that suggest that he feared for his life from Israel. I'll give you all a chance to respond before we move on to the Discord or text messages.
Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, I'm going to be really fast and then go to I don't know. You looked at the message and conveniently skipped the part that says, which is Charlie's message, although it's on the left side because the person is replying to him. Thank you. The threats are higher than ever. How? And then it just goes ... because that's what happens when you do a reply message. And he replies, I have 11 on site, right? That message, the threats are higher than ever. From who? Because when you read it, okay, and even when AI reads it, which is trained on language, they are large language models, they read that I'm somewhat worried about the left trying to kill me as an add-on to the threats are higher than ever. And it possibly could not be the same people, could also not be the left, right? And also, hold on, also, it was said that this was the message just between two people, but when you look at the emojis on the comments, you can see that they only do those emojis when the conversation is actually in a group and not just between two people. But those people, the group was never, disclosed. It was just supposed to be between him and Dan. There's just some inconsistencies here on it. And if it was more stuff about the left, I think Andrew would have showed it because it would have helped his argument, and that's not there.
Okay. Joa, did you mention the mouse cursor there too as well?
Yeah, I think that could be because he's on top of the photo because he doesn't actually have it on his phone.
Yeah, that's so the mouse cursor. I could dispense the mouse cursor. That's easy. That was because it's literally Andrew showing this on his computer screen, and his mouse cursor was there, and they screenshotted from Andrew's computer screen. So that's where the mouse cursor is.
Wait, he screenshotted a picture of the phone from his computer screen?
No, he's displaying the screenshot of the text on his computer, and his mouse is on the computer. Right, or
no,
whoever.
I understand what you're saying, but there's a
screenshot.
picture of the entire phone. So you're saying that picture was then sent to him on his computer screen?
I don't know. That was my understanding of what it was. That someone sent this they took a screenshot on the computer of them sending it. Whether it was Andrew that screenshotted this and it was sent via computer, or whoever sent it to him was screenshotted. I don't think that speaks to, well, this isn't an accurate. Like whoever got this, probably the person that sent it via computer, which is why there's a mouse there. I don't think that's suspicious at all.
No, but you saw the image, right? So it's like
I've seen the image.
Kind of image.
I'm seeing the image.
As it looks like the same picture that the police took of Lance Twig's phone, right? So you see the outside of the phone. Your explanation for a mouse cursor is that image was on Andrew's phone, even though it was a picture of someone took of a phone.
I'm assuming that what happened was that this was a picture someone took of a phone, and then it went on a computer somewhere. Then from that computer picture, someone screen captured the picture that they had and their mouse was on it and sent that to Andrew. And so Andrew's
just a lot of speculating.
Okay, what you tell me your theory. What could that possibly mean that there's a mouse cursor?
Fake picture.
So it's fake.
A fake image.
Why would you intentionally
Because there's a mouse cursor.
Why would you intentionally include a mouse cursor on an image that you're
People
faking?
don't watch the things they do. Have
so
you seen the way TPOSA does things?
So I just want to be
necessarily look at the way they.
I just want to be.
I just want to be clear. Your theory is Turning Point USA totally fabricated.
I'm not making a theory. I'm pointing out the fact that there is a mouse cursor
why are you
on
so
that image.
hostile?
You are making speculations on why it's there.
Why are you being so hostile? I'm just trying to go through this.
Clearing it up for you.
What we
before
need
you start
to
speak on my behalf.
What we need to do, if we're suggesting that there's skepticism with something, what we should do is say, okay, let's look through the
speculate.
I'll sit here quietly until you've figured that you've said enough.
I'm not speculating. I'm
here to have a polite conversation. It's like me against everyone else. I don't mind it. Like if I need some harpy droning over me, there's a million other places I could go. If you just let me answer, what I'm saying is that what we would do is if we have an alternate theory, if we think there's a piece of evidence that we're skeptical of, we'd say, okay, what are the possible explanations for that? And I just am not convinced that Turning Point was so clever as to fabricate this exact message, but didn't realize they left a mouse cursor on as they were speculating. The image I gave is one that is benign and would explain it. I don't think this is an issue. Now on to Jonah's criticisms. Jonah,
can I just verify real quick, just to speak real on my behalf? I'm not making any speculations, nor would I ever make any speculations on why there's a mouse cursor. Just wanted to point out that there is a mouse cursor on the image, and to me, that's suspicious.
Well, you're speculating that it's suspicious to you. I get your feelings.
No, I'm making the comment that it is suspicious to me. I'm not speculating that I think it's suspicious.
All right.
I just think it's suspicious.
We all appreciate your feelings. Thank you so much. Now, on to what Jonah was saying specifically. Well, I thought you said specifically at the top, and that part's in the middle. I have no problem. I'm not avoiding it. It looks like someone else you make two claims, basically. One, the second claim was, is it just Dan Flood and Charlie, or are there other people in a group? And second, this specific part, you have Charlie says, what is the lay of the land? And then below that, it seems to be Dan Flood or someone says, yes, law enforcement's been fully supportive, yada, yada, yada. And then there is a response to what must have been a higher message. And the message is presumably from Charlie Kirk. Thank you. The threats are higher than ever. How? ... And he says, I have 11 on site, implying I have 11 units on site. Fair enough. I'm not running from that. I don't know. Like, to me, that doesn't sound like that it's indicative that he's saying, I'm worried about Israel, or I'm worried about the French Foreign Legion, or I'm worried about Antifa, or I'm worried about the DNC, or I'm worried about Ted Cruz or whatever, and then later says, I'm somewhat worried about the left trying to kill me. The phrase, I'm somewhat worried about the left trying to kill me, I think the most logical extrapolation is what's happening here is he's like, look, we need high security. Threats are really high. And they're like, da-da-da-da-da, here's what we're doing with security. He's like, great. Delicately remind them they're there for one person security only. I'm worried the left's trying to kill me. So at top he says, look, security threats are really high. And they're like, we got you, bud, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, remind them they're there for me because the left is trying to kill me. It doesn't seem to me that it implies that he was talking about a different organization trying to kill him above. That seems to be speculation.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
1 second. 1 second before you go any question. We have got Manco up, and I believe Janet both also have the same opinion as Rob, so it is a little bit more balanced. American, yeah, go ahead if you got a question on this topic. Blake and I don't know into the conversation as well.
This is my question because I might have a different perspective, but I don't think the left killed Charlie Kirk. I think APAC killed Charlie Kirk. Okay, I think the Uniparty.
One second. We can get into who you think's gonna kill Charlie Kirk, or who you think killed Charlie Kirk. We're not talking about that right now. You're kind of diverting the topic away from the text messages. I want to cover that topic. Have you got a question or a statement specifically about the text messages?
Yes. My question about the text message is simply why is it the qualifier? Why? Okay. Charlie, the sequence of events happened like this. Charlie Kirk said very simply, I've been to Israel. Every 15 feet, there's an 18-year-old with an AR-15. Who gave the stand down order? A couple days later, he's dead. So everybody knows, I've seen different Jewish rabbis confronted with the question on get caught in a hot mic moment, and they're like, hey, they knew it was going to happen. Like, Netanyahu funded this so he could push the Greater Israel Project.
If I could respond very quickly, I could do this very quickly. If I could
Yeah.
respond to him, that's not referencing the text message. And actually, you mistake the timeline. Charlie did have significant questions about October 7th, though he was very sympathetic to Israel. And he basically saying it's so unusual, it could have been a stand down order. That was in 2023. So it's not that a few days later he was killed. It was literally years later he was killed. So you're mistaken on the timeline.
I believe you're talking about the PBD podcast that happened in, I believe, was it October or November 2023? Let's go. Go ahead, I don't know, jump in about the text message. Go ahead.
Okay, so about this text message, let's not all forget that Andrew Colvett is the one who shared this information with Candace Owens. And in the immediate aftermath of Charlie Kirk being taken out, right, he sends the screenshot of the I'm leaving the pro-Israel cause to a government official. In his own words, he said, I'm leaving no stone unturned. Knowing this text message right here exists because he's the one who told Candace about that, right? So even he didn't necessarily believe just the left to begin with. That's a knee-jerk reaction. That's just an honest impulse. Why would he, especially because everybody's coming out now and saying that they're upset that he shared that information? They didn't. These people in the thread, the other 8 people, didn't want that information being let out, and he felt so compelled by this message, right? Even though he knows this, the left is trying to kill me message, quote unquote, exists. He's giving this to government officials that no stone would be left unturned. So he obviously thought in his mind at the time that obviously this could be a piece to the puzzle. That's an honest thing that he did right there, and I don't know if anybody's even put that together. And actually, Andrew was acting like an honest actor right at the beginning, confiding in Candace Owens because she had no opposition to any of the cast and crew of TPUSA 2.0 today, right? Because she really didn't think in her heart of hearts, even though she was being hounded, that they would do something like that. It was hard for her to swallow the pill that everybody was just this evil, right?
And so
Coleman, can I follow her real quick?
Yeah, and then Rob can go, but make it
okay.
short.
Yeah, it's gonna be quick.
I'm not trying to give Andrew Colvett a pass or anything, because what he's doing now is absolutely diabolical and cowardice, right? But in the moment, in those first moments, like, that tells you a lot right there, because he's trying to get out something that is the alternative that we all think as well immediately. He obviously thought that was a piece too. So sorry, go ahead.
No, that's okay. What you're saying actually kind of supports what I was wanting to say as well, which is that just to make this clear, this text message is not about proving whether or not the left killed Charlie. This text message is to disprove Candace Owens, and that is it. It's because Candace Owens, in her opinion, believes that the left did not kill Charlie Kirk. And so everybody else on the other side, their goal is to try to make her look like a liar. Are they looking for Charlie Kirk's killer? No, they're trying to disprove Candace. And so this text message, just like Rob pointed out, it doesn't clarify whether or not Tyler Robinson was the shooter. It just makes Candace look like she doesn't know what she's talking about. In my opinion, if more people cared about who killed Charlie Kirk, they wouldn't be talking about these little arguments that have nothing to do with getting closer to proving whether Tyler Robinson is the shooter and whether he was the person that killed Charlie Kirk.
I mean,
it does go directly to that.
If I may.
Excuse me.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's go to either Rob or Manco, because you got the opposite opinion. But Rob, can I ask you a question on that as well?
Yeah, sure. There's a lot for me to answer already, but go ahead.
No, answer that first, and then I'll ask.
Okay. I actually agree with Luna. Is that your name? I don't want to. I can only Lune. Thank you. I agree. I do think that we should look at the people that are actually talking about the case instead of irrelevant details like, did Charlie Kirk take his wedding ring off or move his wedding photo or argue, or did Erica Kirk lie about pageants? That seems to be the Baron Coleman, Candace Owens approach. And so they want to speculate on a bunch of other things things and have a bunch of theories and cast impunities on people associated with Turning Point, like Erica Kirk, Andrew Colvett, and others, a bunch of irrelevant details that even if we accept all of this is true, it doesn't speak one iota to who killed Charlie Kirk. And so you are right that what this text proves is when Candace is speculating that maybe it's Israel, in fact, she outright says she's absolutely positive that it's the French Foreign Legion in Israel at one point, and she's saying that I assumed that actually Charlie was afraid of Israel. And part of the effort to say, no, this is misguided, actually, we believe that Tyler Robinson's the killer and that the state's case is true, they're pushing back against these theories like whack-a-mole. A theory pops up, and when people like at Turning Point or someone like me or Andrew Wilson or anyone else says, no, let's address your theory seriously, no problem, and tried to dispel it with facts, people are like, wasn't that weird? You're dispelling these theories. Why are you so concerned about these theories rather than proving the state's case? Well, these theories are harmful. As the first lady said about speculation, that's all this is. It's speculations about possible other people that did this. And what we're trying to do is saying, no. The state's evidence is good. We're willing to talk about the state's evidence. But issues like this need to be addressed because it's very harmful to the truth and harmful to the individuals that are being speculated against. And again, I thought that this topic was going to be on like the text messages from Tyler Robinson. I'm happy to address this particular text message, but I once more, as I said before this has nothing to do with who killed Charlie Kirk, and this is what you guys want to talk about. I'm happy to address it. I don't mind, but I do agree with you. It has nothing to do.
How would you suppose? So Candace is.
Wait 1 second, Lune, 1 second. Let me just ask a question, and then you can obviously do your defense of Candace. The question to you, Rob, was, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm sure Andrew said this, and I could be wrong. I don't know if this is your position, that there is legitimate questions about, for example, other people who may or may not have been involved. There was people with like, I don't know, again, is there something like covered up number plates? There was people in the Discord. Do you think, like, is that your position? Do you think there is questions about that? Or do you think it's just slam dunk, Tyler Robinson, nothing else? Like there's no other possibilities?
I think based on the evidence we see right now, it's overwhelming that Tyler Robinson was the shooter. However, it's completely reasonable, I think, to say, well, was he talking to people that put him up to this? And there's varying degrees of that. Like, we're all people that are speaking right now in a public space. There was this term that used to be bandied about by the left called stochastic terrorism. And the idea was that someone like Tucker Carlson goes up and he's like, we need to do something about illegal immigration. And then some psychopath that listens to Tucker goes out and shoots a bunch of people at a convenience store or a grocery store in Buffalo. Oh, well, Tucker's a stochastic terrorist. Maybe it was something like that. Maybe it was just someone in his chat group that's like, screw Charlie Kirk, he's the worst, I can't stand him. And that sort of got into Tyler's head, and then he went out and acted this. Maybe it's even more. Maybe someone specifically told him, you know what you should do? You should take out Charlie Kirk. Those are reasonable questions. The issue that we have is it's to speculate just because you think that there's potential motive or that there's these anomalies. And so that allows you to say things like, with full confidence, it was Israel and the French Foreign Legion, or I think Erica Kirk's complicit. I think she should go to jail. I think maybe her and this Terrell guy planned for a microphone to hit him in the chest and then panicked when it hit him in the neck. These are bold statements that require bold evidence, and we're not seeing any of it. But there is nothing wrong. Yeah, sure.
Rob, go ahead. The reason I'm asking the question is, because Lune and I don't know, basically we're asking the question that when you're looking at what the way TPUSA are dealing with this, their argument is this, that this is more of an anti-Candace thing as opposed to like getting down to what happened. And the reason I guess I asked that question was because, for example, you know, Kanoki the Great, he's very much on Andrew Wilson's side on this. He's very much on TPUSA. He's been attacking Candace Owens a lot, but I remember vividly at the start, he was the one who'd got all the Discord messages. He was the one who was arguing that there was many people possibly involved. Maybe many of Tyler Robinson's friends were involved. And I guess the question is, even if you believe it was the left, why is TPUSA not trying to find out what those other people are or bringing out information pertaining to that? And it's solely anti-Candace is the question that people are asking. But go ahead.
Because
the important thing for Turning Point to do is to cooperate with officials, with law enforcement. And we have no idea what the level of cooperation with law enforcement is. They don't owe anything to me or you or Candace Owens or Baron Coleman, least of which when Candace Owens and Baron Coleman are making wild accusations about them. If someone had hundreds of thousands of people speculating I was involved with the murder of my spouse or involved in the murder of someone in my organization, the last thing I would want to do is cooperate with them. I would say, kick rocks. I'm not telling you anything. I owe you nothing. And so what happens is these people speculate against Turning Point, and then everyone's like, well, it's suspicious. Why won't Turning Point just turn over everything? Anytime something comes out from Turning Point, people use the least charitable interpretation to impugn them. Baron Coleman yesterday was putting out a video that said the most interesting thing he finds about his entire investigation isn't the murder of Charlie Kirk. It's that Turning Point itself has so many connections to human trafficking. And Erica Kirk lied about where was she for that 1 year at school. And she said she played basketball for 2 years, but it was only 1 year. And maybe if they release stuff saying that Charlie really didn't like Candace, maybe he's a liar. Maybe he was a criminal. This is the insanity that they're dealing with. If I sat here and had hundreds of thousands of people convinced that Joa, for example, was a monster that helped kill someone who tragically died in his family, I doubt Joa would be interested in sitting down with me or my fans to have a civil conversation and open up his cell phone and his emails to show me every bit of communication he had. So they don't know us anything.
You can't be serious, are you?
Okay.
I am serious.
No, let me, hold on.
Lene, I'm gonna come to you in a second. I just want to get Blake in the conversation because I felt bad because last time he was there for like 3 hours, like last space, and I didn't manage to go to him. And then I'll give it to you.
What I'm gonna say is very quickly, very quick. You guys are accusing someone of murder that hasn't even gotten. He's not even on trial for it yet. So how are you comparing anything that anyone is speculating or anybody that obviously Candace and people like us that are actually looking for the truth? The only thing we can do is look at the huge holes in the investigation. That's not even speculating.
None of you are looking for the truth.
That's calling out
All
holes.
you're trying to do is sow
for
doubt.
one.
None of you
And
are trying to look for the
you
truth.
guys are actually accusing someone who hasn't even gotten proven guilty of
Who are you
murder.
talking about? Tyler Robinson?
I'm not talking to you.
He's arrested and he's
So
incarcerated.
he's not accused. They don't even have all the evidence
He
to
is
prove
accused.
that he
Are you
killed
kidding
Charlie.
me? Candace listed all of the charges
Okay.
against him. He's accused.
Okay. That is
It's
the
these leftists. It's okay,
none of
Lune.
you
It's
are
these
actually
leftists don't
trying
want
to
due
look for the
That's
process of the
exactly what we're
You're trying to
doing.
distract from the truth, and you're
Nope,
trying
that's
to
not
sow
true.
doubt. That's all
What
you're
we're
trying to
actually
do.
doing is trying to make
Okay,
sure that the
okay,
people
guys, this
involved
is
in
getting
his
derailed.
murder.
1 second, Lune. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, but let me ask a quick
1
question,
second.
Suleiman,
No,
because
wait,
we need some
before you do,
clarification.
1 second.
Give
I
it
just
to
want-
Blake,
I'm gonna
please.
go to. I'm gonna go to you guys in a second. I just want to go to Blake first, and then I'll go to you in a second, and then you can ask your question, Manko. Go ahead, Blake. Jump in. What's your thoughts on the text messages? Blake.
Yo, sorry, I have been juggling a couple of phones back and forth. How's everybody?
Yeah, doing great, doing great. Give us your thoughts. Give us your thoughts on because I remember you from the start that you were looking into the Charlie Kirk investigation. So what's the? I think you were the first one to come up with the explosion Mike theory, if I remember right. But
Yeah, that was exciting. That was an exciting space. You were definitely there back with Maze and Ryan and Sam, the whole gang. Look, the text message issue here, the things that are we're getting new things busted out, like it's a new year, a new Christmas almost, with gifts. Andrew dropped one here recent. It's real simple for me. I would operate in the same or do the same thing that I expect these people that have new things coming out, new text messages. You can swipe down and you can hit a little button that's called screen recording, and from that you can go right back and forth immediately to the person's contact, who is in the conversation. Is it a group conversation? They're going to be listed right there. If it's a group chat, they're going to be listed right there in iMessage. If it's another styled group message, you can always see who's included in the group. I would go the step further and include that to provide the absolute certain proof that who I say this is actually this person. Charlie Kirk has passed away. So you are not going to dox his cell phone number unless Erica or Andrew is actually still using it and pretending to answer phone calls for Charlie. That's not outside the realm of possibilities either. But you could absolutely show Charlie's phone number instead of just giving us this screenshot saying, "Trust me, bros," okay, or sisses. It's what I would do. Because I can go in right now and Sully, if I have you saved in my phone as a contact, I can go in and change your name to Donald Trump. And guess what, Sully? I just turned you into Donald Trump.
I don't
or
understand.
I can manipulate screenshots and make conversations the way I want them to appear by a doctored screenshot with the past date. I have I went and looked. I had over 75 text messages sent on
what does this have anything to do?
September
They can't hear me, by the way. But what does this have anything to do with anything?
So if I have those timestamps on a particular text message, I can
they don't owe these people
create
anything.
Messages using multiple screenshots and putting them together.
We all know it's super easy to fake texts. Like this is everyone agrees with you.
Okay, cool. So that's my 2 cents. I hope that was the question.
Okay, if I could respond to some of this. To Blake, I'd say, I only wish when Candace and company were releasing things that you all had the same amount of skepticism. I once more go back to this.
Oh, bro. Yeah, you don't know me.
Okay,
you
cool.
definitely don't know me.
I'm speaking, I guess.
That's such a weird thing to claim.
What? Like,
It's weird to say that we don't. We do.
But okay, nonetheless. So to get to the point, the idea that like we're condemning someone to death, that's not what we're doing. First off, as Manko said, absolutely he's accused. That's what happens. The accusal is the arrest and actually the charging. Then we had a probable cause hearing. I would be willing to bet all the money I've ever earned in my life to anyone who wants to accept that they absolutely find probable cause. It is one of the most compelling cases of probable cause that I've ever seen at this point during a trial. Everybody knows that there's going to be a trial because probable cause burden has been met. I see some smiling emojis. Anyone want to take that bet that the judge is going to say, nope, there's not probable cause? Go ahead. I'll be quiet and let you guys go ahead.
Not a million years in Utah. Hell no.
They absolutely will. They're just looking off of like hearsay.
Again, you have to look at what a patsy actually is.
Okay, so there's easily probable cause. And so what someone like me is saying is this. It is overwhelming, and I have my opinion that he's the killer. And in our system, and what I truly believe Tyler Robinson deserves, is to have a fair trial. And he has the right to have a competent defense. Now, the defense is actually serious, and they're going to argue things that have the best chance to have the best possible outcome for their client. They're not interested in wild speculation that wants to point the figure at Erica Kirk or Andrew Colvette or anyone like that. That's why the majority of the argumentation they've been making are doing things like going after the enhancers and trying to get the death penalty taken off. They know where Tyler Robinson was, where he ate, did he make these messages? Thus far, they're not making any of these arguments whatsoever. They're not hyper-focused on this message that was released by Andrew Wilson because this is completely irrelevant as to whether or not Tyler Robinson is guilty or committed this. Again, this is just in the realm of people that want to, I have problems with Turning Point. I repeat this. Turning Point is under no obligation for any of us here. Not you, not Candace, not me, not Andrew Wilson, no one. They're simply releasing things because they are being attacked in the court of public opinion mercilessly by people that
Rob,
are implying that...
question for you on that.
No,
sure. I'm on your side, bro.
It's all right. No, it's fine.
So let me clarify something real quick, though, because you are kind of repeating yourself. So Andrew Wilson released this text message screenshot. As far as I'm aware, and correct me if I'm wrong, I want this to be clarified. He has said that it came from TPUSA, but he hasn't given any more details than that, right? As far as like who gave it to him, nobody has like stepped forward from TPUSA and said, I'm the one who's got sent this to Andrew Wilson, and this is how I got it, etc. Has anything like that happened?
No, and if I could just elaborate quite a second, that is true. And so to Blake that said, well, if it was me, I would scroll down and show everyone that was in. And this gets to Jonah's point earlier. I thought it was just Dan Flood. I don't know. I don't remember ever hearing it was just between one person. It may be one person. It may be the security team, and that was all on, maybe 5 or 6 people with Charlie. I don't know. But the point is, like, nothing will satisfy the majority of it. If they said, okay, and here's the names and phone numbers of everyone that was on this text exchange, The next demand will be, well, we want to see more. What were they saying the day before? And what were those people communicating with each other in a chain that, so they're under no obligation to provide anymore. They just heard Candace make a statement and they were like, no, that's not true. Here's the evidence that refutes that. You could choose to believe it or not, but this doesn't, again, why are we focused on this when I thought we were interested in who killed Charlie Kirk? That's what I'm interested in. What does any of this have to do with who killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I think, does it not have a lot? Because the argument here would be that it's the left, right? And Blake, I guess Rob did ask a fair question there. He's saying, why is it the other side is questioning the veracity of these text messages, but not the previous text messages that were released?
Like the ones that Tyler Robinson supposedly sent that had the
no, because even those were questioned. I'm talking about
the ones released
like
from
the Charlie
Andrew.
Kirk group chat, right, Suleiman?
Yeah, the one that basically when he says, the one he says, oh, I think the Jews are gonna, something, I don't know, the Jews are gonna kill me. So I can't remember the specifics.
No, he said that he's considering getting off the bus for the pro-Israel crowd.
That's
it. Solomon, I don't know is right. So Candace released those text messages.
You always
Everyone
do this.
questioned.
He didn't say considering. He says, I have no choice but to leave. You always throw in these like little underhanded
No, Jonah, you're
perception.
just misrepresenting that. He said, if
that is what
X,
he said.
Y, and Z, then I will have no choice.
I will have no choice. So
No, he
Solomon,
said literally didn't.
Solomon, everyone questioned Candace for the entire time until Andrew came out and stated that those text messages were real. So there was speculation when those were released.
But if I can, Lune, can I just ask real quick, Lune, if we believe that Andrew Colvett could be lying, why do you believe him when he says that the Candace message? How do you know that he's not lying to her and all of you about those?
Because other people from that thread came out and said it too. Without that one other Zionist, what is his dang name? He came out and said that because he was on that thread, him and a rabbi who supposedly had a Zoom call with Charlie too were also on that thread. He verified it too.
But why would I trust? Why would I trust?
Now we have 4 people that are like, yeah, that totally happened, even though we didn't want anybody to release it because this completely corroborates the "I think Israel is going to kill me" thing. That he said exactly a month earlier. But
why would I trust an evil Zionist and rabbi? With what they say.
I just mentioned that I saw
4 people is kind of hard to deny. 4 out of 9 is hard. 4 out of 9. I mean, we could find out the other ones, but I mean, 4 out of 9. That's better than we have right here. We have a picture with a mouse cursor from somebody that's blurry. We can't see anything. There's no other context to it at all, and nobody's even coming forward to say, yeah, we gave these to him. We just assume. We all have to just assume. Yeah,
okay, if I can't, Menko, if I can real quick. So just to be clear, if 4 people from Turning Point would come out and say, yes, these are accurate, you'd say, fair enough.
Well, yeah, sure. And then also, Rob,
actually,
they released these the moment that
would have been so cool.
Speculated about it.
Didn't Colvett and
they would have came out and
like
said
Neff
this,
say that?
No, but if Erica, because Andrew Colvett, you would have thought that when Candace came out and said this, he would have said, no, Erica, these text messages do exist. She came out how many months later with a snarky attitude like, oh, they don't exist because I have this phone. Why wouldn't Andrew have been like, no, dude, it totally happened. This is what was said.
Because it was a gotcha during the debate. That's what I'm trying to point out. Rob is trying to say, why are we talking about this? We're talking about this because
this is why people think turning
exactly.
I don't think it was a gotcha because he brought it up at the very beginning.
Weird.
He tried to make it a gotcha.
People think Turning Point USA
no, because he brought it up at the beginning. It was just kind of something to like be a news lead or something,
Candace,
to be like this breaking news.
You wrong. He did think the left was going to kill him. Like that's what that was.
But she never said who they was, though. She specifically said over and over again. She asked Andrew. He said they. She said, who is they? And he was not clear to that. Why wouldn't he have specified? He knew that the message supposedly said the left. Why wouldn't he have even have told Erica? And then 2 months later, she's coming on, doing Candace is completely wrong. These things don't exist. I have his phone. Like that just makes her look weird. And then to sit on this evidence this whole time, and instead of joining the conversation, saying, "Look, this is actually what he said," and just saying it way early on. If you've been sitting on it for this long, this is why people don't trust them. This is why, and this is why we continue to poke the narrative.
If I could
because
respond,
there's no transparency.
If I can respond, I'll be very quick.
Been an easy thing to put out there.
I can respond quick.
Let him respond now. Go ahead.
Yeah. So again, I could be wrong, but I think both Blake Neff and Andrew Colvett, after the Andrew Candace debate, have said these texts are accurate. Erica Kirk said this text was accurate. She told that to Candace Owens, as Candace admitted. That's 4 people so far from Turning Point, or at least 3, plus Andrew Wilson said they're accurate. Candace says she believes that a text like this was accurate. So that's about 4 people we have saying that this text is accurate. And I said, if a bunch of people came out from Turning Point, would that be enough for you? And you said yes, and then immediately proved the answer is no. Because
no,
then,
Rob, okay, so you're asking one
I said here,
person, like,
wait, just to be fair, I let you guys talk, right? I'm not interrupting, so just so me it'll be much quicker if you just let me.
You're kind of, he's bunching us all up in one group. So if I can clarify.
This is the problem. You just do this all the time. Like, it's just very rude. You're the only person who just overtalks. Okay, let Rob finish, and then we'll come to you. Go ahead.
And Lynette, I'm not saying, maybe you have a different point. I'm talking specifically to the woman who said that. That's all.
So you're gonna have to wait for a few seconds now. It's the first time I've doing space. Over the last 2 spaces.
Yeah, Lynette, I can't speak to everyone if you all have any. I'm speaking directly to the woman who said that. I don't see the problem. Now, to finish, so as soon as you say, yeah, if a bunch of people from Turning Point said that, I would accept it. And then it transitions to, oh, but I don't, because why didn't they speak out earlier? So now, even that they're saying it, why, when Erica Kirk said this on Glenn Beck's show, didn't Andrew Colvett come out and say, wait a minute, no, that's not accurate? I don't know, but you could see the issue. And I want to say one more time, Soleiman said, well, this is relevant because it speaks to whether or not the left killed him. No, it doesn't. It speaks to who Charlie feared. And it's not just this statement. We heard Charlie talk a lot about the assassination culture from the left and how they were violent against him, etc. But that wouldn't even prove that it was the left that killed him. These messages ultimately are completely irrelevant as evidence as to who killed Charlie Kirk. And again, I come on this space. I'm happy to talk about whatever you all want. But for a bunch of people that seem to be saying what we're really concerned about is who killed Charlie Kirk, it seems you're more interested in just impugning Turning Point over this message that has nothing to do with who killed Charlie Kirk.
I mean, to be fair, I kind of made sure everybody talks about that. But go ahead, Lynette, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say, if you haven't noticed, you came into a space that says Charlie Kirk test message debate. So no, none of us are sitting here saying we have to speak about that. That's just the topic of the space, for one. 2, if the text messages weren't as questionable as they are, meaning they didn't look fake or they didn't have a mouse cursor on it, it'd be easier, more compelling to believe, just right out of the gate, just proving that point right there. And then if in all of these other
mouse
people's
cursor doesn't mean anything, though.
Hey, Solomon, I'm definitely not the only person that comes out and says that. But anyway, that just
Manco's worse than Lune by far.
The only reason why I was speaking, so Rob seems pretty respectful. I'm sorry that I jumped over you. I guess I was just trying to make it clear that I don't think any of us in this space that are, not believing the official narrative, I don't think any of us believe in the exact same stuff. So I just don't think it makes sense when the other side kind of bunches us up into like one group, because we all kind of have different thoughts. So that's all I was trying to make clear.
That's fair, but it's obviously difficult in a space like this. We're sort of talking about one team first. Yeah, but I totally get that. And to be clear, perhaps I misunderstood the topic. I think, Suleiman, you'll agree with this based on my opening statement. I was like, oh, the text messages. There's 2. There's the text messages that Tyler Robinson had specifically to Lance Twiggs, and then there's the Discord messages. I assume that's what we were talking about. And even still, again, I don't mind this conversation. It's perfectly reasonable. Can we all agree that this message literally, whether it's true or fake, we'll assume either end, speaks nothing to who killed Charlie Kirk at all. It doesn't speak to it, So if the true goal is...
Can I bring up a point, sure. Rob? Because I think, okay, I think you and Manco won't disagree with what I'm about to say, okay? What is very strange about this, okay? We know from last time we spoke that you were worried Kansas is dividing the right, so you went there to disprove Kansas. Okay, you said that on the last thing. Okay, now there's a video going around, probably become viral over the weekend, where it's like Brandon Straka, Gary, tactical guy, Viva Frey, Brick Suit, Dave Pollock. Okay, saying that there is an industry that is profiting off sowing disinformation, and that's why these people are doing it. And Kansas is the highlight of this entire conversation. Mind you, I asked Grok, okay, what narratives have these people pushed that were against the government narrative? Hawaii fires were a direct energy weapon, but if you had a blue roof or a blue T-shirt or a blue car, you didn't get attacked. The California fires happened because there was a lesbian fire chief. COVID were nanobot technology that communicates with 5G to control your mind. I mean, I can keep going. Oh, UFOs and aliens exist, but then once the files came out, no, that's a psyop. They actually don't exist because the files are proving that it's actually wrong and it's all a psyop. So they can't even stick to one subject. Literally, there's a list of like 50 things these people have pushed back on the government narrative. But now pushing back on the government narrative, people only do it for profit, right? Don't you see the hypocrisy? And I'm not saying this is Andrew, because I think Andrew really just sows a really like almost far right, like women are
Wait, Joe, weren't they
horrible.
always doing it for profit? Like, that's not a
But
new thing, right?
But Manko, the thing is everyone who's a commentator, anyone who's on YouTube, regardless if you're left, right, pro-government narrative, anti-government narrative, they do it for profit, right? So to try to make the argument that arguing against the state is actually, you're only doing it for profit, when these people literally have a career on YouTube talking about direct energy weapons in Hawaii that don't hit blue roofs for some reason, and 5G is going to control your mind. Like, these people did this for years, literally years.
You've been
Yeah,
watching
but
a lot of interest.
they're
You've been
for
watching a lot
sale.
of interesting stuff there, Joe.
Yeah, but they are for sale, and that's the problem. Is these guys were like Tactical, for example, was I can't explain why there's not an exit wound, and then after he got his government contract filled for the sale of his goods, all of a sudden he's like, "You guys are stupid. This has happened all the time throughout history." Do you see what I mean?
Well,
that makes us even more suspicious.
I'll address this. I'll address this, but I mean, first off, I think if to be charitable, I hope you'll
hold on a second, Rob, because you've spoken like 20 times. Let me get a word in edgewise here. On the topic, when it comes to text messages, when it comes to something being evidence, you have to have what's called a chain of custody. You have to have, at the minimum, you have to have whoever was in ownership of the text messages. Maybe that would be Dan Flood or something like that. And he would have to say, yes, I turned these text messages from my phone over to this person, and then this person turned them over to Andrew Wilson. And we both say that these are the term that's used in court proceedings is the true and correct copy of what I turned over. So that's usually what happens to authenticate things. Nothing like that has happened, which means that the only way we can look at these text messages is through trusting Andrew, and then also trusting that Andrew is trusting someone else, and that Andrew's trust is well founded in that person, and that the whole chain of trust goes, and there's no problem with any of that. So someone like me and someone like Rob, one second, someone like me and someone like Rob, we see the text messages and we're like, yeah, this looks plausible. This looks like something Charlie would say, makes perfect sense to me. And I think Andrew's I think he's on the up and up. I think he's acting in good faith, etc. So to me, I'm like, yeah, this seems like it's correct. But anyone who is inclined to be on the other side of the debate isn't going to be moved or convinced by this at all. That would be fair, right, Rob?
Let me, so sorry. Yes, I'm so sorry I hit the wrong button there. Yeah, I agree largely with what you're saying there, but I mean, to the point when I was saying, first off, there is just to clear something up about the text message. I'm not technologically apt, but there's someone named Jefferson's at Rust and Decay on X. And he actually has a video up of Andrew on his X account. It says, Andrew Wilson torches the haters and conspiratards grifting. You could look this up. And what you'll see is a video of Andrew on his channel showing this text message. And you can see his mouse moving over the picture. So the mouse cursor is actually his mouse. So for example,
you can Andrew's mouse,
right? Correct, Andrew Wilson's mouse. So that I hope that helps clear up. If you go there, you can see it.
Definitely,
it helps clear that up, and which is what I suspected it was. That's number one. And secondly, like, listen, like the idea of people grifting and stuff. let me say this, Joe. To be fair, if we're going to be charitable, like Lune said, you can't lump us all in. Like I just like maybe we shouldn't lump you all in. I think when people are talking about the cottage industry of grifting like this, we're talking about the big people that are making big money. I have no reason to suspect that Lune or I don't know or Joa or not here in completely good faith or Uncle Tom. I accept it all. I accept you guys are here with legitimate questions. But I do think with people like Candace that has this drip, 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 and I'm absolutely certain this person did it, and they're literally saying that people like Erica Kirk should be in jail, and they're postulating these theories, I think it's worth pointing out that she's making huge sums of money while drip feeding and making bold claims. And all I'm saying is, even if you're doing it for money, you have every right to make bold claims, but bold claims require bold evidence. And the people that are postulating these theories, it's one thing to say, I have questions about this text message. It's completely reasonable. It's another thing to say, those questions lead me to believe that Erica Kirk's involved in a cover-up. These questions lead me to believe that Israel did it. These are affirmative claims that require affirmative evidence. And no one seems to want to debate those claims. In fact, it took $300,000 to get Candace to attempt to do it, and she ran. She didn't give any evidence for any of her theories.
I'd love to debate those claims, but you guys assume things that, like, example, the evidence. For example, you guys talk about the messages. We only know about the messages through someone who told the cops about the message. The evidence still hasn't been released, so we don't know what the actual evidence is. We know what they're numbered. Evidence number 16.3, for example, right? But we have not seen that evidence. We've only seen a charging dock. A charging dock notoriously stretches truth because they're trying to charge someone. That's why it cannot be used as a charging dock is not evidence, right? It can't be used as evidence.
But
in the prelim, it wasn't you. The messages weren't used as information in the preliminary in that the hearing that they had for evidence, right? Why wouldn't they show that? They don't have to. I don't judge someone's actions, but I'm just saying you guys are saying the evidence is all there. Where?
If I may,
the bullet. Hold on. The bullet is not identified. The gun, there's dust in the barrel. You can say, okay, that could happen. I'll say it doesn't happen. The DNA, his DNA is most degraded. That's the one thing that no one can still answer me on. The video, you have the neighbor saying it was a fat, bald man with two other people in the car that got out of Tyler Robinson's car, not Tyler Robinson. You have pictures that don't look like him in several pictures. Don't even look like the same human being. So yeah, there's questions, and you guys are saying, nope, there's evidence. Where is the evidence that Tyler Robinson was on the roof, pulled the trigger, and the bullet from that gun entered Charlie Kirk? We don't have that. And the fact that you guys say that it's overwhelming that there is, I question that because it's not overwhelming that it is.
And just to point out that right now we're talking about the debate between Candace and Andrew. You guys all understand that Andrew, before he got paid by TPUSA, was asking questions and was making it very clear that he did not believe the official narrative. I've heard it with my own 2 ears from his podcast. He was literally laughing, talking about how funny all of this was and how none of it makes any sense, and then quickly changed his
and many
tune.
people have done that, Lene. You're
And
right.
yeah, I mean, Paramount, right? Like a lot of these people have done that. But
wait, that's not true at all. I listen to Andrew all the time.
I can post.
He had said from the beginning that it was the left and it was trans Tifa and it was this Tyler Robinson
but you're
guy.
making stuff up because I
Lene,
literally just watched this video. I will find. Yes, I will post it. I will post it. So I'm not here to make stuff up. I'm speaking from fact.
Yeah, I'm not saying you're making it.
So again,
but then wait, and also I wasn't finished. Also, just to point out that
yes,
when
you're never finished.
Well, because I have stuff to say. So yeah, when you're making claims such as Candace said that Erica Kirk should be in jail, that's a lie because she never said that. And also when you're making it seem as if Candace Owens failed the debate. At what point did Andrew even support any of his claim? At what point? Besides trying to grill Candace the entire time, he did not prove anything. Not one. Please point out to me at any point during that debate
he did
that
plenty
he
of times.
talked about
because all the evidence in the case is on his side. So obviously he did.
No, that's not obvious. He did not bring up anything to support his reasoning for why there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was the shooter at all. Not one point during that debate. So you guys are sitting here saying
I heard
that
it
Candace
a lot.
Sure did. The DNA. Hold on. The DNA.
1 second before we don't jump in. Let me just, because I've been trying to jump in. So let me just thingy, and then
where it's like, oh yeah, you go, you can respond to Blue Sky, then we'll go to Maya, then we'll go back to Rob, then we'll go to Dark Side.
Okay.
Jesus, I get to respond to like 12 people
I forgot
here.
what order I said, but just give me 2 seconds. Just before you go, guys, there is a tweet in the nest. It is from Say Cheese, which is a golden company because it's the only one that's not banned me. And it basically is, if you want to send a super chat in order to have it read out, if you disagree with what Rob and the Crucible crew have got to say, or you disagree with Joa and the
becomes
Candace
very
crew have got to
difficult
say, you might want to make a comment, and you can do so
to respond to a
by
litany of
going
stuff
to
like
there.
this.
All
But
you
I
got
try
to
my
do
best.
to make a comment is you oh flip out of here. Oh, there you go. All you got to do is sign up. It's very easy to sign up. You can connect your X to it. You make a comment with a cheese emoji, and it works on nearly any social media, on X, on what's the other one, Telegram, on what's it called again, OBS. It works on everything. It's pure gold. So check it out, and if you want to, then I am checking out. If anybody is sending anything, I will read the comment out. Maybe you got some and you think Lunair is doing a bad job, or you think Manco is doing a bad job, then you can send it, and then we can read it, and then you can be helped out. So help them out. Maybe Lunair needs the help. Maybe she doesn't. Maybe she's smashing so badly, and you want to give her some more. Whatever it is, I think she do a decent job, to be honest. But anyway, do that. So anyway, let's go to whoever I said is next. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Blue Sky.
First, robnoerr doing a fantastic job.
Thanks.
Appreciate you, brother. And I would just say, we have to realize that this point in the whole conversation, even with Andrew and Candace, is whose case is better at this point? And the point is there probable cause to charge him? And that's what they were debating. Who does it make sense to charge him? And that's all anybody has debated because the trial hasn't happened. And Andrew made his.
I thought the debate was, is it, there was 2 points. Is there overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson is the shooter? And the other one was, is there overwhelming evidence? I forgot what Candace's one was, something, and Tyler is the patsy. Wasn't that the...
Is there overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy and innocent of the shooting?
Exactly, yeah. So weren't those the two rather than what you just said?
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. But we're only at a certain point in the...
That's not the same thing.
Yeah, but I'm saying we don't have all of the evidence yet, so there's no way for us to see all of it. So we can only speculate based on what's available, but to the same end, right? Of proving probable cause enough to charge him, where one team believes that there's not enough, and obviously Andrew's side does believe that there is enough. But they're saying there's not enough. And there's DNA. There's not just hearsay, obviously. And there's DNA. There's the rifle. There's video. All of that, coming together, culminating to point to a guy that proves probable cause that this guy did it. Now, these text messages, I totally appreciate Rob's point. The text messages that you guys are talking about are completely an aside. And they don't prove anything. They prove that you guys can speculate that there's other avenues to look at, but they don't lead to any consequence. There's nothing that somebody, that even these text messages that you guys are talking about might prove intent or motive of somebody else, don't lead to a consequence, don't lead to...
Blue Sky's doing fine here. But to be clear, I prefer debating by myself. I like to make my own points. He's doing fine, but
just that a bunch of people had motive. That's it. There's a lot of motive. There's a ton of people who have motive. The left
this doesn't even speak to motive.
A bunch of different countries have motive.
Their claims
people on the right have motive. Candace has motive. Myriad people with motive. So I'll land with that. But Rob, you're doing a great job.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it, Blue Sky.
Okay. Amaya, if you want to respond, and do you agree with him that the whole thing is about who, if you have cause to charge someone as opposed to the overwhelming claim? And then go ahead and go whatever you want.
All right, hi guys. Okay, so everyone knows I'm this crazy Candace Owens fan account, but I'm trying my best here to be unbiased as possible. Okay, so looking back from
Are
last
you the
year,
person who Andrew Wilson keeps having a back and forth with, or is that a different?
yes,
Oh
unfortunately,
yeah, okay, go ahead. Well, he can come in and debate you here if he wants, but I'm not sure if he'll come. Go ahead, Maya.
I actually don't have an issue with him, to be honest. I just love arguing with him for some reason. It's just fun to me. But okay. Okay, so looking back from last year, I'm just tired of the hypocrisy because when we say that Candace Owens released the text messages last year about Israel, we were all saying, oh, we cannot make that confirmation based on that speculation. But no, with Andrew Wilson, we're saying, oh, he's talking the truth. It's the left, it's the left. We cannot make that confirmation based on the speculation as well. And my personal opinion, it doesn't have to be that a fact. I just think Andrew Wilson doesn't care about this case at all. He just is doing this because it's relevant at the moment and he just wants to be in the conversation, which is okay. That's okay. However, regarding the Tyler Robinson case, many people have been so hard on Candace Owens, and it has been so bad because I've watched every second of her podcast from last year, and I'm still waiting on the thing that people always think that she's talking about Erica Kirk. She has never talked about Erica Kirk until Erica Kirk talked about those text messages. People were begging Candace Owens in her comment section, begging her to speak about Erica Kirk because people have been talking about her from the moment she said that I forgive him. Candace is not the person that made everybody being skeptical of Erica Kirk. People has had that before. Candace even spoke about her. So when everybody was saying last year that, oh, Erica Kirk is this or she killed her husband, I don't believe she killed her husband. I actually don't have an issue with her. People would think I hate her. I don't. I think she's very beautiful. I think she sometimes can just be very emotional, but I think she lost her husband, so I do have
these really
sympathy
should
for
be
her for
limited
that.
to like
I
2 or
don't hate
3
her. I actually
speakers
don't
at
have an
most
issue
on
with
each
Erica.
side.
And that's the thing. People
It
always
just
think that we have issue with her. I
you
don't.
see how
I
it's
just think
just
that the way
spreading
how
out
she
into
the
irrelevancy
way how
here?
she acts, the people who she brings in association with the company, I think that can be questioned. For example, Ben Shapiro. I don't think Candace Owens is lying when she said that they weren't friends because I just don't think they were friends, and I trust her on that because she was around them. I think she and
what does
Charlie
this
Kirk
have
were
to do with
friends.
who
I
killed
think
Charlie Kirk?
Andrew Colbert
It's
is
just a
lying
lot. Oh,
when
well, what
he said
about
that they
Erica?
weren't
Was she
friends. I
friends?
don't think you should be speaking for someone who
You
is
see?
dead, who is not here to defend themselves when you said that him and Candace weren't friends because he's not here to defend himself. But we choose to
It's going to be
believe
20
them.
minutes till I get to
Regarding the text
talk.
messages from Andrew Wilson, I don't think we should be angry at Andrew Wilson for raising these messages. I think we should be angry at Turning Point because Andrew Wilson didn't know Charlie Kirk. He didn't speak at Turning Point even.
I would
He
say
was
group
just
everything
around
she
them.
said,
So we
nothing to
cannot
do
just
with
say,
who
oh,
murdered
Andrew
Charlie
Wilson is the
Kirk.
problem. No, they sent in the messages. Do I think they're real? I don't think Andrew Wilson will be going on his thing and presenting fake things. They could actually be real. And as Rob said, it doesn't necessarily prove anything, but you can say, for example, and I'm being fair here, when Candice released last year that Israel killed him, and we were saying, that he was abandoning pro-Israel because people were saying, oh, Israel killed him. We can now say from these that the left killed him as well. And I think that's the narrative that Andrews was trying to point out that, oh, Candice, you said that these text messages prove that Israel and could be involved. Well, these could prove that the left could be involved as well. So I think that was fair.
I'm sorry to my audience
here. That Andrew Wilson was fair when he said that. The text messages though, Andrew Colbert confirmed that they were real from Candace. Nobody has confirmed that they're real for Andrew Wilson. And I think that's where the doubt comes in. Do I think they're real? I actually personally do, because I don't think he would actually go on his platform and just be telling lies like that, especially when Blake Neff has been reposting and amplifying it. I just need somebody to just confirm if they're real. However, regarding everybody else, we're all free to have our own speculations. People can criticize Candace Owens. She's not an angel. She's not this queen that we can criticize. It's okay to criticize her. And the same for Erica Kirk. When we criticize people can talk about Candace's husband. They say her husband is gay. They say this about her family. But when people talk about her or Erica, when people talk about Erica Kirk, I'm sorry, they always there's just this like, you can't speak about Erica. You can't do this. Like, I don't understand what's that about. We can criticize Erica Kirk because she is the head of Turning Point. She is the CEO, and she has said some things. For example, I don't agree with her when she went and said on the thing about Zora Mandami, whatever was going on in Europe. I didn't agree with that statement.
Can I interject here and say, it's not that I dislike you, Maya, but man, this is really going off on a tirade here.
Yeah, so just a quick one. Great point, Maya. I can see why Andrew Wilson's scared to debate you now. And in terms of two questions for you, Rob. The first question is, what is your thoughts about the fact that people have been attacking Erica Kirk? Do you think it's like unacceptable? And the second question is that I did want you to answer this in terms of what Lune raised, which you're a friend of Andrew Wilson. I mean, you host the Crucible with him. Her claim is that Andrew Wilson had a totally different opinion in the start, and then now he's become like the spearhead of this whole thing a lot later. And so if that's true, then what was the change in terms of what caused the change of narrative or perspective?
Okay. There's a lot to get here. I'm sorry, Joe, and some other folks, I might not answer your specific point of view. You're welcome to come talk to me at any time. But the nature of a conversation like this, which is really fun, there's a lot of people. So sorry if I don't get to someone's specific point. Let me answer your question, Suleiman. First, the idea of attacking Erica Kirk. Well, I think that everything should be on the table to speculate. And if you want to make claims about people, that's fine. For example, let's say hypothetically, the Sandy Hook shooting was a false flag and that these parents faked their children dying. Should we have the right, if we have evidence, to point that out? I say yes, of course. Here's the problem. If you're wrong, it's monstrous. It's monstrous to tell a grieving father or mother, you're faking it. These are fake tears. Your kid didn't really die. We all agree with that. That would be a horrible thing to say to someone if they really did suffer through that tragedy. I'm not suggesting you should go to prison. And I think even the Alex Jones lawsuit was absurd, the amount of money that they went after him. But you get the point. It would be very immoral to accuse people without evidence who are grieving because their loved one died. And that's what I see a lot of Erica Kirk. So I'm open to people saying, well, we think Erica was complicit. And I will say, I believe it was Lune that said she never said Erica Kirk should go to jail. Not only did she say that, she admitted in the debate she said it. We played the clip that she said it. And then she said, oh, I just meant in Monopoly. That's what she said, which is
She did. She also said that she should be questioned.
Please, and then on another point, she had a clip where she's like, if the roles were reversed and it was Erica that died and it was Charlie Kirk that had this many misstatements, he would be sitting in prison, and that's what needs to happen here. So she specifically said that, referring to Erica Kirk as well, that she should be sitting in prison because that's where Charlie would be if the roles were reversed. And this happens a lot, where she'll make these definitive claims. She'll say, I'm overwhelmingly convinced, etc., etc. And then when we say, okay, that's a bold claim, you're allowed to make that claim. You're going after people now that were friends, or the widow of Charlie Kirk. Can you provide evidence now? And she doesn't. She refused. That's what makes it unethical. So that's to answer your first question, Suleiman. The second question, can you remind me again what it was? It was
about the claim made by Lune that Andrew Wilson changed his position.
Sure. So I'd be happy to see whatever clip she has. Here's my understanding. I am friends with Andrew, but I'm going to tell you something that might get me in trouble. I don't watch a lot of his episodes. Most of the time we're streaming at the same time. Here is what I do know that Andrew said. I am aware that at the beginning he said things such as, hey, sometimes when they were still looking, we didn't know who Tyler Robinson was. In the aftermath of the shooting, he had said, I wouldn't be surprised if the shooter is help found by people online. That happens. I agree. That doesn't go against anything he's saying now. I also think that he had and continues to have specific questions. However, I'm unaware of any exorbitant things that are against what he's currently saying that allegedly said in the past. I'm open to Lune providing evidence. I'll happily look at it. I do know for a fact that my friend Mr. Coombe, the one Jake Rattlesnake that was on this space with me last week, him and Andrew had some robust debates where Jake was more on sympathetic towards Candace's point of view months and months ago, like 5-6 months ago. I know this because I used to host a show with Jake Rattlesnake and we talked a little about Candace, and Andrew was against Candace's claims then. That was like 6 months ago, well before me and Andrew went down to Turning Point and merely got paid to teach a debate class. So I don't think that there's anything that was like, oh, Andrew had one opinion and then him and Rob went down to teach a debate class and now they come back with a totally different opinion. I don't see it that way. But Lune, I'm happy to look at anything that you have if you think there's something to dispute. And Andrew is my friend, full disclosure, but I'll call a spade a spade. If there's something that I think's untoward, I'll say sure. So I think that maybe you're misrepresenting it a little, but that's it.
I'm not misrepresenting anything. I just actually Jimmy Dore played it on his podcast a couple days ago, and that's when I heard it. I can play it for the space because it's the whole
Yeah,
like
play it.
it's a
Just
clip of me. Okay.
No, just play that specific bit. I don't want the whole of Jimmy Dore.
Okay.
Hey,
All
Sully.
right. Hold on a second.
Sully, while we're waiting, and by the way, legendary getting into the Lego movies, man. That was
W.
W.
We're in the Lego movies, jeez. Anyway, guys,
That was legendary, and probably the most important event of the past week. Man, I was laughing so hard. But question for Rob. So we all know that Charlie was wearing the Rode Pro microphone. I don't think that's a doubt. We've seen the pictures of it. Do you have any idea? Well, before I say this, that Rode Pro microphone has a 32 gigabit onboard storage and records, I believe it's 32-bit floating audio, which is extremely high fidelity. And that's, of course, stored in internal memory in the Rode Pro microphone, or transmitter, I should say. Do you have any idea where that Rode Pro transmitter is? Because it wasn't produced in evidence, right? It seems to have disappeared. Now, we do know that the SD card magically disappeared in the one camera that was sitting behind Charlie. And now we know that the Rode Pro microphone, and this is not something I'm coming up with. I got to credit Brett Weinstein, who, by the way, is just an independent scientist looking at this case. He came up with this very question. Where is that microphone? Because if we had that microphone, well, that would obviously discount the entire thesis around an exploding transmitter. But additionally, with that 32-bit float audio, we'd be able to pinpoint the location of the shot if a shot was indeed taken. So do you have any explanation for why that transmitter has disappeared?
One, I'm not aware that it has disappeared. Second, I'm highly skeptical that if we had that microphone, they'd be able to pinpoint the location of the shot. I don't believe that's true. What's happening is this, right? Let's assume in order to look and speculate upon why there might be something that you appear to be as an anomaly, you'd have to be like, well, what are the potential theories that could lead to that? Could it be that the police just didn't find this evidentiary worry? Could it be that they took it, but they didn't see anything about it? There was no DNA on it or anything that they thought was worthwhile. There was no recording that they thought was worthwhile, etc. So they just returned it and didn't keep it as evidence. Any of those things are true. If it really was the exploding microphone theory, we would expect to see a bunch of other things. This would have to mean that certain people were involved in a cover-up. This would mean that.
No, I didn't.
Please,
I'm not suggesting that. I'm not suggesting that it's an exploding microphone at all. I'm asking, where is it?
Okay.
Because the other thing that microphone does is from the second that it is taken off of its docking station, it begins recording, regardless of whether the computer or the camera that is attached to it is recording. So it's designed to record regardless of whether there's an error by the operator until the moment it's docked. That's why it has 40 plus hours of storage on board. So clearly there's a tremendous amount of evidence that would be located on that microphone, on that transmitter, on the hard drive or on the SSD inside that transmitter.
Okay, so
both. By the way, it would be evidence, from the time it was undocked all the way through the hospital and what happened at the hospital. Was Brian Harpole ordering the medicines? Who knows, right? But all of that would have been recorded on that microphone because it wasn't returned to its docking station.
So I understand people have a very difficult time of letting someone get through their opinions, like the courtesy I give other people here. That's okay. I forgive you for that. So as I was saying, we would have to say, well, what are the possible theories that would be speculative to show that this is somehow untoward, right? And what this would mean that if it was an exploding microphone, which seems to be suggested as to what would be the nefarious theory, why they wouldn't take this as evidence, etc., that would have to mean that the ballistics expert is lying. The people that found the bullets, the doctors, etc., are lying, that the medical examiner is lying, and that they're all involved in this cover-up, which seems ludicrous. And in addition, there would have to be a bunch more people, dozens of people involved in this conspiracy, many of which aren't military or CIA or anything. These would have to be basically civilians, doctors, lawyers, nurses, security guards, Turning Point staff, etc., that have to be involved with this. Additionally, it would be an outrageous theory that this microphone could do it. I believe the going theory at this point is the microphone was maybe supposed to hit him in the chest. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense why they would plant a 30-06, which so many people are claiming would be impossible to have a shot like this. So if that's the case, that the microphone was moving and that's why it didn't hit him in the neck, it hit him in the chest, think of the chance that you would have to take if your whatever organization was trying to assassinate him with an unproven microphone, that merely moving could mean you hit him in the shoulder instead of in the chest where it would kill him. Now you're going to have to explain to Charlie Kirk why the people that put this microphone on him had it explode and have a projectile go through his shoulder. That's going to be a very hairy situation to risk everything on dozens of people being involved in a conspiracy to assassinate him that now have to explain themselves that would be involved with this. To the explanation, I'm not sure about the recording capacity of this microphone, if we're absolutely certain that it records on its own or if there's a way to set that off, etc. What's likely to have occurred is people like us speculate on these things. We're not entitled to any of this evidence. That the police, the prosecution, and the defense are aware of he was wearing a microphone, and the defense doesn't seem to raise it as an issue whatsoever because they don't think there's any evidentiary value to it or that there's anything that could possibly be anything that would help their witness or their defense. And they are trying to put on a competent defense to help this guy. So it could literally be that you're just mistaken that this would have evidentiary value. They might not think that him gurgling his last breath is any evidence whatsoever, even if it was recording it. And they might say, no, physical evidence, the gun, the screwdriver, the towel, the witnesses, the photographs, all of these things are evidence, the confessions, but we don't think that things like the necklace, this stuff, or the microphone, this stuff is only evidence if you believe the conspiracy that a device on him exploded and killed him. Now the necklace looks like evidence. Now the microphone looks like evidence. But the most rational explanation, if you look at the thing in totality, as to why you're not receiving it is, one, us and the public aren't entitled to any of this. And second, even if the police didn't collect this, they didn't think it was evidence because they saw that it was a shot. Everyone that's competent, including the defense, completely understands that it was a bullet. It's only internet people speculating that don't understand that, and they don't give a shit what us on the internet think. That's not their job.
Well, I find it impossible to believe that.
Can I just ask a question?
Sure.
Can I ask a question really quick? I'm sorry. It's just really odd because so many murder cases, they collect everything and anything that is on the deceased person's body or in the direct area. If it has a blood spatter, they're taking off.
I don't know. You're cutting in and out.
Right?
You're cutting.
Everything is going to evidence for a long time.
You're cutting in and out.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, now it's fine. But it might do it again. Go ahead.
Sorry. Okay. It's just weird because in any standard case, anything that was on the deceased person's body, everything goes to evidence. Whether you think it's evidence or not, it's all a part of their body. My brother died a couple of years ago. I'm not trying to bring him in this, but everything that was with him went with his body. Everything did. And it doesn't get released until after. He wasn't murdered, though. It was an accident. And so there's not a court case to proceed. But they decide that we don't need this at the time. So we just, let it go off. This is a murder investigation. And the standard for anybody, and especially a high-profile case, which will obviously be under the microscope. This is a high-profile case. So the standard is that everything is evidence. To see the microphone he has just going off, to think that, oh, well, this doesn't have to be collected as evidence because they're not out here trying to disprove conspiracy theories. This is a murder investigation. The evidence that the stuff that's on his body is evidence standard on anybody. So this is just to say that, oh, they don't owe you anything is nonsense.
How does that disprove the evidence against Tyler Robinson.
No, I'm not saying that either way.
Okay, thank you.
Keep it as
It doesn't.
evidence
Perfect.
until you. No, and I'm not arguing that. But if you're saying that in the long run, if they didn't collect it, it's because they don't have to disprove conspiracy theorists online. No, it's called standard practice. This is a deceased man, and this was on his body at the time of death, and it does not go anywhere because everything should be able to be cross-examined by the defense if they think it's possible evidence. And
Okay, so they're risking their careers. They're risking their careers and licenses to do what? What's your
But it'll
what's your
just be
claim?
convenient though. But it'll just be we don't have to. We're all speculating right now. It could be an evidence. We don't know. This is just speculation. But I'm just saying it would just be another one of those. Oh yeah, we just have to. They didn't think it was relevant at the time, even though it was on his body, recording everything that was going on, taking place, how much CPR was or wasn't being done, not just his gurgling, his just like the vehicle that he traveled. The truck that he traveled to the hospital, and you just kind of auction it off like the next day. It's just weird.
1 second,
Just
guys.
weird.
There's one question. Let me ask a question now. Lunaire, did you manage to find that clip? Did you want to play? Oh, you haven't found it yet.
I did.
All right,
I did.
just
It's
play it.
I don't know. It's kind of like a couple minutes, but
That's a
I
bit
can
long.
start playing it, I guess.
That's a bit long. Why don't you just tell me specifically
Yeah,
word for word what you said?
so in the clip he shares that his speculation on where the he just said that he has a lot of questions, and then he stated that so they're talking about him, and the guy from the whatever podcast are talking about the video that they showed Tyler Robinson jumping off the roof. And so he said, "Where's the gun?" And then the guy from the whatever podcast was like, "Oh, didn't they find the gun?" And then Andrew was like, "Okay, yeah, they said they found it in some woods." So basically he was sharing speculation on how it got to the woods, and then also pointed out how the gun that he was supposed to have during that moment, you couldn't just break it apart, like as easily as they're trying to claim. And so then he goes into why he feels like that, because he knows about guns. He said in this clip that he knows about guns, that it's not a simple thing to just be able to break apart and jump off. And he said, he asked him again, like, "Where do you see that gun?" Because I didn't see it when he was jumping off of the roof. So that right there, that's one of the questions that most of us have been asking. And even with the most recent footage that Candace released, where it looked like, the guy wasn't running with the gun, that was one of the questions we were asking. And that was what he was speculating from the very beginning. And then there was another clip that shows him talking to the same guy, and mentioning how he thought the FBI had nothing, and that they were he was Brian, the guy from whatever podcast was like, "Do you think they're going to find the killer?" And then Andrew was like, "Yeah, I mean, they're definitely going to. With if they don't find them, then internet sleuths are going to help find them." So he seemed very much. I don't think any of those questions are unreasonable. But when you're going on there saying that there's, debating Candace stating that there is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was the shooter, and yet you're questioning in the very beginning how he broke down the gun and where did he put the gun and how did the gun get to the woods and all of that. How is there overwhelming evidence? Like, how does that support your new claim now all of a sudden?
If I may.
Well, you left out the part where he said that he didn't know and that he'd have to look into it and zoom into that video later.
He didn't know what?
He didn't know if he could see the gun or not. He literally said that moments later, that he didn't actually
Andrew
know.
was the one asking. I can literally play this clip right now.
Yeah, I
have
watched
that
the whole
part right
thing
there.
live, and everyone here can go and watch it. It's on the whatever podcast.
Solomon,
it was like
I
2
can at
days
least
after the shooting.
play that little tiny part. That doesn't take a minute or anything.
Well, if I may, this is exactly what I said. And just to give a timeline, this is basically what I said verbatim. I do believe when he was talking to Brian Atlas, that was before Tyler Robinson was even detained. And so this is literally the day of the shooting or the day after the shooting, people just looking at the little bits of evidence we have and saying, I have questions. Not only, I can't speak to, please
clip was when Tyler Robinson was detained, actually.
Okay.
The one that I'm
Nonetheless,
talking about.
it's like initially, this is like day 2 or 3 of the Charlie Kirk assassination. And so I could speak a little for Andrew. I could certainly speak for myself. Andrew continues to say he thinks it's reasonable to ask certain questions of this. However, the reason that he's changed his position on the likelihood is on September 12th or 13th, whenever he did this podcast, we didn't have DNA evidence. We didn't have witness testimony. We didn't have confessions. We didn't have the photographs, the video evidence that we saw more specifically of Tyler in what looks to be like Tyler in the sweat stairwell. We didn't have the claims from the people on the Discord that said that it looked like Tyler. We didn't have Lance Twiggs' testimony. We didn't have that allegedly the parents of Tyler Robinson
Rob, yes, we did actually. I'm
That's not
sorry, I
true.
don't mean to interrupt
That's not
you.
true.
I'm just trying to point it out. I'm looking at the image right now.
That's
and
not
so
true.
if I can find this clip and share it with you, I will. But what I'm looking at, it shows Andrew talking to the guy from whatever podcast, and on their screen, they're showing Tyler Robinson walking up the stairway. So yes, they are having a discussion about that
those are the initial videos.
Just to be
and
clear,
Brian Atlas
please, may I,
actually says
Lazarus,
that you can
please,
see the gun.
please,
You can
please,
see the
just
gun
to-
in his hand.
Just to be clear, then maybe there was like a little bit of what I'm talking about. Did we have the
All
DNA?
of those
Like,
things
one
were
by
released during
okay,
that
one by
time.
one. Did we the DNA on? They said that they had Tyler Robinson's DNA on the gun at that time. Go ahead.
You're speculating.
No.
All I would say, Rob, all I
Why
would
can't
say
you
is
answer that
that just
question?
look at the clip before you start
No,
speculating
no,
that all of these things weren't released. Because right now, what you're doing is assuming, because it sounds better, that all of these things weren't released when he was having this conversation. But if you look at the video that I'm talking about, you will see that they're talking about the video of him jumping off of the roof, and they're looking at images of him walking up the stairway, the things that you just said they didn't have.
Again, like I noticed that
Just don't speculate.
I noticed that you cleverly deflected. You're speculating there. You're saying
I did not cleverly
Please.
what are you talking about?
If you'd let me
You just made those assumptions.
If you'd let me finish my point. Okay. I may have said they didn't have the pictures in the stairwell. Maybe they had that. I asked you specifically. Okay, let's go one by one. Did they have the DNA? And you seem to
You
imply
didn't ask me specifically.
I
You
just
made the
did. I
claims that
said
these
let's
things were
go.
not out.
I just said one by one. Did they have the DNA on the gun at the time that Andrew made these statements?
Listen, you're
Why
not
can't you just
asking
answer?
me. I'm
That's
not-
the second
because
time I've
I'm not
asked. Why
making
can't you
the
just
claim
answer?
whether or not these
Why
things
can't
were
you?
out. My
Why can't
only
you just
claim-
answer that question?
Rob,
I don't understand.
My only claim is that Andrew changed his stance clearly from this time. I don't care whether or not they had any of this evidence. What I'm trying to point out is that he debated Candace with this overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robertson is the shooter. What you're not going to do is trip me up on what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to justify anybody.
She debated
I'm
Candace
just pointing
10
out-
months later when evidence changed.
Please, Lazarus, if
It
I may.
doesn't matter.
If I
it
may-
still doesn't change the
What do you
fact
mean it
that he
doesn't
had
matter?
a view, right?
A reasonable
Okay, let me just-
person will change
just gonna
their opinion based on evidence over a
You guys
10-month
can
period.
just be quiet, and I'm going to
Only
play
an idiot
this
would
1
not change
second
their
clip.
opinion.
Not when the evidence is not overwhelming. See, I agree with what Blue Sky said when he said that the debate seemed kind of pointless because none of this is in trial. That was my stance from the very beginning. What are they debating? Until it goes to trial, there's nothing to debate. They're both going to just speculate.
May I just interrupt
because-
you like you do to me? Is that how this is done? I'm just
ahead.
curious. So just be
Sure.
quiet and I'll just talk over you like you do to me. I try to be, the way I try to do these things is sit patiently and let someone talk, finish their thought, and then chime in when it's my turn. I understand that you're having difficulty with that. That's okay. What I'm going to say, since you're unwilling to engage in a good faith effort to answer the specific questions, I would say is
No,
this.
I just tried to help you out.
Once more,
That's
having
all.
trouble
Wasn't
with
trying
that
to be-
waiting to not interrupt part. I see that. I understand it's difficult. Maybe we need some formally
Rob,
written
you
rules
were
for you to
making
follow.
claims,
Once
so
more
until-
with the
okay,
interruptions.
you're right. I can
once
let you
more,
continue to
let
make
me finish.
claims, and then I'll
Let
be
me finish
quiet
my
until you
thought,
make your claims.
and then
Go
I'm
ahead.
sure you'll have an
one person-
opportunity to
one person
respond.
go at a time. Like, I don't mind people engaging in discussion because it doesn't have to be like 1 minute, 1 minute. But at the same time, if it's like nobody's making a point, it'll be lame. Go ahead, Rob.
Okay, so the point I was making is she won't engage in the specific question. Lazarus nails it.
That
like,
wasn't my point, so I'm not going to.
why can you not
because that's
control
not my
yourself?
point.
Why can you not control yourself?
Please
Please,
let him finish
just
the point
control
then.
yourself. It's not that hard, right? The point I'm making is this: she's trying to be like, isn't it odd that in the first couple days Andrew Wilson had questions, and now after the state released a litany of evidence, including DNA
I
evidence,
didn't say that.
she can't control herself, right? And this
You're
is how
putting words in my mouth. So get it right or just stop speaking for me. Because I'm here and I can speak for
Suleiman,
myself.
you gotta mute her, man. This is
Lene,
ridiculous.
this is why I have, like, Lene, you're making
Yes,
some good
Solomon. So that's fine. But what I
you're
won't
making some
stand
good
for,
arguments. One second, you're making some good arguments, but now you're just repeatedly interrupting, and we're not getting anywhere.
so I'm
Yeah, and
stopping.
then you'll be able to debunk his claim once your turn to respond. Like, this is how it works. So let him finish, make his point, and then you can respond, and then you can debunk it and be like, I didn't say that, so that's just useless, or whatever you want to say. Go ahead, Rob.
It is the telltale sign of someone that knows they have a poor argument to continually interrupt and then try to nitpick the time what they're saying. I'll leave you in the audience. I know most of Suleiman's audience will be overwhelmingly against me on the overall position, but if you're trying to be good faith here, what she's saying is, Andrew massively changed his position. And what I'm telling you is there's a difference between 2 to 3 days after this murder when everyone has significant questions versus when the state releases an overwhelming amount of evidence, such as confessions, pictures, DNA evidence, witness testimonies, including police officers that saw license plate, at least 2 of them, a Turning Point USA person that saw Tyler Robinson identified him, statements apparently from family friends and that possibly point to the parents having a conversation, statements that show people on Discord that identified him, fingerprints, palm prints, DNA, etc. All of this stuff, once the state outlines all that evidence and saying, oh, this is quite compelling now, that doesn't prove someone's bad faith or that someone's doing anything untoward. Even in the debate, Andrew admits, I absolutely could change my mind. And it was Candace that said 0%. 0% is easy to understand. That means I cannot change my mind. Then she mistakenly tries to say, but I could change my mind later, showing she doesn't even understand what 0% means. Nonetheless, Andrew was very clear. He said, you know what could cause me to change my mind? Evidence. So he's not saying that he's unwilling to have questions or look at specific things. The idea that it's somehow a gotcha because 2-3 days after the murder, a guy had specific questions and now he's like, you know what? I think the state's evidence is pretty compelling right now and overwhelming. I don't see what the contradiction is.
I just got a super chat, Lene. I feel bad saying this, but someone said here is £100 just to get her to shut up and not let her talk her again. And I think this guy's got the same opinion.
Yes, I'll keep going so you can make more money.
Yeah, he's like, and the funny thing is, he's actually got I think he's got the same opinion as you, because Rob is actually right. The vast majority, overwhelming majority of my audience is likely got the same position as Candace. Obviously, you guys know I'm not exactly with Candace. I'm more towards not in the middle, but more towards Candace, but not completely, like, like slightly more towards it. But again, I understand that my theory's not got huge amount of evidence, and I've not been following it for the last so many months. But just on what you said, Rob, just to clarify, and again, did she not say her view is it's 0% that she believes is Tyler Robinson right now? So if you believe it's 0% right now, that doesn't mean that you don't believe that it could go to 10% or 20% later, right? Or did she say something else?
No, 0% means no chance.
Right now.
No. But what does that mean right now? Like, for example,
With
think
the
about
evidence
this.
that they have.
Wait, Suleiman, right? If the evidence that they have right now exists, you agreed exists, right?
Yeah, there is that. Based on the current evidence you're talking about, right? Yeah.
Right. So we have evidence right now. Regardless of what you think about it, we have evidence. And she's like, based on that evidence, there is no chance, right? That's what 0% means, right?
Exactly.
Then there's no evidence that later could come around and change that, because if based
not necessarily,
on
you could have evidence that's stronger, right? Rob?
No, that's not true, because if it's 0% given the evidence we have now, that means that there is no chance. If you say, well, evidence could come about that it could make me change my mind, then it can't be 0% right now. You can't say there is no chance that it's Tyler Robinson and then later say, oh, okay, actually new evidence. That would mean you'd say it's 1% or it's 0.5%. You'd say, I guess it's unlikely that it's him right now based on what we see, but something could come about. That can't be 0%.
I don't agree. I understand logically the argument you're making. You're basically trying to say that you cannot be certain.
Correct.
And then move away from certainty. But
Correct.
I actually disagree. You can logically move away from certainty. For example, you could be habitually certain about, for example, the existence of God. Certainty requires 100%. And then you could then say, actually, now new evidence has come or new belief has come or whatever it may be. And now I'm not 100% anymore. Now I'm 98% or whatever. Now it's no longer certainty. So you could be 0% now, meaning you are certain, habitual certainty, obviously, that it isn't Tyler Robinson. And then you could end up seeing, I don't know, some kind of, like physical, visual, I don't know, contestable evidence that there's a video of Tyler Robinson, his face shooting directly and in front of him is Charlie Kirk, and then you're like, actually, now it's gone above 0%. So I'm not backing up Candace here. I'm just trying to say
Solomon,
logically.
she clarified that
or
in the
even him
debate.
admitting during trial that he did this. That could literally be something too.
No, I disagree fundamentally. I think that if you're 100% certain God exists and you later change your mind based on whatever evidence exists, then you were mistaken that you were 100%. Because if you leave open the possibility, and this is the difference, it's not as if she's saying, oh, I'm 0% chance it was his and nothing will ever convince me. And then she later corrects herself and says, I was mistaken. She's saying, I'm 0% chance and here is what could convince me, which means that she has two contradictory thoughts in her head at the
She
same
said
time.
with what the
Please,
evidence
let me
that they
finish.
provided right now.
I'm telling
That's
you
what she
that's
said.
what we're talking about.
That's Lune,
Yeah, go ahead, Rob.
you
I
didn't.
get your point. I
Lune,
I disagree with it, but I get your point.
Yeah, and so all I'm trying to say is it is contradictory to say I have 100%, 0% is another way of saying 100% confidence it couldn't have been him, and also here's how it could have been him. Those are contradictory claims. That's all I'm saying.
I disagree. No, I get your point. I just disagree. I don't think they're contradictory. I think.
Oh, shoot. I accidentally left the space. Oh, shit. That's no good. Where's that at? Well, piss. That was an accident. I was trying to close a different tab and I accidentally closed that one. Can I Lune, you keep interrupting to make points that you're
Position is that that's contradictory with her initial claim. And I'm saying it's not contradictory, and then that's the kind of discussion we're having. It is based on, can one logically be habitually certain on something and therefore later not have certainty? Rob's argument is then you were never certain in the first place, and I'm saying actually you could be certain.
I see.
And then that's the argument. So
if I could just have the last point. I obviously we disagree, fine. I think I'll stand behind logically what that means, but I will say I find it ironic, not you particularly, Solomon, but the people that want to say overwhelming must mean more than 75 to 85%, and they'll hang their hat on that's a reason Andrew Wilson lost the debate, that will be infinitely charitable about what 0% means. Overwhelming is a subjective term that could mean all sorts of things to different people. 0% is not subjective. The average person knows that 0% means no chance. And so the fact that we'll parse with Candace and say, well, actually 0% could mean that there's a chance. But with Andrew, it's like, oh, there's no chance. Overwhelming could mean 75 to 85%. It just seems like some motivated reasoning for people that want to be Team Candace, that want to make those sorts of arguments usually. So.
Yeah. Anybody respond to that? Because I'm not Team Candace, so I'm just like
no, because
Renee, you're her biggest fan. Why don't you defend her?
No, I'm just saying I do defend Candace because I think she's correct, but I'm just saying that you
can you guys hear now?
With what the evidence has been presented, he was 75 to 85% certain that their case convicts Tyler Robinson, or suggests that he did it, and she's like, with the evidence presented, I'm 0%. So I get that. I'm not with what they've presented to me. I'm at 0% too.
Right, because Rob, like Solomon's saying, if they ended up showing like during the trial or something the 4K imaging of Tyler, and you can see literally like you just know that he's the guy that pulled the trigger, you can see the gun, you can see all of that kind of stuff, and then Candace still says, I have 0%, like I believe 0% that Tyler Robinson took the shot, then it's kind of like, okay, like that would be enough evidence to convince anybody that Tyler Robinson did it. Do you see how that can
I'll take
otherwise?
I'll take one more stab, and let me be clear. Like, I have my opinions on this. It's just sort of a tangential conversation, but happy to engage in it. What I'll say is 0% means it's impossible. So we have a bunch of evidence. We have the DNA evidence, we have the messages, etc., right? You know, you all know the evidence that we have, right? She's looking at that and says, I'm not convinced. I don't think it could be him. I think a charitable reading of that would say, it's not convincing to me. I have very low probability this is true. But the fact that I acknowledge that evidence may exist that would cause me to change my mind means that I can't say that it's impossible that it was him. And if I can't say it's impossible that it was him, I can't see 0%. And I think what happens is us on our side, and because we're not hyperbolic and we actually understand like how probability and things like that work, it's actually to our disadvantage, because to a lay audience, they might say, well, one side's 100% convinced it couldn't have been Tyler Robinson, whereas the other side's only 85%. But that's because we're acknowledging like, hey, we're willing to accept new evidence could arise. Right now, the evidence looks like it's him. It looks pretty compelling, but anything could happen. There could be other evidence that arises. So we say something like 85%. I suppose if we wanted to be like you, we'll say we're 100% as confident that's him, but a bunch of evidence could come across that would change our mind. You would rightfully be like, well, then how could you be 100% confident that it's him? So I think that it's just a misunderstanding of probability. And the last thing I'll say about this is I think you see this all through the people more on your side.
On that point, by the way, I'm in agreement with you. I think being 0% for me logically doesn't make sense. But that being said, don't you think that's kind of a failure on Andrew's side that he didn't actually smash her on that point? And like you, and I actually do think that you've been doing. I've heard you on these two spaces, not to cause friction amongst the Crucible crew, but hearing you in these two spaces and comparing it to how Andrew did in this debate, like you've done exponentially better than what Andrew did. And so that's what you pulled out is one example where if it was me, I would have like absolutely honed in on that and been like, wait, do you mean 0%? Like it just makes no sense that you would be 0% at this point. I totally agree with you, but isn't that a weakness from Andrew's side that he didn't actually
well, just a couple things. I'll be very brief with this. First, thank you for your kind words. I appreciate that. Second, of course, I'm better than Andrew. I'm just kidding. It's easy after the fact, right?
Bro, you were cheating in the debate. Like I was watching it, right? And Andrew would go off on the tangent and like be struggling, and the next thing you'd be like, "Oh, Andrew's team, Rob, has got a new image," and then you redirect him and actually give him some good talking point. Like you were probably the second place in that debate, bro.
The amount of fact checking that I was attempting to get through to Patrick Bet-David was quite extensive compared to Candace's team. But nonetheless, what I'll say is I think Andrew did a tremendous job, but there was clearly things that he could have done better. The same is true of even like all of us, I'm sure, could look back in our performance in this very space and say, shucks, I should have said this. So that happens, but I'm not really trying to compare. I'll only say this to finish this up. Like, sure, Andrew could have made this probability claim better. He went there with a mission, was to try to get her to defend the theories that she's been talking about, including the theory that it's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy. She didn't present any evidence, to my knowledge, to that case. And so mission accomplished, but he could have done better on other things. I do think, though, that this little meta conversation exists. It shows something, and that is that there is a problem with people on this side of the debate that have this problem with like probabilities, where they'll think if something is plausible, that somehow means that it's like an equal probable theory, which just isn't true. I mean, it's plausible.
So you are claiming that us on this side on my side of the debate that we have we lack logic and common sense and probability, understanding of probability.
I'm saying
you guys
what's your probability that it's not
us?
Tyler then, Rob?
I would probably put it, I'm a little more confident than Andrew. I'd say I'm 90% certain that it's Tyler. But let me turn the question to you. To all of
even less.
Let me ask you all. Do you think there's enough evidence for probable cause to take Tyler Robinson to court, to trial?
To trial, yes.
Okay.
Although it is hearsay, I think they're going to do it.
Yeah, it's hearsay.
Well, no.
It is hearsay, and that's a problem.
But
I don't think they did a good job, but it's going to go to trial.
But Joe, real quick, that wasn't quite my question. I do appreciate that answer, and I think you're right. My question isn't, do you think it will go to trial? I'm saying, in your own personal belief, do you believe, with all of the questions you have, that there is probable cause to go to? So if you were the one who got to decide, would you say, I'm convinced there's enough evidence here for probable cause? I'm not asking if you think they will say that. I'm saying, would
if I was the one doing
Rob, here's the thing. If I looked
real
at,
quick.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. I was just going to say, if I was the one doing the investigating, I wouldn't have stopped with the few clues that they have. I would have done deeper investigation. But also, I just wanted to
That's
compliment
not
you,
the
Rob,
question, though.
because it sounds like your voice healed
It
from
did.
last space that you
Yes.
had. It sounds so much better. I don't
What?
know what was going on back then.
Well,
Why do
I've
you
been
guys say there's
debating.
only? Hold on. Why do you guys say there's only hearsay? There's plenty of evidence that
No,
is
Hold on.
that's what
not
they
hearsay.
need.
Can I answer? Can I answer,
That's what they
Rob,
need
please?
in Utah for the preliminary.
Look,
There's
the
not just
message.
hearsay.
Okay, the message from the parents that the parents said that he basically told them that he's somewhat involved was hearsay. The
That's not
messages.
all the evidence.
Hold on, I didn't finish, did I?
Okay, so
the bullet entering
is
is
everything hearsay?
Hold on, can I finish? If
Well,
I
I'm
finish,
asking
you'll
you, is
hear it.
everything hearsay?
If you don't shut up, you'll never hear it.
Dude, answer the question. Is everything hearsay?
Is
Yes or
everything
no?
hearsay? No, not everything is
Okay,
hearsay.
thank you. Perfect.
There's photographs in the stairwell. That is inference, not hearsay. So there's a difference, right? Still inference, right? You're inferring that the guy in the parking lot with the maroon shirt is the same guy in the stairwell. I'll guarantee you, if I put 100 people and go, is this guy the same or not the same, with two completely different characters, so that they don't relate it to Tyre Robinson, and
Is DNA
they weren't
hearsay?
propaganda. Degraded DNA on the thing is on his own gun is not hearsay.
Okay,
And like
also
I
not
said,
hearsay.
it's
Thank
not-
you.
Yeah, but
Thank
I
you.
didn't say it was all hearsay. I don't know if you heard well.
Well, you chimed in when somebody was saying everything was
The
hearsay.
question was to me, and I chimed in. So I said I was going to talk about the evidence. The bullet, again, the bullet in the neck, inconclusive if it's a 30-06. The DNA around the gun, yes, it has 5 people's DNA. One of them is Tyler. Most of it is Tyler, but when it comes to the trigger, only Tyler's DNA is the most degraded on the trigger, which is very difficult to explain.
I can
Especially
explain
since
that
need
for
to
you,
pull it-
but
hold on, especially since you need to pull a trigger. The witnesses of seeing him and not seeing him in his car or not the car, different stories. The story about Discord came out and said, no, this was not planned on Discord. FBI changed their story and now there's a confession on Discord. Although, from what we understand, his family said that he was at the police station early afternoon. These messages happened almost at night. So yeah, there's a lot of discrepancies and there's a lot of hearsay. Yes, there's DNA on things. To me, the only thing so far that has actually been presented that to me is like could be Tyler, right? Is the screwdriver. The screwdriver being on the roof, if it is on the roof, because we hear reports that maybe it was actually next to the roof, not on the roof, does have Lance Twiggs and Tyler Robinson's DNA. So, and that's the only 2 pieces of DNA that's there. So one of those 2.
This is a long.
We're more than likely near the
long
roof.
way to answer if he thinks there's probable
So
cause.
does that satisfy Lune, who says that everything is hearsay?
I think
no
when she
one
says
said
that, she's
that.
just being
Do you see
dramatic.
how? No, I didn't say that either. I said when it comes to preliminary hearing, all they need is hearsay. So what are you guys like? You guys put a lot of
No.
words in
Oh,
people's
now
mouths.
you're
It's fucking
changing
weird.
it. Now you're saying
I
all they
never said
need
that.
is
Listen, this
hearsay.
space
Okay.
is recorded,
Interesting.
so anyone, and I know what your guys' tactics are, but anyone can rewind it and hear it. So I will clarify it for you since your ears are clogged. I never said that. What I said was in the preliminary hearing, all you need is hearsay as far as Utah goes. Got it? Understand? Understand?
So let
Are
me.
you listening?
No.
Bit of a
That's
smash there. Okay, so
if I can real quick, Joe, I just wanted
before
to
you go, Rob,
sure, I'm sorry.
1 second, just literally 1 second. I want to thank Joe for the super chat, $20 super chat. He said, "I like Lune. She stays cheese," and he gave a $20 cheese. Cheese is the place to be now, guys. You can give your best creator cheeses, no matter what platform they're on, and the creator gets most of it. Like like YouTube right now. For example, Trader sent me £100. We're gonna get what, like 60 or 70 pound of that. If he sent me his cheese, I would have got what, like 93 pound of that or something. So golden. Anyway,
By the way, so when I saw like speakers that if someone goes to a speaker's comment and they just put cheese, you pay the speakers, which is like,
oh my god,
always
all
been
these
weird to me that speakers can't benefit from being on spaces. Like people
Oh my
like
god, all these
Lunet
cooks are
who on
gonna start
Spaces all
sending
day.
Lunae bare money, bro. Wait a sec. I want them to send it to me. All these, all
If it
these,
goes to me, I'm sending it to you,
all
Sullivan.
these simps are gonna send it to her rather than me. Then why you're not selling it? You're deselling it. Okay, Rob. Go
Thanks,
ahead.
Joa. Nope, it's all going to you, Solomon. I promise.
Joe,
Go ahead, Joe.
I'm happy to talk about any of the pieces of evidence you want. I just wanted to get clarification. Given the problems you have with the evidence and how you've outlined it, you personally, not if you think, we all agree that they're going to have a trial, that the judge is going to rule probable cause. My question is it sufficient for you, in your opinion? If you were this judge, would you say this is sufficient for probable cause? And I understand you outlined a lot of problems with evidence and what the evidence is, but I'm just asking you quite clearly, is it enough for probable cause for you?
Look, if no, and I'll tell you why. If they would have presented the parents' testimony, I would have said, and they said that Tyler confessed to them, I would have said 100% yes. If Lance Twiggs would have said, "Oh yes, that's definitely Tyler Robinson," I would have said yes. Those two pieces of hearsay, I would have said yes. All the other hearsay is, it's more so inference than even hearsay, and inference is worse. Like everyone's saying that's Tyler on the stairwell, when his lover is not 100% sure it's just because of the clothes, right? His parents, why wouldn't they present that evidence? Like, if you really think about it, Rob, if you were on the other side, right, would you be convinced that it matches the gun? He confessed to people, or that people are identifying him. None of that is happening, right? It's a lot of kind of looks like him. It looks like his pants. I don't recognize the hat though.
You see, I asked him a simple question, and we go off on this filibuster. So I ask him a question, he filibusters, doesn't answer. I ask him a question, he answers and filibusters.
The pants.
So when do I get a chance to actually?
If he's saying, "Oh, I 100% identify Tyler," or "I 100% identify the pants," you can't tell from that testimony, right?
Okay,
And no one even pushes back because he can't be cross-examined. The parents' evidence, which is to me the most damning evidence, is never presented. Don't you think like that should have been presented? Wouldn't that be like case closed?
It was presented.
If I may,
it was not, Blue Sky,
please, if I may.
Rob will tell you it was not.
So just to be clear, I want to say, so there's a lot to say here, and I'm happy to get into all these specific things, but I think there's an important overarching framework to have here, and I welcome everyone to their opinions. I don't think anyone on here has been crappy in any way whatsoever. I'm enjoying the conversation, but let me be clear. In the world of people that like sort of are looking at this more in an objective stance, this isn't close. The probable cause is immense. It's way more. In fact, one of the reasons
what's the evidence that convinces you, Rob?
Now, please, let me outline. I could outline the entire case if you like, right? But what I'm telling you is, it was so overwhelming that the state was able to hold back things that they didn't even have to present. Like they have the metadata from the phone. They have Google Maps data. They have,
but it wasn't presented.
But let me finish. What I'm saying is they didn't even have to present it because the probable cause is overwhelming. And so when we know that that's how most attorneys are going to look at it, and most people that aren't heavily invested in sort of being skeptical and thinking that there could be this overarching conspiracy views it, you should really question what puts me as an outlier here that I don't even think there's probable cause, let alone think that there's more likely than not evidence. Because the burden for probable cause is merely this. Is there a compelling did a crime get committed, and is there compelling reason to believe, or is there decent reason to believe that this person committed it? Even if you have 4 competing theories that are each equally likely, that would still be probable cause. And so, like, a lot of the things you're saying, like, seem like anomalies to lay people, but it's actually not. The reason I'm convinced that there's probable cause is because all of the evidence works in tandem to tell a compelling story that's the same way. For example, we have.
But Rob, can you give me one piece of what is most convincing to you? Because you keep making the statement that it's overwhelming, but I don't see it that way, and there's a lot of people listening who don't see it that way. So please lay out what is overwhelming to you.
Wait, hold on. Can I ask you in this way, Rob? Do you feel like the state has provided enough evidence to rule out that there was anyone else working with Tyler and that it was only just Tyler? I don't know if I asked that properly, but basically, do you have enough reason to believe that it was only Tyler involved and he was the person that made the shot, nobody else was involved? Do you believe that wholeheartedly?
I believe that it's most likely the case that it was only Tyler, but it's not the state even attempting to provide that. So there's so many.
So that was
Please.
actually the reason why
Oh
I
my
asked
goodness.
that question. The
Okay.
reason why I asked that
Oh my
question, Rob,
goodness.
is because
A
the
bit
state
absurd
did not
here.
bother. Wait. So hold on. Let me say what I'm trying to say.
Sure,
please.
I'll
You
answer
said-
all three persons' large tangents at one time again. I will attempt to do that. But
Okay, so
please
you
go
go
for
on.
it.
I'm just trying to follow up with
What
why I
it's a
asked you
fundamental
that.
misunderstanding of our legal system. It has never been the intent of the state when prosecuting someone to have to affirmatively prove that there was no one else that was involved. For example, the state may well charge someone tomorrow and say, we think this person helped provide ammunition to Tyler Robinson or helped convince Tyler Robinson to kill. That doesn't mean that anything that the state has brought forth against Tyler Robinson is untrue and that Tyler Robinson doesn't have probable cause to go. So when you ask me, do I overwhelmingly believe, it's sort of irrelevant to the conversation. It's clearly, please let me finish. It's clear that there's probable cause. When it comes to the specific evidence, we've heard a litany of problems with the evidence. My argument is that there are compelling things on their own that would be probable cause, such as the DNA on the rifle, the screwdriver, the towel, the confessions, etc. A lot of things that you said, Joe, I just fundamentally disagree with your interpretation of the facts there. If you like, I'll outline my case really quick. I've written it on my phone in the past. They have him on video in the garage, moving across campus, coming back to campus with a hoodie, with a stiff.
But you don't know him, Rob.
Please,
no one
please.
has. No one.
Again, if I can, you went through. I just what I want to say is, twice now you've gone through a litany of problems you have with the evidence. I didn't interrupt you. I had problems with each and every part of what you said, but I let you go and outline your case. All I'm trying to do is have the same courtesy. That seems fair.
I'll save it to the end. I thought it would be easier to go one by one, but
I felt the same about your laundry list, but I let it go. So I will make the case. They have what appears to be him on video in the garage, moving across campus, coming back to campus in a hoodie with a stiff right leg and something rifle-sized in his pant leg, climbing the stairs to the roof, moving across the roof to the position of 40 seconds before the shot, running off the roof, going to the wooded area where the rifle was found. They have video we haven't seen of him going to scope out the wooded area before the shooting. Officers ID'd him from the footage, so did Lance Twiggs, and said it was him in the footage, and he turned himself in. Plus, his car is distinctive, and they ran its place. It was on campus in the AM, and then the morning of the 11th, where he was trying to get the rifle. He confessed through text messages, Discord, and a goodbye note. Also, the parents, though we haven't seen them in court, said in the charging documents that they had these conversations where he basically confessed. He also turned himself in. Confessions contain key details, which likely means they're true, such as what the rifle was, the engravings were on the bullet, the location of the drop site, etc. Lance Twiggs testified and verified that the messages and gave testimony regarding Tyler Robinson, saying he did it. The DNA on the rifle, the towel, the screwdriver, and the roof all belonged to Tyler Robinson. The tool used to engrave the bullets was loaned to Tyler Robinson by Lance Twiggs. The test engraved round in Tyler Robinson's home on targets he was firing on, 30-06 soft points, consistent with the ballistic report that it was a 30 cal that killed Charlie Kirk, and the medical examiner's report to the extent we've seen it, that it fragmented, hit his neck and spine. We have testimony of officers and medical examiners consistent with the angle of the bullet location in the shot. We have people like someone from Turning Point USA that said that he recognized him. We have people in the Discord that said that the pictures looked like Charlie Kirk. All of that points, and most of this evidence corroborates itself. For example, if you were to fake the Discord message or the confession, how would someone faking it know unless they were either involved in a grand conspiracy or actually involved in the shooting themselves, know the details of what was carved on the bullets? Like when he said, "I'll die if UWU bulge" is said on Fox News. So all of that evidence overwhelmingly points to probable cause. If the only argument against that is, why have questions about specific evidence, or there could be a grand conspiracy, that wouldn't disprove probable cause. That's stuff that you could prove. To the specific points you want, why didn't they do this? Why didn't they do that? They didn't have to, because the probable cause is overwhelming. And anyone who's an honest broker or knows anything about the legal system will tell you, this is not even close. It is a slam dunk for probable cause. He will have his day in court. They'll have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. But at this stage in the game, we have far met that metric. The last thing I'll say on this, remember, it was the prosecution that wanted more evidence released publicly and the defense that fought to have this evidence released publicly. So all they had to do was release things that was enough to give probable cause, which they more than met that metric just probably with the DNA evidence. I'm happy to talk, like there's specific things you're saying that I disagree with, the degraded DNA, the fact that his parents aren't in an official document, that it's hearsay that they talked. I disagree with all of those things. Happy to go through them one by one.
Okay, Rob.
Okay, not
Rob,
one by
real
one.
quick.
No, Lene, I'm responding. Look, you just gave me a laundry list, and then now you're saying I'm willing to go through them one by one with you. So now you don't want me to give you a laundry list that I need to store in memory to all.
But you already gave a laundry list twice.
Hold on. I'm going through your list that you just gave. Okay, you said probably Tyler Robinson. You don't know that, right? And even his own boyfriend couldn't identify him except for his shirt and jeans, but not his hat, not his sneakers, right? Correct?
He said that the last two pictures, let me finish. He said the last two pictures definitely look like him. And for probable let me finish.
Before.
He said
Rob,
it first.
You're snipping out only what you want to hear.
No.
Be honest.
No, you're snipping out only what you want to hear. Yes,
no,
sir.
I don't. I'm playing the whole thing.
Listen,
the whole
did
thing
he say
was I can't tell it's Tyler, maybe. And by the clothes, maybe.
What did he say in the last two?
The last two, definitely.
Okay, that's the point I'm saying. That's a positive identity. And let me be clear, real quick. Then I promise.
You don't know.
Let me be clear.
What happened to you not speaking over me?
But that's what you're doing to me, as well.
It was my turn to go through your laundry list.
Wait, you just asked me to say, and I did, and I accurately said he said that definitely looked like him, the last two, and you're like, yeah, but previously he said he wasn't sure. I agree, both of those things are true.
What were the last two images of him
Him in the parking garage, I believe.
Yeah, same thing. It was the one.
It was him in his room, wasn't it?
No,
it was the stairwell.
Yeah,
it's the stairwell photo. They only had pictures of the stairwell photo at the time. He said he couldn't identify them even after looking at all the pictures. They scrolled up and down several times. He goes, maybe because of the clothes. I don't recognize the hat. The final two, definitely. This is what he says.
Definitely.
So does the final, hold on. So does the final two mean definitely his clothes or definitely Tyler Robinson? I don't know. You're inferring that it's him saying it's Tyler Robinson because you want it to be that. Okay.
No,
then you talk. Hold on. Let me finish.
I just want to say what.
Can I didn't ask a question. No.
Okay.
Because you didn't let me either.
Okay, I'll respond to your laundry list with another laundry list when you first gave a laundry list. That's fine. I don't mind.
Okay. Then you said it's him on the roof. No one's identified him on the roof. You're saying it's him on the roof, right? Not a single person has said, "Oh, that's definitely Tyler on the roof," because you can't see who is on the roof, right? So again, you're putting in evidence that doesn't exist, right? Then you're saying that the stairwell that goes to the roof, there's people. That's actually the thing that Lance Twiggs is saying he can't identify, right? Or at least he's saying he looks like his clothes, but not his hat. Blah blah blah. The bullet. You say, oh, it matches the bullet. No, it's a 30 cal, but they don't know if it's a 30-06. Then you said about the engravings. Just because jackets are engraved, which by the way, you think he engraved 6 bullets because apparently there's evidence that he engraved these bullets 6 months ago. He didn't just engrave them when they found out Charlie Kirk was going there. So the engraving has nothing to do with the shooting. But you are saying that it does because the engraved bullets match. What do they match? The bullet that went into the Charlie Kirk? No, you can't tell that, right? So yes, someone can have engraved bullets. Doesn't mean they pulled the trigger. Then you speak about the DNA and you say you disagree with the degraded DNA. The ATF officer has said that Tyler Robinson's DNA is the most degraded on the trigger. You're disagreeing with actual physical evidence, but you're
disagreeing with the interpretation of that.
On the roof when no one has said that they've identified that it was Tyler Robinson on the roof because no one can actually ID him. So constantly you're saying things are overwhelming evidence when the only thing you give overwhelming to are things that you are inferring and things that are actual evidence, physical evidence, you're saying you disagree with.
Okay, if I may, what happened is twice you've given a laundry list of problems you have with the evidence. Twice. I sat back quietly. You would give that list, then 3 or 4 other speakers would talk. I didn't respond to that list. Then you did that once. Then again, you gave a laundry list. I said, allow me to give the counter laundry list to the evidence. Then you were like, well, in response to you, let me finish. Please, why are you so bad at this, Lune? Thank you, Joe, for sitting. That is exactly what. That is exactly what happened. People
She is right, though. That definitely didn't happen.
Okay,
I responded to your laundry.
Suleiman, did at one point Joe has said before we brought up other speakers, he went through a list. He went through a list. Then he did it again.
He didn't go through a list. He just asked you if you believe
you are so bad at this.
Reason.
You are a detriment to this entire place.
I'm so
please
bad at
be
paying
quiet.
attention.
Please be quiet. I'm going to.
1 second, guys. Just go, Rob, just go ahead. Just make your point.
Yes, I'm going to go back through on my channel and put a clip of this and embarrass you guys because this happened twice.
Please.
That you gave a list of this, and it starts to become troubling when you people can't remember what you just said 2 or 3 minutes ago. All I was trying to do was give a counter list. I said I'm happy to go things one by one. You don't want to do that. That's fine. So let's pick out some of the things you said. What I'm saying about the video evidence is it's not that there needs to be 100% 4K evidence that it was him. It's that this evidence shows that someone that looked like him, so much so that people like on his Discord chat said it looked like him, that his parents thought it looked like him, that Lance Twiggs thought it looked like him. You're right. At first he said, I'm not sure, but he said those last two, definitely. It doesn't matter if we could 100% prove that that's him in the pictures for 2 reasons. One, we wouldn't need to meet that bar for probable cause. And secondly, when all of the other evidence points to it, for example, it looks like him, you can't say that it couldn't be him from those photos. And so then when we see a screwdriver with his DNA on the roof, those pieces of evidence work in tandem to say, that makes sense. The guy that looks like Tyler Robinson, that showed up in the car that looked like Tyler Robinson, that had the plate that was Tyler Robinson's, that went in the area where it looked like that person in the picture was going, then had a screwdriver that had the DNA of Tyler Robinson. That heavily suggests probable cause, at least, and very compelling evidence that Tyler Robinson was on the roof. This is backed up further by the fact that we saw a police officer that identified him from the pictures and said it looked like him, and a Turning Point employee that said, yes, Tyler Robinson came up to us beforehand and talked to us about that. So all of that backs up that he was on location. The specific bullet type, yes, you're right, they were unable because of the fragmentation of the bullet to say it came from this specific gun. However, what they were able to show was it came from a 30 cal, which a 30-06 is one. There's no other gun on the scene that's been acknowledged that would be capable of taking this shot. So the fact that a gun that quite literally would be the caliber necessary to take this shot and hasn't been rolled out and is in fact confirmed as the caliber of gun that would be necessary has the DNA on it proves it. You talk about degraded DNA. I'm not denying that they said degraded DNA, but give the full picture. They also said in a 1 in a million chance, and it actually could have been higher, he was the major contributor to DNA to that gun. In addition, the degraded DNA does not speak whatsoever to the timing of the person that held the DNA. Now, what laymen will do is this. They say, if the DNA on the trigger was more degraded, that means that someone must have touched it after Tyler Robinson did, but that's not the case at all. If you look up the medical literature on this, there is no timing whatsoever that's to be inferred by degraded DNA. In fact, the degraded DNA most likely points to the fact that it was him that touched it last, even though I'll fully concede that scientifically we could never make that judgment. The reason for this is there's different types of things that could be DNA. For example, blood could give DNA, or skin cells, or sweat. If, as the state's alleging, that this gun was in his pants, etc., he was probably sweating heavily. He probably then sweating on that and then leaving the gun out in the elements was most likely to have that sweat leave DNA, but then become more degraded. In addition to that, he probably used the towel that he had to wipe it, which would degrade that DNA. Seeing as how the medical literature doesn't make any connection whatsoever to anything about the timing of degraded DNA, it's just an assertion that people make. I find that skeptical. But again, you're not someone who specializes in this, and the people that are say there is no correlation whatsoever with degraded DNA. When it comes to the engravings on the bullet, you're incorrect. We actually see that Lance Twiggs said that he was engraving those bullets probably a month before, so I think the timing of that puts mid-August is what the state says, that Lance Twiggs said he lent him the Dremel and was drilling it in mid-August. The important part, though, is the confession backs up exactly what was written on the bullets. When it comes to the idea of the parents being hearsay, if you look at the charging document, which the police would be forced to, under oath, right, put what was said to them. Here's what the charging document says.
Robinson's mother stated the following to police.
There is no way that
please,
Joa asked
Lune,
you all of these questions, and yet you are still talking.
Please, would you please be quiet? Jonah gave a laundry list off my laundry list that was responding to his laundry list of problems he had with the evidence.
Points, dude. Last time I gave 3 points too. You go on to 20. That don't make sense.
Let you guys are all night. Let Rob go.
Let me finish.
What do you mean? 1 second. Guys, honestly, this is getting really boring. I was going to let Rob finish and then I was going to go 1-to-1 point, but it is going on for a while. It's just getting so boring. Like, I get, Rob, I don't disagree with your point. I don't disagree with your argument, but it's really getting boring. Let's take 1 point at a time. So
that's what I wanted to do, by the way.
Yeah, let's do it now.
Okay.
So, Joe, specifically that 1 point, in terms of the visual evidence, specifically, what's your counter to that?
The visual evidence, none of us here had a relationship with Tyler Robinson that I know of, so we can't identify him, of course. Okay.
Except maybe Sam Parker. Jokes.
Yeah. The only people that can identify him are people who know him. His own lover says he couldn't identify him except maybe by his clothes. This is what he said on stand. Then he says the last two definitely. That leaves it up in the air if he definitely identifies him or if he definitely identifies his clothes. It does not state it because he was not allowed to be cross-examined, which probably would have helped. So yeah, the visual evidence, the pictures of someone in the garage, by any scale measures that have been done and things like that, it is a guy who is way wider than him.
True.
He is not as skinny as him, probably has about 20 pounds on him, and they're saying this is the same person. The person on the roof, you can't tell who it is, right? It looks like a black figure, right? Not a black person, but it's just like a shadow of a figure. You can't see who it is, so you can't identify that. We do know he does a military crawl. We don't know if Tyler had any military training for him to be doing that or not. We've been told that he's actually pretty much a lousy shot. Even the prosecution
Holy shit.
is now
I thought we weren't doing a laundry
Tyler
list.
Robinson was a lousy
I thought we were doing 1-to-1. Just saying.
On.
Now we're moving on to his shot, not just the pictures.
He said the visual. He said, yeah, okay, you're right about the visual evidence.
Just keep it to the visual. Just keep it to the visual, guys, please.
I gave
honestly,
the arguments.
It's gonna get really boring because, like,
I gave the evidence about the
getting
visual.
bored, and I'm like, I should end the space. So just keep it 1-to-1.
I don't mind if I could respond to this. I don't mind keeping it 1-to-1. Just to be fair, so everyone understands, most of this is me arguing with several people. I'm just trying to get equal time and equal chance to outline the alternative theory, which I assume most of your audience wants to hear, because they've probably heard that side. So that's all. I'm happy to do 1-to-1. Like, when it comes to this, there's a few fundamental things that aren't being addressed. One, it doesn't have to be definitively conclusive when this photographic evidence is matching with the other evidence. That would be enough for probable cause and to point likely to this. For example, not to get too afield, but we don't need video of the gun being shot to be able to draw that it is beyond a reasonable doubt. If we had the actual gun that committed the crime with the person's DNA, with a picture that matched the guy, but he was wearing a mask, we wouldn't say, because we don't have a video of the gun being shot and he had a mask on, we can't use that to convict him. That wouldn't be the case. Secondly, the idea that any look at this shows that it would be a person that's too wide, that's not true. That's a fundamental misunderstanding in people that are manipulating photos that don't understand how wide angle lengths go. But if you don't agree with me, I'll make it simple and say this. Tyler Robinson's parents thought it was him. Tyler Robinson's friends on the Discord thought it was him. Lance Twiggs, at best, for your interpretation, said he wasn't sure, but didn't say, that's definitely not him. That's too wide. And on the last two photos said, absolutely, that's him. So given that this adds up, and like just one piece of evidence to add to it, the screwdriver with his DNA, how would it possibly?
To the visual? I thought we were sticking to the visual.
All I'm saying, real quick. Let me finish.
Quick.
Last sentence, I promise. All I'm saying is, when all of the visuals match up with DNA of this dude on the roof, it doesn't matter that we don't have crystal clear 4K of it. We have enough identification, and these photos show that it likely is him, even if it's not proof positive, to match with the other DNA evidence that it was him.
Well, according to Tyler Robinson's grandmother and from what she said, his parents said, and what she said, those images do not look like Tyler Robinson, especially the one where he was walking in front of the cars. And that was out of his grandma's mouth. So
Yeah, not only that, Tyler's saying he didn't do it. I work with a cousin of the Robinsons, and he's saying that Tyler's saying he didn't do it, but he knows who did. So, I mean, and just the fact that you all insinuate that the parents turned him in, but like they're also saying that he never turned his kid in. So, I mean, I just don't understand why you guys go after this Candace. Like, you grown men, and you like just continually go after her, like you beat on her, and it's like, dude, uh, you wish to smite, not you, but like a grown Green Beret wishes to smite her down. I mean, I'm just a layman, but as a layman, like I don't see how you guys just keep going after the fact that he's not a patsy, or he could be a patsy. Dude,
thanks for that.
If I could respond to Lune,
yeah, why do you keep smiting her down?
Okay, I'll leave that to the side. I'm advocating for what I think's the truth. That's what I'm doing. If I could respond, there are claims that are made that I just don't understand. For example, I don't even know how to address. I know someone who knows Tyler. I guess I do too, and he said Tyler said he did it. I mean, what do we even do with that amount of it?
I know.
No. I know that was the other. Of course, that was the other
the guy, Lune.
Oh yeah, he does. He does.
So
right, okay.
You see the point though. Like just hearsay. I think
Sorry,
I know.
yeah.
No problem. I understand. I said I was going to address you. I'm not sure if it's addressing your point or someone else's, Lune. It jumbled together a little. I do apologize for that. But the idea that his grandma said it doesn't look like him, prove it. I don't see any. Let me finish. Let me finish, and then you'll have your chance. Let me finish, and you'll have your chance. Like there are people that are claiming such things, but I haven't seen any proof. I'm happy to look at the proof that you have. Diligent Jennison is someone that I think has had skeptical evidence so far, and I'm unwilling to admit just based on his reporting that the grandparent said that. What I do have is under penalty of perjury and the ability to actually go to jail for a considerable amount of time. The police, in their prosecutor agreement, put this, quote, Robinson's mother stated the following to police. On September 11th, 2025, the day after the shooting, Robinson's mother saw the photo of the shooter in the news and thought the shooter looked like her son. They then go on to explain that she said to them that the father also thought that it looked like the son. So on one hand, we have Diligent Denizen saying, trust me, bro, even though there hasn't been a public statement. The grandparents said the parents don't believe that it looks like him. On the other hand, the official charging documents say that the parents said to police that it looks like him. And if we're trying to figure out a tie for some reason that we think that those two are equal evidence, we'll consider this. Why would the parents not have testified on the behalf of the defense and said, this is all garbage, this is made up, the police are lying in their charging documents, we never said this to them? Why would the defense not bring this up? Why wouldn't the parents not be going to the press right now if the defense didn't bring it up and say, this is an absolute lie, we never said this? How would it even make sense that they were involved with turning in Tyler Robinson, or Tyler Robinson would have been turned in? Think of just, if you give me just a couple seconds here, how would this have went down? Tyler Robinson's just chilling out and decides to go visit his parents and have beef stroganoff. They're throwing the pigskin outside. A family friend comes over and they're like, hey, you know what'd be fun? Let's just head on down to the local precinct and just see what's going on. And then when they get down there, the family friend's like, gotcha, bitch, now we're turning you in. None of it makes sense. It's clear that there was some sort of communication between Tyler Robinson and his parents regarding this possible event. And the most likely explanation is what's put in the charging document, that the parents recognized their son and panicked and called him. So did the people on the Discord messages that Tyler was communicating with. That looks like you, Tyler, LOL. So again, we can speculate based on manipulated photos, and Diligent Denizen secretly talked to the grandparents that won't go on record, and Candace talked to a family friend that won't go on record. Or we could look at the actual statements and evidence we have, and there's a litany of them, and we're not going to buy the just someone on Microsoft Paint stretched out a video to make this person look wider. None of that's good evidence.
About evidence we don't have, actually. Rob, you're talking about evidence we don't have. You just brought up messages that have not been presented in court.
They're in the charging
using hearsay. Yeah, no. But the charging doc is hearsay. On OJ's case, they said that OJ left the city on an emergency flight. Meanwhile, it had been scheduled for 4 months. This was on the charging doc. There was multiple things. The fact that they went into his house. Meanwhile, they had already been in there before they even asked for the warrant. Right? Multiple things on the charging doc that were false. This is why that man got off. Do you understand? This happens a lot. You are using a charging dock, which even the court itself will not allow to use as
Yeah,
evidence, but you are using
it's
it
not
almost as
evidence.
your sole point of evidence.
It's not my sole point of evidence. I said a
It's
lot.
the
Right?
majority.
It is not. Like, you were literally talking just on the photographs right now. I outlined so much evidence that Suleiman said, I'm getting tired of hearing it all. So we're
Wait,
now just focused on
that's what
one piece.
Sully told you to focus
Lune,
on,
you
but
couldn't
you
even.
just brought up the
Lune,
charging dock.
you
You just
couldn't
read it
even.
out for us.
Not
So
only
what are
you
you talking
interrupting
about?
me, Joa, who's actually having a good
Because I'm
conversation with
correcting you.
me.
I can't help myself but correct you every time you
Joa's
make a lie.
Joa's
Sorry.
actually having a good conversation. You even interrupted him. You just can't control yourself. Please.
Rob,
I
you just said that
I
you were only talking about the images. You just
correct.
read to us the charging doc where you claimed that Tyler Robinson's parents turned him in.
Why
What are
did
you
I read
talking
that?
about?
Lune, why
I
do you
don't
think?
know. You were supposed to just
Okay,
be talking about the
listen.
video, the
If you
images, like you said.
if you stop interrupt, listen for a second. You ready? We're talking about whether these photographs and video look like Tyler Robinson. Joe,
Exactly. That's what I thought
right?
we were talking
Now
about.
Okay,
listen,
Lune, can we let Joe
listen.
and Rob talk? Because honestly, I'm getting a lot of complaints. Like you're really derailing now. Joe, Rob, finish your point. Let Joe
Yes,
respond.
Lune. The reason I brought it up, I said
Don't mention a name, please.
even his parents think that it was him. Even the people on the Discord. We are talking about the charging document in the context of, are these photographs him? Here is evidence from people in the charging document saying, yes, it looks like him. So please, Lune, if you can't follow the conversation, please stop interrupting. Now, to the point you're making, Joa, yes, it could be true that things in the charging document could be erroneous, but the reason that in other cases that's been proven is, are you ready? Because the defense brought those arguments up. The defense absolutely definitively knows that this conversation happened between Tyler Robinson and his parents. It absolutely did. They know it. That's why the defense isn't standing up saying, no, the charging document's false. No, this doesn't look like him. They don't want, the prosecution will, if necessary, subpoena the parents. They're going to threaten to put them in prison if they don't testify, because the parents probably won't want to testify against their own child and possibly send him to the death sentence. But the prosecution is likely, if they feel it's necessary, and they may not because the evidence is overwhelming, but they're likely to force them under penalty of going to prison to testify. And I am very sure that what they're going to testify is, yeah, we had a conversation because we were like, that could be our son. That looks like him. In addition,
Rob,
I'll
here you
stop. Go
go.
ahead.
Here you go. Okay, look, you're saying that the defense would have brought it up. Well, what if the defense is like, look, they're gonna go after your son no matter what. We have this piece of evidence that we know that you never said that to the police. Let that go forward, because as soon as that's showed to a jury, your son's let free. You don't, so you're making a lot of assumptions because you have no idea, because we have not actually seen the actual evidence. We have only seen a charging doc. And you're making inference again, what you constantly do. You're making inference once more that their defense attorneys definitely know that that conversation definitely happened, and they're 100% sure. That's why they didn't fight against it. Again, inference. You're not looking at the data. That's why I don't think you're in good faith. Although you come across as a guy that would be in good faith, you're not, because you're constantly using your own judgment to see what this means and that means, and that this definitely means that. But there is no evidence to it. Do you understand? That's why people who are looking simply at the evidence, and look, there's a lot of people on my side that have some really crazy theories. I don't get into the theories. I look at simply, could this be him? Could it not? I'm 40-60. What has happened so far is the only evidence I have been shown is there is DNA on a screwdriver that has Lance Twiggs and has Tyler Robinson. That is the only evidence to this point that places one of those two on the roof, or then you have to prove someone brought it there, one or the other. That's the only thing that proves. So, what does that doesn't prove he pulled the trigger. That doesn't prove it wasn't Lance Twiggs. There's certain people who are saying that looks more like Lance. His own family says it looks more like Lance than Tyler Robinson. So there are a lot of issues here, but you prefer to use your inference to make a judgment that the defense definitely knows that conversation happened, and that's why they're not fighting against it. Blah blah blah. they could be using it to, their kid could be letting it go because you know what? I can say to make the same argument. If the prosecution was so sure that this is a open and shut case, they would have presented the parents' confession about their son confessing to them, and then this definitely would have went to trial. But they didn't present it. So I can make the same inference as you, but I don't do that because I don't judge their actions and assume I know exactly 100% why that's happening. I don't.
Okay.
Neither
so,
do you.
Okay. One, you are making inferences. I'm going to reciprocate and say I was incorrect when I thought you were being good faith. I now think, based on the fact with no reason whatsoever you call me bad faith, shows that actually you are bad faith, especially considering you're unwilling to even admit that there's probable cause. Given that you just said that you're 40-60, that it was Tyler Robinson. Now, the burden, the percentage that you would need to be likely for probable cause is under that 40 to 60 or whatever it is you'd suggest. So the fact that you're unwilling to say that there's even probable cause to have a hearing shows that you have motivated reason to not want Tyler Robinson to even face a trial for his crimes. I think the reason for that is your bad faith. That's why you're calling me bad faith and refusing to look at the vast extent of the evidence. Second, it is not unfair to actually look at the sworn testimony of police under penalty of perjury and being locked up to say that the parents testified to this. To say because it wasn't brought up in the briefing, we can't evaluate that is nonsensical, right? Third, I'll have to look specifically whether the briefing talked about the Discord messages that identified him, but we at least have the positive identification for Lance Twiggs. Fourth, goes in combination with other things we saw like the DNA. And the last thing I'll say is, wasn't it you that was talking about like, oh, well, my inference is that it's too wide. The footage would be it's too wide of a person. How is this not you making an inference as well? It's absurd. What I'm doing is drawing the most likely conclusion to say that there's probable cause to get to this. You're correct that the defense wouldn't necessarily have to bring up every piece of evidence, but think of what you're implying here. Well, it could be the defense absolutely has smoking gun evidence that the police lied, that the parents never said this. But instead of presenting it to the judge, not just as a matter of defense, but as an evidence of police and prosecutorial misconduct, that they are flat out making shit up to arrest this guy, that they have definitive proof that the parents are willing to right now tell the judge, never happened. They lied on the charging document. We never talked to them. We never said this. Instead, they're going to let this kid rot in prison and take their chances that a jury finds that compelling as opposed to going to a judge. A judge, by the way, and a defense that already has pointed out when they thought evidence should be thrown out. For example, the defense team said, hey, that red circle that the prosecution just drew on the surveillance photo, that needs to be taken out. That's like prejudicing the evidence. The judge said, I agree. So the defense is willing to make quabbles about a red circle prejudicing evidence, but they're unwilling to talk about police misconduct and instead willing to roll the dice and keep this kid in prison for a year when they know that the police are flat out lying. This is what I'm talking about. The idea that you want to be like, well, because they didn't bring the parents, just because it was in the prosecution or charging document, this means you're bad faith to even evaluate. It's a nonsensical claim, and it reeks of someone who's desperate to impugn their opponent as opposed to having a good faith conversation.
Hey, Rob, you just said sorry, Selma. Let me just finish it. He said that I made inference on about the two pictures. We know the width of a stairwell. We know the height of a Jeep tire. People have actually analyzed to show that the scale of the person in the garage is not the same scale as the person in the stairwell. Do you understand? That's not inference. That's actually science. So try again, my friend.
You're wrong. They haven't proved that.
I don't inference. I look at actual data.
You're wrong. What happens is people do all sorts of things because they're manipulating the photo. They're making judgments, and you're just accepting it. I accept.
Have you seen that? Have you seen that?
I've seen. Yes, I've seen the people trying to do the stairwell stuff. I've also seen the people like Candace Owens that have put the manipulated photo being more stretched out, where his wrist looks like it's like 6 inches too long and all
She
bent.
showed the unmanipulated photo.
That's not true. The manipulate, again, once more, think of what this would mean. This would mean that Candace Owens was able to figure out that the police intentionally manipulated a photo, and the prosecution. Okay, someone who did. Who did she claim manipulated it? Then what's your theory, Lune? Go ahead.
She just showed that the picture was that the original picture that was shown in the courthouse was compressed. and
It was
she
compressed.
That's a
showed
That's
the
different
exactly.
claim.
original footage
That's a different
And
claim.
we know the camera, and we know the camera they use, and they do not film that
was
way.
mirrored.
So
Okay, so
Exactly.
then someone had to intentionally manipulate the photo, is the claim,
If
correct?
they
Right.
ratioed the photo to a
Okay,
certain
so who
like
was it that intentionally manipulated it?
Ask Candace.
Who do you
I
think?
have no
Okay,
idea.
I'll ask any of you three. Who do you think it could have been that
Rob,
intentionally
I'll tell
probably
you.
had to
manipulated the
have been
photo?
it had
I
to have
can
been the
tell you why.
prosecution. Why wouldn't it have been the prosecution?
It
They're the
would
ones that were
correct.
presenting the
All
evidence.
right, thank you so
Very
much. So
Rob,
let me finish
Rob,
They
my point.
Rob,
compressed.
Rob,
They
Joa,
Rob, here,
did.
please let me finish
let
my.
me answer you,
No,
please. Let me answer you.
I just
You
got
just
an,
asked the
I just
question.
got an
It
answer from I
actually
don't
no,
know.
and
I'll
actually
answer
no,
her,
it had
and
to
then
have
you
been the
could give your
cops
answer. That
because
seems to
that's
be
the thing.
imminently
It
You
had to
asked
have
the
been the
reasonable.
question.
cops because it's the same.
Asked a question for any one of you three. One of you
It had
answered.
to have
I'll
been the cops.
respond, and then you
The
could give a
cops.
different answer if you like.
The
Yes,
cops
that's
did
exactly it.
that, and they gave it to, and they're the ones who played it. But it had to have been the cops that did that because that's what they released to the whole entire world. We're looking for this guy, so they intentionally knew they were releasing to the whole world a very compressed thing. Well, this is a skinny kid with brown hair with this supposed 30-06, and how come nobody's talking about the fact that when they found this supposed 30-06 in
Here
the
we go.
woods,
Off to a
right,
different
that the
topic.
screwdriver was right next to that, according to CNN. They said that they had just gotten that the screwdriver was there. So let's go back to that day too, because everybody
Real
keeps
quick, can
talking
I
about
just
the
ask
Oh
Steven
my
screwdriver.
goodness.
something
Oh my
real quick?
goodness.
So
But
All right.
they compressed
Okay.
the videos. They
Okay.
compressed
so
the
like real
videos
quick.
very early on. They
Okay.
compressed the
Yeah. Okay.
videos
Let's
Okay.
very
get
early
seven
I got
on.
your
people to
point.
give
I
an
got your point.
answer.
Okay.
Yeah.
One
So
second,
like can I
guys.
ask
What's
you a
going on?
question real quick? Do you know
Yeah.
who British Tweet and R is?
British what?
British Tweet and R. He said you know who he is.
British tweet and all.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about.
He's in the request. He said you know who
Okay,
he
thanks
is.
so much for that.
Okay.
Now, if I
Sorry
could say
guys.
to answer this, yes, that's
No problem.
exactly the claim that police or prosecution would have been the ones that had to intentionally manipulate this. The claim is not that they're making, well, this is the unaltered footage that this type of surveillance camera would have. It's a wide angle lens that has sort of a fisheye effect. That's not the claim. The claim is this was intentionally manipulated. So obviously so, the internet sleuths were able to figure it out. This means one of two things. Either A, the defense is grossly incompetent and was incapable of finding out what you all were able to find out online with just simple your knowledge, or B, that the defense knows that it's a slam dunk case of prosecutorial misconduct. The defense spoke up when they thought that the prosecution was manipulating photos by putting red circles on it. The judge agreed and removed that evidence. But for some reason, the defense is allowing their client to rot in jail and the prosecution to fabricate evidence and not speaking up. That's absolute lunacy. There's no.
Rob,
Why would they do
look,
that?
I was 50-50, okay, very early on. Okay. What happened was when he was presented in court to receive his charges, and we were live on Suleiman's space, okay, watching this. I was not watching Suleiman's stream. I was watching the actual
No.
live feed from the courtroom. Okay. And what happened was that footage was edited, okay, of him receiving the charges, of him saying, you killed Charlie Kirk. You're here because you killed Charlie Kirk. And in the broadcast TV footage, he nods yes. In the live feed from the courtroom, he doesn't nod yes until afterwards, which means I acknowledge receiving your statement, not I concur that I killed Charlie Kirk. So even from the very beginning, I'm like, and this is coming from someone who's been in advertising
What
for
does this
30
have to
years,
do
has
with
done
anything?
live commercial broadcasts across all of the US, and know exactly how broadcast works.
As a
There
TED
is no
Talk.
way in the world that footage was not edited when it's a live. There should be a delay, a 3-minute delay from hearing the charges and seeing the video, but not
I have no idea what
him
this dude's
nodding
talking.
at a completely different
What
point
does
in
this have to
time
do with what we were just talking about?
hearing a charge, which signals to people who subconsciously process body language as to, oh, he's guilty. He just nodded yes when he said, you killed Charlie Kirk. And that didn't happen.
I don't understand how two things to say in this. This is unresponsive to anything I just talked about. Second, I guess you would have to show me this footage. Let me finish.
I'm talking about
Let me
footage being
finish.
edited. How's that unresponsive?
It's unresponsive to us talking about the footage we saw and the idea that the police or prosecution intentionally manipulated this photo. The defense is well aware of it and is sitting back silently, allowing the prosecution to manufacture evidence while their client rots in jail, as opposed to saying this is obvious prosecutorial misconduct. Baron Coleman knows it. Candace Owens knows it. Joa knows it. Everyone in the world could see that this was clearly manipulated. It wasn't the official. That makes no sense. Secondly, with your specific claim here, I would need to see proof. I'm sorry to say this, but a lot of times when people say things like the grandparents have said that's not the case, when we
I
look
had
into
it
it,
on
we
my
don't see.
timeline.
So if you could just DM me the timeline. I believe your claim is this, that the someone at Court TV.
I followed you. Follow me back, and I'll look for it. I'll send it to
Okay,
you.
so just to be clear, your argument is the network that was broadcasting this, Court TV or whatever it was.
Networks.
Okay, the networks
So
intentionally.
there's someone between the feed and the networks.
Okay, so just to be clear, in real time, they were able to intentionally live have a delay of the visual to the audio, intentionally to have him nodding yes at the exact same time that the prosecution or the judge said, did you commit this crime? So in real time, they were able to be like, we'll need to slow this down exactly 1 minute and 27 seconds. And they were able to accomplish that in real time.
Well, there's a delay to the broadcast and the feed, and it was more than the typical delay. Okay, that's one. Two, the nod that happens, all the other nods were in sync. This is the nods before and the nods after. So if all the nods were off, I'd be like, okay, they're delaying the audio and the visual, so there's just a mix up because there's a delay between the two. What you can't do is have the nods before and the nods after be completely in sync with what happened on the live feed, but that one nod is off. Do you understand that? That's impossible to happen unless there's someone in the middle.
I don't believe you, right? I don't believe, but let's say I do. No, wait.
Follow me back.
I
So
will.
I do want to send you the footage.
Perfectly fair.
So Rob, I can say this. I do remember because I was holding the biggest spaces on this by far, and I do remember Joe bringing this up. Now I can't remember the video, but I do remember Joe bringing this up at that time. Obviously,
Yeah, I put it side by side.
By the way, I don't hold the same opinion as either any of you guys on this issue. You know that, right? So I'm like, you guys know what my view is. It's a bit different. You guys are not willing to accept it. So, I do remember.
Can I share what it is?
So you don't think Israel?
No, it's going to destroy your side. You don't want to, Lene, and destroy your entire side.
No,
it takes out your main investigator in this whole issue.
That's not true. That's not true. Should I say it?
It'll take out your main investigator. I don't think
it's okay, Rob, and everybody in the space. Solomon thinks that Sam Parker. Should I say the rest? Or should I not?
I'll say it myself.
Okay, you say it. You say it.
So I think and I'm just asking questions, and you know, Rob, it's good to ask questions. So I do think one of the main investigators on Candace's side may have been an accomplice in the murder of Charlie Kirk. And one such person, I'm just asking questions because I think it's fair to ask questions. This is what I've been taught by the Candace crew. That, you know, Tyler Robinson's a Mormon, Lance Twiggs is a Mormon, Sam Parker is a Mormon. Sam Parker's only 20 minutes away from the assassination. He disappears the whole day. He comes back and he puts and then he puts out a tweet and he doesn't even mention Charlie Kirk, the biggest assassination we've ever done. I had like 20,000 people, I believe, live, and he doesn't even mention it. So I think the Candace crew are hiding something here, and they've got some questions.
We all know it. We're just covering it up.
Yeah,
okay.
I actually think you guys are covering it up. Yeah.
I don't. I guess we could talk about that. So that's out there.
We know the Mormon mafia is involved for sure. He never
Israel as well, and the Google Trend search is evidence.
Okay, if I could just respond to Joa's claim here real quick, I just want to say,
Wait, you don't think it was Sam Parker?
No, I have nothing.
is
I have
so
nothing to.
involved.
If I could respond to Joa's claim, right? Like, take this seriously. One of the problems is.
Wait, I'm serious. What are you talking about?
Yeah, he's believed this since day uno, my friend.
Okay, I will address Sam Parker in a second when I address Joa's claim here, right? All right, if that's what you guys want to do, no problem, I could do that. To address Joa's specific claim here, one of the problems we see is when the explanation is, well, there have to be, it's not a mistake, it's not that police or someone made a mistake, it is that there is intentional malfeasance from people in positions of power to frame Tyler Robinson. You start to see that the amount of people in different groups that would be necessary to do this becomes almost laughable. In this instance, it appears to me that Joa is claiming that someone at the networks is involved in an intentional conspiracy to subtly make the public think that Tyler Robinson is guilty by an impeccable amount of skill, seeing that there's some slight delay, being able to intentionally manipulate audio and visual data to almost in real time, sans whatever minor delay there is, make the video disperse in a way that makes him nod at exactly the same time that he's being asked. So this cover up runs so deep that someone at the networks or some middleman is involved in just the most subtle way of just, we'll give the perception he's guilty by manipulating this video to make it look like he nods yes. That'll be the slam dunk we need. That's how deep this conspiracy runs. It's lunacy. It gets to the point of just like incredulity that it's like, I can't believe that people actually believe this. It couldn't be some minor error. It couldn't be the feed you were watching had some sort of weird delay at that moment. It couldn't be that you're just mistaken and that once I see the video you show, it's going to be like, actually, that's not what it shows at all. You were mistaken about that. Nope. It has to be that some high-level official at network television is involved. And imagine this. Now there's proof that this dude's involved so that dudes like you, Joe, could figure it out. And now this person will be implicated in the cover-up of a murder, of an assassination. And what did he get out of it, whoever this person was? A slight nod in an imperceptible time in a hope that that would convince people that Tyler Robinson did it? Why would they even give a shit? All they care about is if this dude ends up in jail or not. None of this makes any sense, and it looks like absolute silliness from anyone who's looking at this from an objective standard.
Rob, did I not say someone between the live broadcast and the network? So why are you inferring that I said it's someone at a network?
Okay.
To make it seem bad. So like you're not being like once again, you're not being an honest actor.
Wait, whoa. Who would that person be?
That's not difficult to do. These are done by satellite.
So someone manipulated satellite data. It wasn't someone at the network. It was someone that had the ability to manipulate multiple network satellites. Multiple.
Not bro. Oh my God. Do you know how this works? There's a signal that's transmitted, right? One signal, the live feed from the courtroom, that goes to a satellite. The networks then get that feed all from that one satellite. So you only need to edit one source.
Okay, who could do that? It would have to be like a high, powerful person, like a hacker or a government official.
I think someone who pulls off a murder like JFK or Charlie Kirk or who I think it is and I don't want to say. Well, I'll say I think it's more likely the government than anything else because he would have got people in an uproar about Iran.
Israeli government, you mean, Joe?
No,
Yeah,
I think
when
US.
Israel
I personally
has,
think we got
has
US.
videotapes
My
of
God,
your
you
CEOs.
defended the Zios as well. Have you turned to
Yeah,
Team
but
Crucible?
look,
when
but Solomon, the
Israel
funny
ha-
thing is these are the moon landing never happened people, and they're like, you're telling
Oh
me
my
they
God,
can
you joined
manipulate
Team
data?
Crucible. Rob is on your side now.
Meanwhile, they fake the whole moon landing to these people, but you can't manipulate 5 seconds. Of
Oh
a
my
data
God,
feed.
Joe, you betrayed Team Candace. You're on the Zio side. Rob is on your side now.
Yeah. Hey, Joe, just send me that in my DMs. I followed you back. I'll just say this is even worse. I could believe more that someone at a network could do this. A government official. I mean, again, how long? Just answer quickly, please. Like, what do you think the delay would be? How much time would they have to set this up?
It's not different. It's 5. You put an extra repeat in a signal, and then you turn back on the live feed because he was so still that it'd be so easy. It's so easy to do.
No. But I'm saying these officials, whoever they would be that manipulated these satellites, they would have to be watching a live feed in order to time this up, correct?
Well, it does go through a government satellite. It is a government building that is transmitting to a government satellite that the networks connect to.
That's not the question I asked.
Oh, yeah,
they would
Joe,
have to be
your
watching.
theory that it was JD Vance, or is that somebody
No,
else?
wait. Let me seriously. Your theory would have to be they're watching a live feed, correct?
Who's watching a live feed?
Whoever these officials are that are going to then manipulate the satellite data to make it look like he nodded at that exact time. They had to be watching a feed to be able to know.
There was something definitely between the broadcast from the courtroom. The problem was the broadcast from the courtroom was also transmitted by internet. And on the internet, that doesn't go to the satellite. That goes to the internet. Problem is broadcast network can't pick up the internet signal and use that because that would degrade the data.
But the question,
degrade the visual.
But the question I'm asking you, Joe, is so they had to be watching a feed. Just as simple, they had to watch something to know to manipulate it, correct?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay,
they know
my
he's going to court.
my
Yeah.
question is based on your expertise that you're claiming, that feed that they're watching, what sort of delay would there be? Like, is it like because when I'm watching like the Olympics or something, there's like some sort of
It's
delay.
seconds.
Seconds,
It's
so like
seconds.
2 or 3 seconds.
Well, typically you use a 20 to 30 second delay.
Okay, let's go with 30. So what you're trying to tell me is within 30 seconds they were like, there, that's what we need, that nod right there. Now splice it. Okay, splice it to exactly what, and we don't see any cut or anything like that that looks weird like they manipulated. Somehow getting 30 seconds, they were able to time it perfectly, seamlessly.
I'll send it to you and you see for yourself. All you do is you play the loop because again, every single time you see these trials, the defendant, when he's hearing his charges, don't move. I mean, you can go online and just look at video. What is it? Defending receiving charges through video, and you'll see almost every single time these people aren't moving. Right? They're in a state of fear. They're going in front of a judge for the first time in their life, hearing a murder charge. They sit there still, and that's what he did. And all you have to do is replay one of his other nods. He basically nodded after every time he heard the charge, he would nod. Except for this one, it was in the middle where it stopped as soon as he said, "You killed Charlie Kirk." Say, "Yep." Right?
But you
But
just
all the other
contradicted
ones
yourself.
Or normal. No, I didn't.
Yes, but real quick, let me explain. You said every other time we see the person stays perfectly still. And then in the next sentence, you're like, and this time he was nodding after everything. Well, which is true.
Yeah,
It's
his
people
body is
normally
still-
perfectly
his
still.
body is still, he nods.
Okay, so in most
to be
times,
more
now
precise.
just to be clear, I don't see the relevancy to how other prisoners act when charges are being read to this, but let's assume what we are going to say there's relevancy. In those other prisoners that you were saying basically all act similarly, do their bodies stay still but their head nods usually, or does everything including their head stay still?
No, some people don't react at all, and some people not. Like
Okay,
it's just a human behavioral thing that happens.
But what I'm saying is you're the one trying to draw a comparison to what he did to, and it sounded like what you were saying is everyone basically acts the same way, but Tyler did this thing that was different. And what you're alleging
he
is
didn't do, this broadcast was different. You keep like changing things that I said.
No.
I said the broadcast is different. There was
Okay, what it appeared that Tyler did, which you infer is manipulating, was different than what the average person does. What the average person does is either state.
That's not what I'm saying. You're
Okay.
He's not
listening.
hearing what you're saying.
I guess I'll say what I think you're saying slowly. It sounds like what you're saying is Tyler did what everyone does. Sit there silently and nod. But some sort of official, some person somewhere intentionally manipulated the satellite data to make it sound like he said yes at one point, which is completely unusual because no prisoners ever do this. And it's not that Tyler
Not
really
what I
said
said.
yes. Okay, that's what I believed you said. So I'm sorry, I'm
not
mistaken.
what
Go
I'm
ahead. Okay.
What I'm saying is, okay, if you see a video, which is from a live broadcast from the courtroom through the internet, where every time the judge reads out the charge, the prisoner nods yes. Okay. And I'm watching the live broadcast. Okay. Then on the network, okay, because I'm on stream up as well. The nod for that one specific question comes in the middle of him saying you killed Charlie Kirk, but on the courtroom broadcast, it's after the question, just like he did for all the other questions.
But that's basically.
Hold on. The following question, it goes back to being in sync with the nods. So why is only that one different on the broadcast media and on the live feed from the courtroom?
Okay, let me respond. I don't believe that that's exactly what you said. I do believe that is part of what you said, but you also added other things, such as you said, other prisoners never do this. They never do that. And so when I outlined basically, yes, I outlined verbatim what you just said, that he's acting a certain way. Question asked, nod. Question asked, nod. Question asked, nod.
But then it changes the one time where they ask him, did you do this? And he nods at a different time because your estimation
He
is
doesn't nod at a different time. The broadcast shows that he does, but
I'm sorry.
but the live
I'm
feed
sorry.
shows that he doesn't.
The one feed that you're talking about shows him nodding at that time, which is erroneous. That was manipulated, and he really didn't nod at that specific time. And then, furthermore, if that's the theory, that would mean that what would have to happen is, for this particular broadcast, the government would have to tip their hand so sleuths like you would understand this and be able to point to this as a conspiracy and possibly out the fact that they killed Charlie Kirk. And here's the benefit they got: that the people, whatever percentage that were watching this particular feed, would see this nod at a time so that they would subconsciously be like, oh, he nodded at that time, he must be guilty. They were able to do so because there was a 30-second delay in the feed, and they were so shrewd that within that 30 seconds, someone was like, fuck, right there, did you see that nod? Now wait until they get to the question about, did you do this, and sync that nod up at the time. That sync up was able to be done in a way that it's imperceptible that there was any cuts or any like that. The feed then continues, and it goes back to the accurate feed, where the audio and visuals meshing up, but there's no perceptive cut. That's the theory?
This isn't hard to do, Rob. And the problem is there is a lot of things that the way people process. Like if you hear a lie 7 times, your subconscious stops filtering it as a lie and starts accepting it. That's why half the country believes the election was stolen, because it was repeated so many times. And even though he went in front of Trump appointed judges, they're like, no evidence, right? But the country believes it is because they heard it so many times that now they believe that actually happened, right? And this is how, hold on, let me finish. And this is how things get put into some people's subconscious and start to believe that it's true. You can look it up. It is actual science. The other thing that you can do is symbols. Like example, when Trump did the salute or whatever, the fact that they were able to convince some people that that was a Heil Hitler, right? Trump, Elon, which was a very loved figure in America, became evil to a lot of people. Why? Because when you have body language associated with something, it gets past that bullshit filter and doesn't get it discarded, so it goes into your subconscious much faster. So if you have a video that you're watching, you're not going to think about it. You're like, oh, wait a minute, he nodded there, so he's admitting he killed Charlie Kirk. That's not what happens. Your subconscious at night then lets that pass through, like, oh, he's guilty. He did this. Your subconscious does that. So now you're like, yeah, I definitely think he did it. And this helps convince American people that he did it. And it's much easier than repeating the message over and over and over again.
I don't think that
And
that's.
look, and
I don't think
I taught this
I
in
don't.
a university at
I
a
don't
master's
think.
level.
I
Like,
don't think
really
that the
understand how this
juice.
works.
I don't think the juice is worth the squeeze, so that people like you that are intrepid could find out that there's a conspiracy to kill Charlie Kirk would be worth even trying to convince people in this way, as opposed to the evidence or having him found guilty. Why wouldn't they do things like just? Well, I'll get to that in a second. Just real quick though.
Just say the
but-
camera doesn't work
but-
inside.
No. That's not where I'm going.
That?
No, that's not where I'm going. But just to be real quick, other than you disagreeing with me, the impact of this, everything else I outlined about the 30-second delay, them deciding in the moment, setting that up, there not being any clear cuts. You agree that's how it went down?
Okay. So Rob, let me ask you.
No,
Why did Fauci-
please.
Hold
I
on,
just
hold on.
asking.
Why did Fauci fund the labs in Wuhan? Why didn't he just use a third party? That way, these conspiracy theories could never point the finger at him, because that way he'd be covered.
That's
and
not
no one would
even.
ever
I
see
didn't
it.
even get to the part yet where I'm going to make the point that your
Well,
question.
that's what you're trying to make it seem like for me.
No. That's not. No. Let me be clear. I'm about to make an argument that could be your response, but that's not what I'm doing right here. I'm merely just getting the theory down. That's it. Other than you saying, "Oh no, we have a disagreement whether or not it would be worth to do this and how impactful it would be." Fine, we have a disagreement. Other than that, when I said there's a 30-second delay at most, and they decided in that 30 seconds that they were going to do this shrewd thing that was going to manipulate people, just the people that are watching this particular feed, and it would be evident from intrepid people like you that also watch the internet feed that they intentionally manipulated this, which would be able to speak to a conspiracy, and that they were able to do this within 30 seconds and there weren't any perceptive cuts or anything like that, and the feed continued. You agree with all of that?
Rob, what I agree on is that this country,
No.
when they
Can you
want
just
to, hold on, I'm answering your question. This country, most definitely, and I know that you agree because you're on the side that actually says this a lot, does engage in propaganda on its people to convince them of things. This is very easy to do. I don't think anyone on this panel disagrees. And if the government was involved in this, they 1,000,000% would engage in propaganda.
But if I can, that would be like me saying this. I believe Joa is actually an artificial intelligence that was created by NASA. And he was here because NASA knows that there are Nazis on the moon that are working in collaboration with aliens. And so they created an AI to go into spaces like this to make interesting arguments to distract people from these Nazi aliens on the moon. And my proof of that, when I say exactly how they would have done this, is, they've been developing this technology for 5-6 years. And when someone says, wait a minute, how would this make sense? Like, they contacted Suleiman? How would this exactly go down? Let's go through the timeline. And my response to them would be like, I believe our government does propaganda. Right. No one denies that. I'm asking you just specifically the specific timeline and scenario I laid out. That's your argument. That's what you're claiming. Don't just say, I believe. Why can't you just say yes, Rob? That's what I'm saying.
Because I'm
Rob,
telling
you
you,
would actually believe
you,
that, though.
you're putting words in my argument. I'm giving my argument is simple. The feed of the nod was manipulated by a few seconds. That's all that happened on only one specific question in order to propagandize the American people as to him admitting guilt of killing Tyler Robinson.
Can you
Okay, I
send
feel
me
like we're
that
just
real quick?
repeating.
The last question I have
we're
in this.
just repeating like a million times now. The last half an hour has been very repetitive.
If I could just real quick, please, Joel, please, right now, send me this
He'll
clip.
send you it.
Because it's, I mean, right now, so that when I leave here, I could look at this with my audience. I would love that. And do another thing for me, Joa. Send me the clip that you're claiming is manipulated, and then send me a clip with a similar timestamp of the one that was unmanipulated so that we could compare it. That would be great. I'll just say this. I don't understand why the government would go about this when they could do simple things that would have made him look guilty, like just fake the ballistics and say, yeah, it came from that gun, definitely. Instead of that, they had this convoluted scheme that they're going to be like, the ballistics are non-conclusive. But you know what we'll do? We'll just on one of the feeds slightly manipulate it by 3 seconds in a way that will be imperceptible without cuts, etc., that we'll only have 30 seconds to do so that people subconsciously think it's Tyler Robinson. It's just, it's crazy. It doesn't make sense.
Rob, just deal with it. It's the feds. It's the feds. Actually, that's Joe's point. It's the Zios because Joe sold out. Joe sold out. Now he's not even blaming the Zios anymore. Where are we going with this investigation? I'll leave this investigation for a year, and now you're not blaming the Zios anymore. What is going
No,
on
we
here?
still are. We still are.
Oh, you are.
There's
Just Joe.
there's plenty of people who do.
All right, just
think
We
Joe.
it's,
know
Then.
it was them.
I think
So
they're
why
Who
one
is
in
owns
Joe?
the.
the
I
Why,
cable
think
why
they're one in the
networks?
same.
Who
he
owns
should be?
the cable networks? Who
He
owns
should
them?
be.
Yeah,
He
I
should
Come
think
be.
they're
on.
one in
He
the
The
should be
same.
CEO,
accountable.
the
Oh yeah, good one,
CEOs,
Aduna.
the
Exactly.
CEOs are on tape on the hard drives in Tel Aviv. Their CEOs are
Exactly,
on tape
Joe.
in
Now,
Tel Aviv
I don't know. Is
screwing
coming
little
up with a
kids
more
on
plausible
Epstein
theory.
Island, and every single one of
Exactly.
them knows it. So they better
Exactly.
delay that for
Now
30
your theory
seconds.
has become a little bit more plausible, Joe, because it was just too wacky with the government and JD Vance
I
and all that.
believe they're one in the same, Suleiman.
Well, Rob, I just
Okay,
wanted to
Joe.
point
Don't
out to
play
you
defense
that
with the
That's
Zios.
why they want to merge.
Okay, Joe.
I just
Okay, Joe. Don't play defense with the Zios. Okay, listen. Let's do
wait,
a.
real quick. I just wanted to point out to Rob real quick that Joa wasn't trying to speculate why there was a lag in the video that he was talking about. You're the one that's making a claim that it would be odd and why would they do this and everything else. He was just pointing out that it happened. That was it.
No. He specifically said that the government intentionally manipulated this, or some nefarious agent manipulated this.
Did
That's
you
his
specifically
claim.
No, I
say that,
said it
Joa? Did I miss
happened.
that?
No, I said it happened. You're the one who said, well, then what's the plausibility? Who could have done it? Da, da, da. I'm just showing you that it happened.
No.
I say, to me, the only thing that makes sense is actually the government because they would have access to the satellite. That's all.
No. You then went into a big spiel about the government.
Because you asked me to theorize, Rob.
That's not
why.
true. You told.
Can
I mean,
we let this go? I'll
I'll
send you
just.
the video. I have to look at it. Was
I'm
a
just
really
gonna.
long time ago.
I'll say one
find it.
sentence. I'll say one sentence. No, he went on about how the government does this and how it would have a huge impact on people. He did that, not me.
Okay, Rob. We want to recap now. Obviously, just to recap your position. You know my theory. I want to know your recap of this position. Go ahead.
Do you mean for this specific conversation that we've had here, or just?
Yeah, for sure.
Well,
this, like space.
Yeah, I mean, is this like a closing argument? Are we heading out soon?
Closing argument.
Fair enough. Yeah. Well, first off, let me say, Suleiman, I actually, Despite the fact Joe is saying that he thinks I'm bad faith, I don't really care. It's okay. I thoroughly enjoyed this space. Even the people that disagree, I thought it was entertaining. Would be happy to come back. My voice was
It was
better
good
this time.
content. It was good content.
Yeah.
Your
You were
voice
great.
sounds amazing.
Well, it was last time I had just.
Okay, Lene, stop flirting with him.
Yeah, I'm
No,
married.
it does.
I'm
Last time you
married.
can really tell he was struggling. Like his voice was, you could tell
Wait,
his
you're
voice
right
was
wing.
gone.
You're right wing gay guy.
No, I'm married.
What?
Oh, sorry.
I'm
Okay,
married. Gay, come on. But no, I was debating for 15 hours previous to me coming on last time, so I'd lost my voice. Anyways, neither here nor there. My position is when it comes to the text message specifically, I think that we focused on the first portion of this space on sort of the message that Andrew Wilson released. I don't think it has any evidentiary value on who killed Charlie Kirk. I think that the message is accurate in my belief. And
Oh my God, why are you attacking your own guy?
What's that? No.
Sorry,
Solomon's claim is that you and Joe are on the same side.
No.
I was saying Andrew Wilson because you're saying his evidence.
Oh,
is
sorry.
No. I think that what it speaks to is what we could acknowledge publicly a lot, that Charlie feared the left as being the violent ones that would attempt to kill him. And it was in rebuttal to a Candace Owens claim that she was aware that this text exists, but speculated that it was perhaps Israel that he was fearful of. And that was the importance of the message, to show that the speculation was erroneous. The timeline of it adds up with what Erica Kirk told Candace Owens, which Candace Owens accepted. It makes sense with Erica's explanation that it was Signal or Telegram. The message looks like that. We went through sort of the cursor and showed that that was really a big nothing burger based on Andrew Wilson's feed that showed that it was just his mouse cursor over it, not from the direct picture. So we have all of that. We then transitioned into, I guess, charitably, like whether or not there was evidence for probable cause. I think the evidence is overwhelming. I outlined the case. I think there's a misunderstanding of a lot of the evidence, such as DNA degradation, what probable cause means, what probabilities are, what even the idea of 0% means, and things of that nature. Happy anytime anyone would like to call into my show. I stream almost every weeknight at 10 p.m. Eastern time over on YouTube at Normal Marriage with robnoerr. Happy to talk about any and all of these theories. I think that I'm pretty charitable, not too ridiculous. And I just think at the end of of this, like with this theory at the end, I just think if you're listening to this and you don't know much about it, it's really, I mean, I'm not saying this to be mean, but it is out there. Like people are, they're spiraling down the hole of the crazy stuff they believe, and it's regrettable. I think that that there are two types of people that do this. There are people that know that there's money or clicks or views in it. I'm not accusing anyone on this space of that. I will accuse people like Candace and Baron Coleman of that, though. And then I think there are people that are just conspiracy minded to the point where everything becomes a conspiracy and it becomes this ludicrous stuff. We're now talking about government agents hacking satellites or manipulating satellites with a 30-second delay to have a 3-second delay so it looks like he nods. It's insanity. And I think that the evidence is overwhelming for probable cause. I can't wait for the trial to come. Happy to be on the space again if you ever have it. So thanks so much.
Appreciate it, Rob.
Israel
Great
did it.
point.
Israel did it.
That's great. Even better point there. I don't know. Joe, go ahead. Give us your wrap up.
Yeah, look, I did enjoy the debate. The thing is I think a lot of people would see here, Rob, and I know this is not going to be a fair panel, not a fair audience, but you did use a lot of inference in your overwhelming evidence. Yes, there's a gun in the forest. Yes, there's Tyler Robbins' DNA on his gun. That doesn't mean it was used. They haven't been able to prove it was used. They can't even prove that Tyler Robbins pulled the trigger because he has the most degraded DNA on there. The only piece of evidence that's actually factual at the moment is, yes, there's a screwdriver. We have two different reports. CNN said it was in the forest. The FBI said it was on the roof. Which one is the truth? We don't know. And everything else is inference. Every single piece of evidence you said is you saying it's Tyler. You said it's Tyler on the roof. You don't know. You said it's Tyler in the garage and in the stairwell. You don't know. And that's the problem. Not even Lance Twiggs testified that both the photos matched, but you're saying that they do match. And I understand that, they don't have to match, but that's part of the evidence that is the government's theory. And that's the problem, is every time someone says there's overwhelming evidence, it is based on word from the FBI and the prosecution of what someone told them that they have not provided evidence for as of yet. We're still waiting to see. And hopefully justice is served. And you know what? If Tyler Robinson's parents come out and go, yes, our son testified to us that he did it, then good, lock him up for life. If they say he didn't, then he should be left free. And I to me, that's what it hinges on, because there is no other good evidence except for testimony that he confessed. And that's what I'm waiting to see.
Great points, guys. Great debate. I think it was very respectful. We got loads of points across. Lune did her best. I had the best theory. No one could debunk it. And I think the Candace crew are part of the cover up, personally. Because why aren't they investigating the real evidence I've relayed on the space? Anyway, much love to each and every single one of you. Really appreciate you coming on. Check out this Say Cheese. I'm going to be pushing it a lot because this is the only app I'm allowed on. So we're going to be following it, and it's golden because you can just send cheese to people. So follow it, hook up on it, and you can give your favorite. Wait, actually, I don't know if it's good because who wants to give Lanelle start? All the chicks will start making bags just by being speakers.
I said I'm gonna send it to you. I'm gonna send it right back to you.
Yeah,
I
once you set
promise.
up, I guarantee you'll start making bareback because
No,
I'm telling you, like
no,
these
I
simps are gonna
promise.
start sending it to the chicks on the speaker panel. So I don't know, Lene, you're gonna start making barebag once you start joining Say Cheese. So yeah, check it out. Anyway, much love to every single person.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Sully.
Yeah,
Yeah,
appreciate
thanks.
it, everyone.
Thank you,
Rob,
Joa.
Lene, Joa, I don't
I
know,
don't know,
Maya,
Maya.
all of you guys.
Joa,
Great job.
send those clips. I want to
Thank
see
you
Yeah,
them.
Joa, don't
guys.
run away.
Thank you,
Don't run
Send
away,
those
guys.
Joa. Send the
clips.
The
clip.
United States of Israel government cannot be trusted. That's why we're questioning everything, just to
Exactly.
let you know,
Now I
period.
don't
It's
know if
not you,
debunking
it's not
Joa.
anything. The United States of
Exactly.
Israel is
Exactly.
not
Exactly.
trustable, and
Joa
the Mormon
debunked.
Mafia is part of it.
Exactly. Joa debunked right at the end. Okay. Appreciate you guys joining in. Appreciate you guys listening. And we'll see you next time.
Ah! Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I try for you all. I try. I deal with it. I do. For you. This is my penance. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Oh my god. Fuck. I can go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Oh my gosh. Holy shit. Unreal. Wow. Oh my goodness. Oh. Where to begin? There's so much. Obviously, the end there, it's like, oh my gosh. But one of the things I'm starting to realize is, in addition to not understanding, like, sort of the legal process, there is a fundamental misunderstanding of things that are simple, like probability, and like what that means. Like the difference between something being plausible, something being likely, something occurring beyond a reasonable doubt, probable cause. There's no like understanding at the most basic of levels. You could be forgiven. Hell, myself, I couldn't tell you the exact nuances between reasonable suspicion. I had a general idea of what it was. I knew it's a lower bar than probable cause, but I couldn't tell you, like, legally the exact bar. Fair enough. But they don't understand things as simple, like, maybe the most telling thing of that was the 0% conversation. Now, this is something I would expect, like, what grade do you learn about percentages? Second grade? Third grade? 100% is the whole pie. 50% is half the pie. 0% is no pie. Okay, if someone says, I have 0% confidence this person, 0% likely that this guy did it, that means there's no chance. If the next words out of your mouth are, well, unless this happened, then the correct response is, oh, so you're not saying there's no chance. Well, I'm saying there's no chance right now. Yeah, but you can't say that. Because if you're saying it could be that there will be a chance tomorrow, then there has to be a chance today. That's it. That's the way it goes. Now, you could say something like, there's 0% chance I would ever go to Jamaica. And then 15 years later, you do. And you'd say, but you said 50 years ago that you wouldn't. And you'd say, I was mistaken. Fair enough. So that you're wrong about your percentage. And you could say about Candace, well, she's clearly wrong when she says 0%. Fair enough. But Candace does something different. So it's not just a matter of being wrong and later changing her mind. It's a matter of exhibiting she doesn't understand what 0% means. Which is when she says, well, 0%, and then within 5 minutes, she's like, well, unless this occurred. This means that it's not she believes 0%, and then years in the future or months in the future, whatever, something comes up and she changes her mind. This is saying she's acknowledging two contradictory thoughts in her head at the same time. One, 0% chance Tyler Robinson did it. That means right now, looking at the evidence, she's like, nothing will ever convince me Tyler Robinson did this. And then simultaneously saying, but here are the things that could convince me that Tyler Robinson did this. Those are contradictory claims. So I can accept someone saying 0% chance, and then 2 weeks later even saying, well, shit, some new evidence came, now I've adjusted. But that's not what's happening. These claims are happening simultaneously almost. And again, like I said there, the irony is the people that are defending her 0% claim, which is an outrageous claim on its face, given the evidence we have. Outrageous claim. But the people defending it are like, well, 0% could mean that you change your mind in the future, which is like, huh? Are the same people that are like appalled that Andrew thinks overwhelming means 75 to 85%. When any reasonable person would say, even if you disagree with that, you'd say, well, overwhelming could be a little bit of a sliding scale. We could disagree on what exactly that means, but we should all agree on what 0% means, right? That's not hard. So how are you going to go beyond charitability with Candace Owens saying 0% and then be like, but Andrew saying 75 to 85% is overwhelming? That's ridiculous. He loses the debate. What? These debates become difficult because the nature of having a bunch of people in a space is, it would be better if it was just, let's be honest, I can't believe I'm going to say this, but the best person on their side was Joa. So it would be a more productive conversation if it was just Joa and I. That would, to me, I think it would be more productive. And that's not even to disparage the rest of the people. It's just what ends up happening is someone says something and then someone else says something and then someone else says something. And then it gets back to me and it's like, well, what am I supposed to answer? I don't know. Let's see if he sent me that message. He ain't going to send me it, is he? I said, please send it. Send the clips, please. I promise. I wanted to look at him right now in front of you all. Okay, Joe was dumb as rocks. Who was smarter than him on their side? Go ahead. Was it the girl that kept interrupting and saying nothing and not being able to even follow the conversation me and Joe were having? Was it the other woman that was super rude and kept saying Zio and cuck? That woman was smarter? Go ahead. I'll listen. I agree. Joe was at least putting together linear arguments and saying things. What were the others doing? Well, the host? Yeah, but I don't count that. I wouldn't count him. And his theory might be fucking crazier than Joa's. So, whatever. I would have rather it been any one of them. I think if I was them, I would have picked, again, unbelievable to say this, I would have picked Joa as my representative. If I had to pick one of those, hosts not included, and it was like, Rob, you got to pick one of these to give the best possible defense of your position, I'd be like, I guess I'll pick Joa and then pray really hard because I'm probably in a lot of trouble. This is what I would do. But I mean, my goodness. There's so much, like the degraded DNA. I mean, I went into it in a decent amount of detail. It doesn't matter. Just totally brushed aside. Now, just claims thrown around. Grandma said that the parents said that it never looked like him. Proof? Diligent Denizen said it. What? And like I'm explaining to them things like, if the police just made up this statement, just made it up that the parents never said this. Two things. One, they're in a lot of trouble. Second, why isn't the defense bringing it up? Third, how did Tyler Robinson end up at his parents' house and then end up at the police station? How would that work? There had to, at minimum, be a conversation between Tyler Robinson and his parents that led to Tyler going back to the home, or he just showed up. Once at the home, there had to be some conversation that led to the family friend coming over. Then there had to be a conversation that led to them all going to the police station. Something happened. What was it? It was never, that looks like you. But Tyler Robinson just came up to him and was like, fuck it, take me to the police station. Why? I don't want to tell you. Now, if I could steelman the position, I think what I've heard some smarter of them say, which is laughable, is that like a message was imparted probably by this family friend, but someone, they're going to kill your son. They're going to say he did this and they're going to kill him. And they're like, what? What are you talking about? And presumably like, that doesn't even look like our son. What are you talking about? Yeah, they got the rifle. Powerful people were framing him. We have to get him to the police. I think that's the running theory. What's the evidence for that? Nothing. And then at the, I mean, I don't even know what to say about the end there. Some powerful officials, presumably in our government, are manipulating satellite manipulating satellite data. They're watching the feed. There's at best a 30-second delay. They're watching. Look, he nodded there. You know what we should do? Sync that nod up when they ask a specific question. Did you do it? Okay. All right. What would it take to do that? We got 30 seconds. Hurry up. People are watching live. Okay. Let's loop the feed. Okay. We'll do it. Bam. Got it. All right. Great. Now we need to somehow catch this feed back up to the other internet feed. So hurry up and loop it around or something in an imperceptible way that no one will be able to see it. Nailed it. Yeah, that was a great one. My cousin knows Tyler Robinson and said he didn't do it. And then, like, he gives a laundry list, okay? Then a bunch of other people talk. Then he gives a laundry list again of the problems, okay? Then I'm like, can I present my theory? Well, this is too much. And then the host is like, I'm bored, right? Because I'm outlining the totality of the case. They don't like that. I'm happy to go one by one. Start with the degraded DNA. Here we go. And the selective application of things. It's true. Lance Twiggs originally said, I can't be sure if that's him. Now, keep in mind, and this is something I don't think most people are articulating well. A 100% positive identification isn't necessary from the pictures. The reason is that it works in collaboration with all the other evidence. For example, the screwdriver on the roof. There is a limited amount of explanations for that screwdriver on the roof with Lance Twiggs and Tyler Robinson's DNA. Here are basically the only 3 explanations I could come up with that are remotely likely. And when I say likely, I mean like 2% or higher, right? 1, it was Tyler Robinson. 2nd, it was Lance Twiggs. 3rd, if there was someone else's DNA on it, it was them. So I guess I have 4. And 4, it was intentionally planted by someone setting up Tyler Robinson. Okay. So how will we determine which of those theories is more likely? Well, let's see what other evidence we have. Here we go. We have video. We have a bunch of people saying, that looks like Tyler Robinson. Kind of looks like Tyler. We have witnesses, Turning Point, saying, yep, Tyler came up to us and talked to us. A cop saying, yep, we identified that as Tyler Robinson. We have the statement in the prosecution document from the parents, which he's like, we shouldn't be able to count that. Why? Well, except it could be Tyler's doppelganger, only if doppelganger's DNA directly matches. Lance Twiggs, let's say it was Twiggs. Okay, but Twiggs' DNA apparently wasn't on the rifle. So even if it could have been Twiggs on the roof, we have nothing to connect Twiggs to the rifle. We have the confessions. We have Tyler's car. Do we have Twiggs' car? No. So it's not even what they would need to do would be like, no. This picture of the people is so clearly not Tyler Robinson. It's like the gun. They made a big stomping of the feet like, well, the gun isn't the gun. The bullet didn't match. No, that's not what happened. It was inconclusive. The bullet was destroyed to the point where the lands and grooves couldn't be identified specifically as coming from that rifle. But it was the type of caliber that would come from that rifle. Now, they would have something if it was a different caliber. And it was like, that bullet could not have came from that rifle. Now you got some. The prosecution would have more if it directly linked the bullet to the rifle. And I still have yet to hear a compelling reason why the prosecution wouldn't just make that up if they're all in on this cover up and their government agents are manipulating fucking satellite feeds. But then, like, that evidence is a piece of evidence that shows, there was one rifle here that matched that. It had this dude's DNA. There was a screwdriver with this dude's DNA. There was a towel with this dude's DNA. They're his confessions. The parents said in the prosecution document it looked like him. His friends said on Discord that it looked like him. Lance Twigg said, I'm not sure, but those last two definitely look like him. The police officer said, yeah, it was him I identified. The person from Turning Point said, yeah, it was him I identified. A police officer on campus was like, those license plate in that car was Tyler Robinson. The police officer that was at the scene of the gun the next day got a partial plate from Tyler Robinson's car. So they saw the car there again. The confession on the note, the confession in Discord, the confession to the parents, the confession to the text messages of Lance Twiggs. And the response to this is like, I'm not convinced it could all be faked. He could be being set up. Okay, what's your evidence of that? I don't know. So you would say, that's crazy, but I guess if that gives you reasonable doubt. No, they go a step further. They say it's not even probable cause. Imagine that. Probable cause means, did a crime occur? We all acknowledge a crime occurred. Is there a theory that's likely that this could be it? You could have 4 theories. It was Tyler Robinson. It was Lance Twiggs. It was a government setup. It'd still be enough to say, okay, that's probable cause to go to trial. Would not be enough for reasonable doubt. They'd have to find him not guilty of reasonable doubt if there are equally likely theories. But for probable cause, it's enough to go to trial. They're like, no. That means that they think there's a more likely scenario. Where's their evidence? What is the scenario? In fact, it's not even that they think there's a more likely scenario. They think that the more likely scenario is so probable and so likely that this scenario doesn't even meet probable cause. How is that? What evidence has been presented of that? There's just like, well, there's not a 4K picture. And when I saw Candace Owens, that guy looks too wide on those pictures. And this guy analyzed the stairwell and the wheels. What? And I know they manipulated the data. The prosecution manipulated the photos and the... What? The video? And now that confession couldn't have been him. And they lied on the prosecutorial document. The parents never said this. And it's like, but where's your evidence? That's all just conjecture. This could be, this could be, this could be. But you don't have any, again, this is the term that answers positive evidence. And what we mean is evidence to suggest that that's likely occurring. You're just like, well, it could be. Plausibly, Lance Twiggs wrote the Discord messages. Well, what's your proof? Well, couldn't have he? I suppose it's in the realm of possibility. There you go. Not guilty. What? Couldn't have Israel done this? I mean, I suppose it's in the realm of possibility. There you go. Not guilty. Even worse than not guilty, not even probable cause. And then when you just listen to them talk, all of a sudden the bleak picture emerges. Well, it's my theory the government was involved and they manipulated satellite data. Huh? By the way, Joa has still not sent me anything. I heavily suspect that I'm not going to get that proof. Andrew Wilson. This is funny. A brief aside. Look at this, Andrew. I knew this existed. I've seen this. This is Andrew's proof that he served in the military. Whoopsie daisy. Uh-oh. All that bullshit was exactly that bullshit. Real Court Kennedy says, I'm repeating some basic facts that I'm getting wrong. Happy to be corrected. Would you like to call in? I would prefer if you want to call in. Be happy to have you call in. If not, go ahead and put those facts in the chat. Tell me what I'm getting wrong. Happy to see it. Happy to take a look. Okay, you want to call in? Absolutely. Let's do it. This is just for Cora Kennedy to call in. So no one else, please. Just Cora. Don't be mean. She wants to call in. That's cool. Happy to listen. Maybe I'm wrong. While we wait, huh? By the way, wimpy super chat effort tonight. I'm in the trenches, man. Madcraft, do you disagree with me? If you disagree with me, you're welcome to call in. If you're just going to say, Rob, I agree, here's more evidence. Not interested. No offense, but I can't. I'll have 70 calls just saying, great job. And it's just, no. There's, Real Cora, I posted a link. You'll see the link here. Right here, it's going to be posted in chat right now. It is a link to StreamYard. You click that link. It'll take you to a URL. It doesn't make you download anything. Then it'll ask to verify your microphone and camera. You don't have to have your camera on. That's fine. So just click that link and it'll walk you through it. Let's read super chats while we're waiting. As meager as they are, you guys are generous. I'm just sticking around. The great Jets Gerald, $10 says, "Wish I could give more, but DebateCon ain't my money. I'm about to head to Europe. Give my best chair." Well, congrats going to Europe, man. I hope you have a good time. It's always great to hear from you, Gerald. A pleasure. And your disgusting tequila beer drink was just fine. Thank you. Vincent DeVici, thanks for the 20, man. Says the trumpet man, this time is not 2016. Every time donors buy out the party in power, they act exactly the same, right or left. This relates to the handling of PDF files. Kirk, do I run? Do you also see the pattern? No, I don't think it's as bad as what you're saying. I think there are problems, but I don't think it's as black-pilled as you're saying. Intel Wob, $5 says, give Tyler the chair. And then $5 says, it's weird, it's strange. I feel maybe he had some dreams or vision. Yeah, a lot of that. Did she figure out how to click the link? I'm hoping. Okay. We'll get to super chats in a minute. Hello, Cora.
Hello, Rob.
How you doing? Thanks for calling in.
I'm doing good. I think you're a really excellent debater, but I don't
Thank
think you won that debate, so I'm not calling to tell you that.
Good. All right, so you can start with an overview of why you think I lost, or if you wanted to say some of the basic facts I got wrong.
Okay, here's some of the basic facts that you're getting wrong. Number one, the medical examiner didn't testify. The only information that we've got from a medical examiner's report are the few sentences that were quoted in the state's holdover briefing like 2 weeks ago. That's number one. You keep saying that. That's not true.
That's
Number
not true, by the
two,
way. You're incorrect about that.
no, I'm not incorrect
You
about it.
incorrect.
Pull
You
it up.
said okay. You said that the only evidence we have was from a couple weeks
No,
ago
I
from the
said
briefing.
you keep saying in all these debates that we have testimony from the medical examiner.
We
Point
do.
of fact, the
We
medical
do.
examiner has never been called to
Let me
testify
let me let
anywhere.
me let me be clear on what you just said. You said
Okay,
the medical examiner did not testify at the hearing,
correct.
and the only thing we have from the medical examiner is from a document quote a couple of weeks ago.
No, I said we have a few sentences quoted from the medical examiner's report that the state used in their holdover brief that was filed a few weeks ago.
It wasn't
Nobody
a few
has
weeks.
gotten.
This
Nobody has gotten
define few weeks. This
defined
was
few weeks
filed. Yeah.
after the preliminary hearing and before now.
Okay, fair enough. That's good. You are correct, right? That is irrelevant to my point. My point. I don't know if I said
Well,
testify.
that's why I'm
Let me
saying
let me
just
let
stop
me
saying it.
let me clarify. Did I say that they testified at the hearing?
Yes, you said that like a half an hour ago.
I don't know that I did. If I did, it is erroneous. They,
Okay.
under penalty of perjury, swore to their testimony in official government filings, and they would have to be in on the conspiracy to be incorrect. Fair
So,
enough?
like, are you talking about Dr. Guadalajara, the medical examiner that quit his job a couple of months ago and transferred to New York? That one?
I don't know the specific name.
Well,
This
that's
is
the name.
which. Okay, let's see what they said, shall we?
Yeah. let's see.
What the exact trajectory of the wound? Is this the state's prelim brief?
From
The
415
medical
feet with a
examiner
68-foot
concluded
drop.
the medical examiner concluded the manner of death to be homicide.
Right.
A forensic examination conducted by the ATF revealed that the bullet killed Mr. Kirk was a 30 caliber class round. So far, both the medical examiner and the ATF examiner have to be lying. They have to be involved in the conspiracy, right?
No, I don't think that they're lying.
So they're incorrect. They're mistaken.
No, I think that Charlie was killed in a homicide with a 30 caliber bullet, and the ATF has not been able to conclusively link the bullet to the gun, but they have conclusively concluded that it was a 30 caliber bullet.
Okay, so
even
then
though
just
only 20% of the round has been recovered, meaning that 80% of the round has not been recovered and was either recovered at the scene or was not recovered from Charlie's body, thus making the ammunition evidence null and void. Okay, that's the first thing.
Just to be
Let's go.
clear, to be clear, why is any of that relevant if you're conceding that they are correct?
I'm conceding that it was a homicide and that the trajectory is wrong. The caliber class is correct.
Okay,
what
so it's a
what
different.
I'm saying so far is that you are erroneously
You're
quoting
coming.
the
You're
medical
coming in.
examiner.
You're coming in very hostile and you're filibustering. I'm giving you
Okay, I'm
ample
very
opportunity
sorry. I'll
to
be
talk.
quiet.
Right.
Okay.
So let me explain what I'm saying. You brought up details like it seemed a logical person, a reasonable person would conclude when you're like, you mean the medical examiner that quit? Would seem to imply that you're suggesting there's something untoward about the medical examiner. You're saying that you just brought up the medical examiner quit is just an aside, even though you fully believe the medical examiner.
Is that a question?
Yes.
Oh, I believe that the medical examiner quit because there's a lot of pressure going on with the case, and maybe he just was like, I'm out. I want to go somewhere else.
So just to be clear, the medical examiner's testimony, you bring up the fact that he quit. It's irrelevant to you do believe.
Well, I'm just letting you know.
No. I'm asking though. That'd be like if you said, you mean the medical examiner that likes driving Ferraris?
I know.
And I'll be like, what's relevant? And you're like, I just wanted you to know he likes Ferraris.
Okay, it's irrelevant that he quit. I do agree with the medical examiner. What we've heard from the medical examiner.
Real quick, I just want to get it clear so we're not confused. Okay. You believe this document. You believe the medical examiner, and you believe it was a 30 cal. You believe the medical examiner here, correct?
Right. Yes.
Okay. Fair enough. You just think that the trajectory is wrong. Your evidence?
My evidence is so far from what we've been able to see that the medical examiner is quoted as having said in his report is that the injuries that occurred to Charlie are inconsistent with a trajectory coming from a 9-degree angle from 400 and some feet away.
Okay.
I think it would have to be much.
And what document was that where he said this?
The one that you were just looking at.
Okay, so let's go to. Do you have any? I know this is unfair, but do you have any idea, like the page or roughly where in the document?
I think it's between pages 2 and 3, probably.
Excellent. So, and it's going to say here, the medical examiner says the trajectory was incompatible.
No. I'm telling you that what the ATF and medical examiner, the ATF basically concluded about the trajectory of the round does not make sense.
No. Real quick. First, you said medical examiner. Now you're saying the ATF. You said somewhere between pages.
Combined conclusion.
Okay, sir. Fair enough. You're saying somewhere between pages 2 and 3, they're going to say that the trajectory wasn't compatible with what the state's saying.
Right.
Okay, let's read that.
Okay.
So here we go. At approximately 12:23, an attendee standing directly in front of Mr. Kirk was questioning him. A gunshot rang out, and a bullet struck the left side of Mr. Kirk's leg, killing him. The bullet's trajectory was front to back, slightly left to right, and downward. The medical examiner concluded the manner of death to be homicide. A forensic examination conducted by the ATF revealed that the bullet that killed Mr. Kirk was a .30 caliber class round. It created a complex entrance gunshot wound and fragmented Mr. Kirk's neck. The bullet, or at least parts of it, sequentially perforated the anterior side of the neck, strap muscles, and left side of the neck, the left common carotid, and the internal and external jugular veins. The bullet also obliterated the left side of the C2-7 vertebrae and transected the cervical spinal cord. The medical examiner
through 7 vertebrae.
Okay. Let's finish. And then the medical examiner observed a significant portion of the cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered other severe injuries, including a bilateral apical and posterior intercostal hemorrhages, pulmonary apical hemorrhages and hematomas, and multiple disruptions of thyroid, cricoid, and tracheal cartilages. The medical examiner also observed hemorrhaging around Mr. Kirk's heart, both of his lungs, and the subarachnoid space around the cerebellar vermis and the peridial regions. When the bullet struck Mr. Kirk, officer, that's it. Basically, you agree with the ATF and medical examiner's report. It then goes on to talk about Bagley, etc. So it would be this portion that you're talking about. And what I just read is them admitting the trajectory is not possible.
Right. I would say that there is.
I didn't see that. No, correct me if I'm wrong. I promise I'll give you a chance to speak.
I know what you're going to say.
Can you highlight the sentence where they're saying the trajectory that the state is saying is not possible?
No, I cannot highlight that sentence.
So you're erroneous when you said that they say that.
Okay, well, I didn't say that they said that.
No, I said you're going to.
I said that this is what they said. This was their conclusion. It was a combined. This is what the ATF said. This is what the medical examiner said. And I said, if you have I didn't say this, but if you have any basic knowledge about these things, you would know that this conclusion is not compatible with the trajectory and the angle that they have described in this. The damage done to Charlie does not line up with what they're saying here. There are two very different things being expressed in this document.
Okay, so what I would like to do is first go back and see what you said. Is that fair? And we'll see if you said, yes, this document will be them saying that. Is that fair?
Sure you said it right before you're about to read it, and I didn't pay attention to that. You said that I said that they were saying that it was incompatible. You're right. Yes. They did not say that.
Okay, so you were mistaken.
That's what you were asking me.
You were mistaken when I specifically said you're saying they said this.
It was erroneous on my part, just like when you were erroneously saying the medical examiner
There we go. I don't know that I said that they testified.
You did.
If so, if that's true, that's far less egregious than claiming the document is literally them admitting the state's case is false.
Oh, no, I'm saying that this
claim.
document is an admittance that the state's case has a huge discrepancy, and Tyler Robinson will walk because of it.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying they're admitting that.
Okay. First off, right, I'm saying that my statement of testimony, if I did use that word, which is possible I could have used, still means the veracity of what I said is true, that the medical examiner said this, and they would have to be involved in a conspiracy if they're incorrect, right? You agree with that. So if I use the word testimony, apologize. That's a far less egregious error than you literally saying this document is them admitting it's not possible for the state's case to be true. So I'm just saying, if you want to come on and be...
I'm very sorry.
I'm just let me finish. If you want to come in and be be hostile like you have
I'm
said.
not hostile.
Let
I'm
me
just passionate.
let me please finish and to say like you've said factually incorrect things. Already what you've said is more grotesquely factually incorrect. But
Okay,
let's move
well,
on
that's
from that.
very
So
dramatic words, but go ahead.
what is your background in ballistics, sort of forensic, etc., that you know that this trajectory is impossible?
I'm a very learned woman.
Okay, you're a learned woman. So explain to me why this document shows, based on what we just read, and you said it was this section, pages 2 to 3, proves definitively that this trajectory is impossible. Go ahead.
Have you ever looked at the kind of damage that is caused by a 30 caliber bullet to internal ballistics, internal damage that's done through that kind of ammunition to a human body?
I've seen various reports. I've never dug around in a body that was shot. I have shot deer with the 30-06 though, but I've never really dug around in a body that's been shot. Have you?
I haven't dug around in a
okay.
body. No.
And so what's your experience with dealing with the internal
I'm a
damage?
very learned woman. I've explained this to you. I'm not going to give the full details of my background on a freaking YouTube channel. But I just explained. I want to say something.
Wait. That's a different claim. No one's asking for you to say, tell me where you practice medicine. I'm literally just saying, I'm a very, you seem to imply to me, have you ever seen the internal damage? I'm like, no, have you? And you're like, I'm a learned woman. Are you going to say, I'm a nurse?
Studied it. I didn't ask you if you've seen it.
So then my question,
take a lot of, I really, I have watched your debates for years. I think you are like a master, not in a gross way, debater. But what you're doing with the Charlie Kirk situation, you're going to rue the day, Rob, that you're just getting a lot of things wrong.
That might be true.
Additionally, I would like to point out the fact, if I'm allowed to speak again.
No, you're not yet. You're not allowed to speak yet. I just want to get clarification. It's a simple question. I'm not trying to dox you. Are you telling me that you're some sort of medical professional, a nurse, a doctor?
I have a lot of experience in the medical profession. Yes, that's correct.
But so do I.
Okay. I'm not sure.
I do. I worked in home healthcare. Everyone who watches my show knows that I worked in home healthcare for 16 years. Okay. That doesn't mean I have knowledge of ballistics. I'm just asking you, not in a way to dox, for you to say.
No, I don't. I wouldn't say that I have experience with hands-on ballistics, like damage that has been done to people. No.
Okay, so then when you asked me if I had that, and I said no, it seemed that you were implying that you somehow
keep getting this part wrong. I asked you if you had ever studied or looked into what happens inside a body when it's hit with a 30 caliber round fired from a 30-06. That's what I asked you. I didn't ask you if you were had personal history with interacting with bodies that have been hit by bullets. I asked you if you ever studied it or looked into it. That was the question. Quit portraying it like I was asking you a different question.
Okay, real quick, please, quiet just for a second.
Bullet
proves definitively that this trajectory is impossible. Go ahead.
Have you ever looked at the kind of damage that is caused by a 30 caliber bullet to internal ballistics, internal damage that's done through that kind of ammunition to a human body?
I've seen various reports. I've never dug around in a body that was shot. I have shot deer with the 30-06 though, but I've never really dug around in a body that's been shot.
Are we going to have to listen to this whole thing again?
No, that was it. So you asked me if I ever looked at it.
Right, I asked you if you ever looked at it. Did I ask you if you had hands-on experience with dead bodies?
No, so what I said was, yeah, I've looked at it. I've looked into the reports. So you're suggesting...
Why are we arguing about that then?
So you're suggesting that you and me have both looked into reports. That's it. You don't have any medical...
Correct. That's the suggestion.
Thank you.
Both
That's
have experience somewhat.
Okay. Excellent.
With medical stuff.
All
we're
right.
Older than 15. We have some basic life knowledge.
There we go. We're very learned people. So I'm very learned and you're very learned, but neither of us are ballistic experts or healthcare professionals that would look into this. So once more, I'll ask you then, given that we're both equally learned, what is it that you're seeing in this report that proves definitively, in a blatantly obvious way, that the state's report shows that the trajectory was impossible?
Do you know where the C2 through C7 vertebrae are located in the neck rock?
Does it start the C? I vaguely do, but go ahead.
Okay. So when you were reading those sentences from the report and you said C2 7. I corrected you and I said it says C2 through C7. Right?
I don't know if you correct me. I thought I said C2 to 7. I thought that's what I said.
What we're talking about is 6 vertebrae. They're saying that 6 vertebrae were impacted by this shot, C2 through 7, and that it was only the left side of those vertebrae that were impacted.
Okay.
It's also saying that there was damage from the top of his head internally, on top of his brain, all the way down through both lungs.
Okay.
From one shot.
Okay. Now real quick, fair enough. Now, 2 questions. First, you asked me if I ever saw like the damage or looked into the damage 30-06 would do. You're acknowledging a 30-06 did this, correct?
Well, I'm saying, yeah, it would have to be some type of gun that uses 30 caliber ammunition.
Okay, excellent. So just so we're in agreement.
I mean, I'm saying that's if we're saying that the state's theory is correct, that the ATF has verified that
you're acknowledging they are. Yes.
Right. I'm saying I find it hard to believe that one round could do that type of damage.
Fair enough. So just to be clear, you're acknowledging that it was a 30 caliber bullet. You don't dispute that. So when you ask me if you've seen the damage, you're like, because it's damage that would be caused. Now you just said something very interesting. You don't believe that one bullet would be able to do this? Do you believe he was shot multiple times?
I just think from what I've seen, from what I've looked at, from the things that I've looked into, if I can use that word, and not be caught in a gotcha.
It's fine. I was just trying to get if you were a medical expert. That was it.
Looking at previous forensic reports about gunshot wounds, the type of damage that was done there would mean that it was at a different angle, trajectory, a different roof, perhaps a different placement of the shooter to be able to take out 6 vertebrae, only the left side, going from off of what the ATF says, front to back, slightly left to right at a downward angle.
Okay, now let's pause there. It seemed to imply you speculate that one bullet couldn't do this. Is that accurate?
It seems like a lot of damage.
Okay, just to be clear, your theory is multiple 30 caliber bullets hit him.
I don't know if it's multiple 30 cal. I think it's one bullet, but that the trajectory, where the placement of where they're putting this person, is not accurate to do the damage that it did.
Okay, so just to be clear,
that one bullet could do that kind of damage, but not from that angle.
All right. So when you said it's hard to believe one bullet did this, you now concede one bullet did do it. So even though it's hard to believe, you acknowledge that's the case. Okay, thank you. I'm glad you acknowledge that. Now, you say that it was just
affirm or deny, but that's okay. Go ahead.
No, wait. You think it's possible. No, so this is important, right? Because we're trying to get you
right. That's what I'm saying. That's that my main contention.
Please, just let me finish my thought, right? Okay. What I'm saying is, it's important because you're saying I'm looking at this and it's definitive that what the state's alleging couldn't have happened based on what's here. And I'm like, why so? And one of the first things you say is it's hard to believe one bullet could do this. So I'm like, oh, you have a definitive view of this case as a very learned woman. So my question is, are you saying it was 2 bullets? And now you're like, I don't know. So it's hard for me.
I didn't say no. Okay. I'm not going to be doing this tricky business here, Rob.
Was it 1 or 2 bullets?
This is some tricky business. You know that from the moment that I started talking, and when we started talking about this, I said the trajectory and the angle, that doesn't line up. There are 2 things stated in this report by the state that conflict with each other. They do not match. If the state were saying, we don't know what the angle is, we don't know where the shooter was, this is the damage that was done, I would be like, yep, makes sense. If
You're the one who seemed to suggest that 1 bullet couldn't do this. I'm merely asking.
Perhaps I used the wrong word, Rob.
Okay, but that's fine. Then just clarify instead of being upset.
I'm letting you know from the jump. This is my issue with it.
No, wait. I'm still not getting a definitive answer. You're saying, yes, you believe it was 1 bullet.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That was it. Because it seemed when I asked you directly, you're like, maybe, maybe not. It seemed like what you were saying. The idea that it could be 2 bullets, just to let you know if that was your theory, I would have laughed.
I don't think
Let me, please.
Sorry.
It seemed that you were saying, I would have laughed really hard at you. that from the video evidence that we have that 2 bullets could have hit him in near perfect time. Fine. Now we're on to 1 bullet. No problem. Okay. You say because of the trajectory. Now, let me get this straight. A lot of it has to do with the fact that there's damage to the brain and damage to like 5 vertebrae, correct? Which would imply that it was like 6 vertebrae. I'm sorry. Which would imply that it was more of it would have to be a higher post to get that angle. Is that correct?
Right, because the C2, like they start, it starts listing like the C2 through 7 are that's your cervical spine.
Okay.
So that's what the next C1 is, like the ball at the top that attaches to the brainstem. So C2 through 7 would be the entire.
Fair enough. I get you. And do you mind if I just show a picture in case the audience wants to know? I think I could probably find a picture.
I'm sure they're making fun of me and calling me a wine mom. Just so you guys know, I don't drink. I've been sober for 12 years at least.
C2 through C7. Some people could see. Neck area. So everyone gets a good look there. Okay. Just so people have an idea what we're talking about. Now, so it would have to be at a higher angle, is what you're saying.
Right, because if you look at where the C2 is,
I know, I get it. Like,
right,
I hear.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, so what building possible was the shot from?
I would say more than likely, it had to have come from directly to his, like, if I'm.
But you're saying it had to be higher. It had to be a higher building.
Right.
Okay, what building there is
the height of
enough?
the building doesn't matter as much when you're talking about the distance from the person. So the building, I'm not saying it could be like a 1-foot building, but I'm talking about it's got to be a high enough building like the Sorensen Center, the Hall of Flags behind him, the building that was off to the left of him. Those would all line up. There's been many 3D maps done of this where trajectories could have come from that would have hit him and could have more likely caused the damage that we see for the first time being listed in this report than the one that's been provided by the state.
Okay, so just to be clear, what you're saying here is it's not that the low-C building wasn't high enough. It's that the angle, because it was further away, would mean the trajectory would have to be flatter. So even a building with a similar height of the low-C building that maybe was closer would mean that the angle would be more directly downward.
To be steeper, right?
Right.
Yeah.
That's the claim here. And your claim is that there were several other buildings that were closer in geographic locations to Charlie Kirk that would have made that more likely.
Right.
Okay. So I have several questions. So one, I'll have to look at the exact makeout of these buildings to see what that would be. Right. So, but let's skip that for now because I think there's questions that are more relevant that we don't need to like get into that. Right.
No,
If the bullet, do you believe the bullet fragmented?
It would have had to have to cause that kind of damage.
You believe that the bullet they recovered is accurate. They're not like
and the one part that's confusing to me about this report is where they say the bullet, or at least parts of it, transected or whatever they say, the left side of his neck. So they seem to be implying that even perhaps before it hit him, that it was broken up in some way. I don't know if they're saying that it might have been a deflection or what. If you read the sentence, Rob, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Go ahead and read it.
Well, what it sounds like, I will agree, and I've talked to gun experts about this. What they've told me is it seems that possibly there was the yaw of the shot plus because it was an old rifle that was like refitted, that it could be that the bullet was wobbling. I don't think that most people are going with the theory that it broke up before it went in. But here's my question.
Well, I'm saying the way that the state worded it, where they said the bullet, or at least parts of it, sequentially perforated the anterior left side of Mr. Kirk's neck. The bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially perforated, sequential in a sequence, perforated the left side of his neck. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay. Nonetheless, I don't see the relevancy of the point that I'm trying to make here, which is what they're suggesting is we all acknowledge that the bullet was in many fragments, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. What happens when a bullet fragments to the trajectory of those fragments inside the body?
They go in different directions.
Okay. Is it possible that from an angle of a low-C building, when hitting the C2 spine, that it started to fragment and then traveled downward?
I don't know the answer to that, but I would say that your proposition there is incorrect. That's not what they're saying. They aren't saying that the bullet fragmented when it hit the C2 vertebra. They're saying that it was already fragmented when it hit his neck. That's a very important piece of the
Okay,
situation.
fair
I
enough.
agree that ammunition may have been old. He was using a freaking Dremel on it, which also would have probably affected the yaw and the wobbling and all of that stuff. I get that.
All right, so it's a yaw. It could have a weird yaw. It could have a weird wobble. Before it hit the spine, the bullet broke up. Did the bullet eventually hit the spine?
I
Or
don't.
fragments of the bullet?
I would say, it took out 6 vertebrae, the left, but only the left side of those vertebrae. I don't know.
You don't. So how would it take out vertebrae if it never hit the spine?
No, I'm saying that it's not articulated.
It
says the bullet. They're saying that this. Okay, go ahead.
You're looking at this and saying definitive. Anyone with any sort of knowledge would know this is an impossible shot. It couldn't have happened for that trajectory. I'm like, wow, you have a lot of insight into this. This is amazing. Then I ask simple things like, well, 6 spine were destroyed. Do you think the bullet hit the spine? You're like, I don't know. It seems to belie your confidence in being able to read this document and tell me what happened.
Is when you're asking me the questions, I'm trying to think through what you're saying and give you an honest answer instead of going with a pre-prepared answer to your question. That's what I'm doing. Okay. I'm actually thinking through it. I'm trying to be honest.
Fair enough.
How would
the bullet destroy the spine if the bullet didn't hit the spine?
How
would it destroy 6?
The fragments of it more than
Which
likely
was my
hit
question.
Those vertebrae.
Right. My question was, did the bullets or fragments of it hit the vertebrae? Now you're acknowledging yes.
If the bullet did. Yes.
Okay. So the fragment. What would happen when a fragment of a bullet hit the vertebrae? What would that fragment do?
It would either lodge in it
or
cause damage to the area.
Could it deflect?
It could deflect. Yeah. Very
Could
true,
it deflect?
Yes.
Could it deflect downward?
Yeah, sure, it could.
So it could theoretically hit the C2 vertebrae and deflect down through 6 more vertebrae to the C7.
I don't know. Do you think that it could?
I believe it probably could, but you're the one definitively saying it couldn't.
I'm saying that if you are if this report is positing that parts of that bullet hit one of those vertebrae and destroyed 7 of them in a downward trajectory from where the bullet is supposed to have been fired from. And not only that, but that it was already broken up when it hit the neck, not the vertebra. That's a big leap for most people who've ever fired a gun, killed an animal, the people that are going to be on the jury. That's not believable.
But wait a second.
Caused damage. Charlie's 6'3", 6'4". For the damage to go from the top of his head to the middle of his torso from one bullet or fragments of it that they weren't able to recover, to be clear.
I mean, all right. So just to be clear, you believe the medical report. So when you're like, oh, the fact that it says, according to you, that it may have been fragmented before they hit the spine, but you believe that. You're just saying this proves that it had to be from a different angle.
Right.
The same criticism that you just had, the idea that a fragmented bullet could hit the C2 spine and then all of a sudden go through 6 more, a jury won't believe that. But no matter where the shot was taken from, the same argument would be made. If that bullet was, let me finish, if that bullet was fragmented when it hit the C2 vertebrae, there's no way a jury will believe that it went through the C7. So why would it matter where the shot was taken from? What you seem to be implying is, based on what's outlined here, it would literally be impossible for this caliber of bullet to make that sort of wound, no matter where the shooting came from.
No, I don't think so. That's not
okay. Let's say that you think it came. What was the building you said it could have been possible?
It could have come from the Sorensen Center.
All right, let's pretend you are now defending that position, that this medical report is accurate, and you're saying it came from the Sorensen Center. Can we do that? And I'll sort of question you like I'm a defense attorney.
Sure, let's game theory it out.
All right, here we go.
A thought
so I say, so your argument is from the Sorensen Center that this rifle was shot, right? A 30 caliber bullet comes out, hits this dude, and before it gets to the spine, it shatters. That's your argument?
Right, that's what is explained in
the... Okay, and you expect us to believe that a shattered bullet, before it hits the spine, hits the C2 vertebrae and travels down through 6 vertebrae? How's that possible?
You're asking me that?
Correct. And you're the prosecution. We just said we're going to game theory.
No, I hear you. So my explanation for that is that if the trajectory was much closer and therefore higher and a steeper downward angle, that would explain the damage that you're seeing.
No, not a shattered bullet.
From,
no, a shattered bullet would never be able to go through. A shattered bullet before it even hit the vertebrae, traveling down through 6 vertebrae, not possible.
When a bullet impacts something, if the bullet's closer to that something, it's going to cause more damage than if the bullet is farther away from that something.
That might be true, but what we're talking about is the impossibility of a shattered bullet hitting a vertebrae and traveling through 6 more. It might be true that it would be, if it closer, it would cause more damage, but there's no evidence it could go through 6 vertebrae.
Well, I have evidence right here. This is what the medical examiner found. It went through the C2 through 3-7. It was fired from the Sorensen Center, which was much higher up and therefore had a steeper downward trajectory than what the defense view are positing that it came from the
now
Losey
pause.
Center.
Now I'm going to defend the Losey Center.
Okay,
I have
go ahead.
evidence. I have evidence. The report right here says that's what happened. It hit the C2 vertebrae and then went down into the C7.
Okay, let's take a look at the angle. Let's take a look at the building.
Yeah, sure. It hit and the bullet went downward. Yep.
Not
it's
possible.
just your opinion. It's your opinion. You have a problem of threshold because when I get to why it's not possible, you're like, I just don't believe it. I don't believe that a shattered bullet could deflect downward like that, not at that angle. What's your proof? Because the bullet was shattered. No one would believe it could go downward like that. But then all of a sudden, when it's the Sorensen Center, without being able to explain me articulately why the angle would make it now all of a sudden that it is possible, you're just like, yeah, I totally believe it.
It's the
MLK got shot. MLK got shot in the jaw, right? With the 30 caliber, right?
Yeah, he did. And
what happened to the bullet?
Re-entered.
What happened to the bullet? It exited which direction?
It exited through his jaw, through his lower jaw, cheek area, and re-entered.
So he got shot. It deflected downward.
Yeah, the bullet exited. Yes, it deflected downward and it re-entered the same caliber bullet that we're saying never exited Charlie Kirk's body, but all of a sudden took a 180-degree turn, a 90-degree turn downward, destroyed the whole spinal column, left parts of it traumatically absent, which I'm not sure if you're familiar with what that concept means, but it means it's gone. They didn't find it in him, and they didn't check the scene around him, and they certainly couldn't because the scene was messed up, so I don't know how they would find where the rest of the stuff from inside his body went, but it wasn't in him, and it wasn't around him.
What you did there when we were talking about Martin Luther King, you start talking about the re-entered again. You're saying that as if it's impossible to think that a 30 caliber bullet like this wouldn't leave an exit wound, but you're acknowledging that it was a 30 caliber exit wound.
If it's 60, if it's about less than half the distance away that this gunshot was taken, as is the case with Martin Luther King, and it hit one of the strongest bones in the human body, and then it deflected downward.
Correct.
Okay, I buy that.
Okay, that's what happened here.
Oh, what bone did it hit? Was the strongest?
The C2 vertebrae.
Oh, did it do that? And then that's where it fractured and went in all different directions, destroying a 2-foot area of someone's body?
No, you just told me that it fractured before it hit the C2. So fragments hit the C2, which would mean they'd be more likely to deflect more. That was your argument.
Okay. And what are you saying? That
it hit the C2, deflected downward.
That the fragments hit the C2 and deflected downward, or that the bullet did?
That's your claim. Your claim
No, I'm asking you what you're saying.
I don't know. You're claiming to be learned, and you've read this report. And
yes, I'm very learned.
Let me finish.
This report is contradictory.
Please let me finish. And that this report says that before it hit the spine, the bullet was fragmented. That's your argument.
That's what it says.
Okay, so then that would imply, and you already acknowledged, you said I'd have to concede that in order for those vertebrae to be destroyed, that the fragments would have had to hit the vertebrae.
Right.
That's what you said. Okay, so now we're back to, I don't know why you were questioning, now we're back to fragments hit vertebrae, deflect downward. Why is that not possible?
It is possible.
Then where your argument was you could prove it. This proves that the trajectory was impossible. Now you just said it is possible.
Bob, can you please pretend not? Can you please stop playing stupid with the situation?
I'm not playing
full
stupid.
And well,
I'm repeating what you're saying.
at the human body and with the trajectory that bullet was coming from, that it could not physically damage, fragmented or not. Well, I won't say that, but for this report, maybe I'm sure that this is not the medical examiner's report, right? These are just a few sentences that are summing up what they believe is the most whatever relevant thing for the judge, everybody else to hear, to conclude that this is plausible. This is what probably happened. This is probable cause. He probably did it. It was probably him.
I will say this: your incredulity that everybody knows that this just wasn't possible. I'm sorry, I don't put
everybody knows. I said if you show pictures.
Please. I sat here patiently and let you talk. I'll say my point. Fine, you didn't say everyone. You have incredulity that anyone learned or some dude like me would have to know. I'm trolling or lying or something that I don't know that this trajectory is impossible. Once I explain exactly how it was possible, and it's just evident. We should know that it's evident. Okay, I'm sorry that I don't find your incredulity to be compelling evidence. And if I'm going to be specific, if you're going to sort of accuse me of being willfully stupid or whatever, I think that you're probably just one of these.
No, I think you're just ignoring
Let me finish, please. I'll give you a chance.
Rob.
Let me finish my point here. I think the fact that I think that you're just some maybe you say you don't drink. Congratulations. I think that you're a pretend internet sleuth and you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I think you're full of shit. And the fact that you claim, well, I'm learned and that's my proof. I think you're a fucking idiot. There, is that fair? Now go ahead. You can say your piece. No? You're done? Excellent. Well, hey, thanks so much for calling in. Go ahead if you'd like to say your piece. All right, I had more questions for her, but apparently she's done talking. Okay, there you go. I think I heard you. Go ahead, you can say your piece. Maybe you're muted or something like that.
No,
your device.
Sorry, I don't know. My Wi-Fi.
It's all right. Shit happens. Go ahead.
I wanted to say that I think the people that are arguing this on both sides are getting some very basic facts wrong. The facts. The things that you're saying when you're debating people, like I said several times, you said that the medical examiner testified. That's not
I don't
true.
know that I said testify, if so.
No, okay, I want to move on. Number 2.
No, I don't want to move on yet. I'm happy to get to number 2. I'm happy to get to number 2, I swear. But I want to keep going with your theory of you're saying this definitively proves. We've already talked about that. What I want to get here is then if there was another shooter with a 30 caliber weapon, that's what you're suggesting. Is it your belief that law enforcement is intentionally lying to frame Tyler Robinson?
I don't think that. No.
So just to be clear, under your interpretation, this would have to be what's true. Law enforcement made a tragic mistake. The medical examiner looks at this, puts through the report, and the medical examiner absolutely knows that this shot was impossible, but has never articulated to the police, literally what you're claiming happened is not possible. I'm a learned medical examiner, so I would know that because Cora Kiphart is a learned woman who's not a medical examiner and knows it. Why is the medical examiner not saying, my goodness, police, this is a tragic mistake. It is evident from what I said that this shooting wasn't possible.
What's the question?
Why isn't the medical examiner speaking up and saying, police, you've made a tragic mistake?
I don't know.
This shooting was not
to
possible.
Another state.
So he's intentionally covering it up?
No, I'm saying he didn't even appear at the preliminary hearing, which is highly unusual. They didn't even call the medical examiner.
So
I'm saying perhaps, I've already said that perhaps you just went through your thing, so please let me speak. You're saying the medical examiner, this is not the medical examiner's report, which I've pointed out now probably 2 or 3 times. This is pieces of the medical examiner's report. There is no reason on God's green earth that the state of Utah couldn't call this medical examiner to testify, admit the full medical examiner's report, and allow him to answer questions and perhaps be cross-examined by the defense. For some reason, I would put forth that the reason is the guy is out of state now, working for a different state, a different department, but they didn't call him for whatever reason. So this is what we have from the medical examiner's report. I'm saying, based on the information that we have, and any number of people that have an IQ above 80 would look at this report and say, there's a problem.
Okay, fair enough. So then what we have is I can explain to you why the medical examiner didn't have to testify. That's simple to do, right? Because it's probable cause hearing and there was more than enough for probable cause, so they didn't have to bring in evidence like that. His report would be
Not really. The
sufficient to
medical
let me
examiner's
finish,
report.
please. I said here
Okay.
quietly,
All right.
right? So they wouldn't have to call. That's true. And it'll be proven by the fact that probable cause will be found and there will be a trial, which shows that I'm right, that it wasn't necessary for the medical examiner to report. That's going to be decided very quickly. And then you can call back in and say, I was wrong, Rob. You were correct. The medical examiner didn't have to testify. Number two, even still, you're saying anyone above, it's so obvious that anyone above an 80 IQ, this would mean that whatever the full medical report would be, as it's being carried out, that any layman, let alone a professional medical examiner, would immediately look at this and say, the state's theory is impossible. But that medical examiner never spoke up to the police and said, your theory is impossible. Or the only other option is he did, and the police said, fuck you, we don't care. We want to take Tyler Robinson down. Which do you think's more likely?
Number one.
So the medical examiner, for some reason, knows that his report is being used to put an innocent man in prison, and he just doesn't give a fuck.
You didn't even let me answer, and you're like, well, this is what I think you're going to say, so I'm going to go ahead and rebut it.
Can you answer that question? The medical examiner, you're saying obviously because anyone above an 80 IQ, and please let me just finish the question.
You already finished, dude.
You're not going to answer that question, so I'm going to restate it. Just the medical examiner knows because anyone above an 80 IQ, the state's theory is impossible, and you said the most likely theory is he just refused to tell the state that. Why would he let an innocent man face the death penalty?
How do you know that he did not say anything to the state about?
You just, I said there's.
I'm asking you a question.
All right.
Yes, that's right. I'm assuming that the medical examiner is paying full attention to every whisper and breath that goes on with this case. And he failed to assert to the state that their hypothesis for where the shooter was located is completely wrong and that therefore they're framing an innocent kid. No, I didn't say any of that. What I said was they didn't call the medical examiner so that he could answer any further questions about what exactly happened. Number two.
No. I'll answer there. The reason I postulated that was I said there are two possible scenarios. Scenario one is, as the medical examiner is doing this, he's looking going, fuck, the state's theory is impossible. But for some reason, never articulates that to the state. Option two is, he does articulate it to the state, and the state's like, we don't give a fuck, we're still going to frame Tyler Robinson. Which one of those are more likely? You said scenario one, that he saw this, knew that it was impossible, but never articulated.
Was one of the options that I was giving. You gave two options. I was giving two options.
That's what you said, and so we went off from there. And you're like, "Where are you getting?" Is your claim now that there is a third option? I'm willing to hear it. Go ahead.
What was the second option that I gave?
I don't know what the second. I didn't hear you give any options.
You let me get out one sentence, and then you're like, "Let me speak uninterrupted."
No, you said number two, as in you were moving on to it. Just tell me what your theory is. The medical. We could agree. I'll go step by step. One. We agree that the medical examiner, as he's doing the report, absolutely definitively knows because he has above an 80 IQ, the state's theory is impossible. We agree. That's what you're saying, correct?
Okay. May I say two sentences?
Can you just say yes or no?
Interrupted?
Can you just say yes or no? That's not what you're saying. Okay. Please explain.
Okay, thank you. What I'm saying is that the forensic examination, the autopsy, as it were, was done in a very quick timeline. They didn't even have a suspect or any idea, like all of the details of where all of this happened, what the caliber of the gun was, any of this stuff before the medical examiner did the autopsy. So the medical examiner's findings, if you would know this, if you watched more than just this case, doesn't have to line up with the state's theory of what happened. This has happened over and over and over in our criminal justice system, where the medical examiner finds something completely contradictory to what the state is putting forth happened. In cases where that happens frequently, they have gone to the medical examiner, have brought in outside medical examiners to find someone that will agree with them, that makes what they're positing happened possible, given the damage to the body. That's what I'm saying.
But that's not what could happen in this case, because you said it is, quote, so evident that anyone above an 80 IQ. So the idea that two medical examiners could disagree and the defense gets one examiner and the prosecution gets another and they disagree, you're saying that's not possible. Unless a medical examiner is lying, we assume that every medical examiner would be over 20 IQ. So it gets back to the original question. If the medical examiner is aware of the state's theory and is saying, holy fuck, that's literally impossible, can't they read my report? That's impossible. Why wouldn't the medical examiner make that known to the police? Why would he allow an innocent man to face the death penalty?
What evidence would we have that he did that?
That gets back to my point. There's two scenarios. Either A, he didn't do that, which is indescribable, or B, he did and the police are covering it up.
I don't think they're covering anything up.
So just to be clear, you think there's a third option that sounds something like this?
I think there's a third option that sounds something like this. Kash Patel arrested they arrested probably 2, 3, how many people before they got to Tyler Robinson that they were wrong the first time. They were wrong the second time. This time, the third time, they're right. They got the right guy from the right trajectory.
Who was the third person? They got Zinn.
George Zinn, Zachariah Qureshi, the old guy that got arrested with an air rifle in his vehicle, downtown Provo, same day, the 11th, they said that had come from the university. Number 4, Tyler Robinson.
Okay, wait. So the guy with the air rifle was arrested for the murder of Charlie Kirk.
He was arrested. They were questioning him, believing that he may have been the shooter.
Okay, but he wasn't arrested for the murder.
With a rifle.
Right, they weren't arrested. What does any of this have to do with?
They were all arrested, and Zachariah Qureshi was questioned by the FBI.
What you're doing is you're talking about irrelevant details. It's very simple. It is very simple. What does Kash Patel arresting multiple people have to do with this fact?
Because
let me finish. Anyone with above an 80 IQ would know that this trajectory is impossible based on the medical report. This means that there's two options. Either A, the medical examiner is intentionally staying silent and allowing an innocent man to go to prison, or B, he told the police and the police are refusing to exonerate Tyler Robinson. They damn well know it was impossible that he took the shot, but they're still proceeding to prosecute him. What is the third option? And you're like, well, Kash Patel arrested multiple people.
Right.
How does that give a different option?
They made the other option is that they made another mistake. And that this time,
but they know now. They know that there's a mistake because the medical examiner.
I don't think the police know that they made a mistake, and the medical examiner has not been questioned.
But the medical examiner absolutely knows at this point what the state's theory is. Why would he stay silent?
Because he hasn't been called to testify, Rob.
So if you were a medical examiner and your report was being used in a capital murder trial, and you saw that they were misusing it, you'd be like, fuck it. If no one calls me, I'm not going to say anything. You wouldn't go and say, this proves that he couldn't do it. You wouldn't say that. You'd just say, unless someone calls me, I'm just going to let it fly.
I think a lot of medical examiners, as is the case with a lot of the other witnesses involved in this case, are bound by a gag order not to speak
to the
about
police
the case until they're called to testify before the judge. It is not outrageous.
So just to be clear, the gag order.
You think that he's going to call the police that are making the mistake to tell them, hey, actually, this is the mistake that we've made.
Yes,
this is the mistake here.
Yes, I think that a medical examiner, if a medical examiner writes a report that literally is the medical examiner trying to say, police, prosecution, your theory can't be correct.
No, he didn't
and
write
the prosecution,
that report. The report was written before that.
Let me finish. Okay, but he writes a report that then shows that the theory that the prosecution used would literally be impossible, that he would not allowed to speak because he has a gag order to the prosecution. I don't think that's the case whatsoever. I don't think that's how gag orders work. That the medical examiner is just sitting there like, fuck, if only the state's wasting all these resources. An innocent man is languishing in prison. And also I'm sitting outside the door like, I'd like to tell them, oh no, you're wrong. That's not possible. But I'm not allowed. There's a gag order. I don't believe that's how it works. No.
Okay.
Can you show me proof that that's how the gag order would work?
Believe it or not believe it. It's not up to me.
You're learned. Can you show me where I could find this proof that medical examiners who know that their evidence is being...
Do you know what a gag order is when it comes
Yes.
to the court? Okay, good. Can you tell me who has been found so far in the last 11 months to be in contempt of that gag order in this case?
I'm not sure specifically. I think the prosecution, a couple people in it have. Maybe some people at TPUSA.
And what How were they in contempt of that gag order?
It was like the evidence that was like said outside of court or something like that. I don't understand the relevancy why a medical examiner wouldn't be allowed to talk. Let me finish. Let me finish my point. I don't know. Let me finish. Let me finish. I don't understand the relevancy of how a medical examiner wouldn't be allowed to talk to the prosecution using the medical examiner's report to throw an innocent man in prison.
Okay. Well,
can you show me anywhere that says?
You explain. Yeah, I was just about to, but you interrupted me again. With the gag order that's present in this case, people that are involved, witnesses, lawyers, whomever else that is expected to testify in the case, is not allowed to speak about the case unless they are before the judge. I'm not saying that the medical examiner could or could not have called the police and said something about it, but what I'm telling you is that the gag order prohibits it. And we have already seen instances where people involved in the case have broke the gag order, and the solution that was proposed before the judge was to remove the death penalty for Tyler Robinson because of the contempt for the gag order. So I think it might make a medical examiner or anyone else, even tangentially involved with this case, a little bit nervous to speak about it until they're in front of the judge as they've been ordered by a court of law.
No, a gag order
affecting the outcome.
No, a gag order in this case does not mean the medical examiner could not talk to the prosecution. Judge Tony Graff issued a pretrial publicity order, often called a gag order, on September 16, 2025. The same day charges were filed. It was later amended. It requires, let me finish. It requires lawyers involved with the investigation or litigation to follow Utah Rule of Professional Conduct 3.6. They could not make out-of-court statements that they know or reasonably should know will be publicly disseminated and that have a substantial likelihood of materially prejudicing the case. The restrictions is aimed at public comments to the media, not internal casework. A prosecutor was later held in civil contempt for telling outlets there was ample evidence to prove Robinson's guilt. The order does not block the state from obtaining the autopsy report, consulting with the medical examiner, or having investigators speak with the doctor or perform the exam. That communication happened. Agent David Hall testified that he and another agent personally visited the medical examiner's office, spoke with the doctor, and received the report. The report was submitted as evidence at the preliminary hearing, though not published publicly. Utah law already limits public release of autopsy reports. The gag order is a separate rule about lawyers talking to the press. In short, the gag order limits who attorneys can say, what they can say publicly. It does not stop the prosecution from talking to the medical examiner, or vice versa. You were saying?
Agreed.
Well, you just said that a gag order meant that the medical examiner couldn't talk to the prosecution.
Yeah, I never said that they couldn't talk to the prosecution.
Yes, that's what you said.
I was in the middle of saying that I'm not saying whether the medical examiner could or could not talk to the police, and I was about to say could or could not talk to the prosecution. But I can tell you for a fact that if that communication happened, we would have no evidence that it happened. Can we please move on to number 2?
No, because that is what you said. You said a gag order would prevent the medical examiner, because I said there's only 2 possibilities. Either A, the medical examiner told the police that you got the wrong guy, the shooting was impossible, or B, the medical examiner knows the shooting's impossible and is staying silent.
So
and
I'm
you
going
said,
with A.
let me finish. And you said, well, the reason is, because your theory is the reason is the medical examiner didn't know the police's theory at the time of the report.
Right.
And now that he does, there's a gag order preventing him from talking to the prosecution. I just proved that gag order doesn't do that. You said, I agree, it doesn't.
Right.
Okay, so you were wrong.
Okay, I was wrong. If that's
okay. So now
how you
your
wanna
theory is,
portray it.
real quick, you said you're going with A. So your theory is that the medical examiner would have spoken up to the prosecution like David Hall, the agent that talked to him, and told them, you got the wrong guy, and the police were like, kick rocks, we're still going to charge him?
I'm not going to choose any of your answers because they seem like tricks to me, Rob.
What it seems like to me is, if you're joining me, just because we had a bunch of people join, this is someone who is saying that the medical examiner portion of the state's preliminary brief is evident to anyone with above an 80 IQ that, of course, a 30 caliber did kill Charlie Kirk, but it is impossible for that shot to have came from the Losi Center because she knows that a bullet could not deflect from the C2 to the C7 vertebrae. And when anyone with an 80 IQ reading the report would know this. When I point out, okay, that would mean the medical examiner knows this. Why isn't he speaking up? She said, well, because he's under a gag order. I just proved that he's not under a gag order. Now she says, I refuse to talk about any theories as to why that would not be the case. There you have it. That's where we're at. That's correct. That's absolutely correct.
Can I give my summation now?
Sure.
Okay, great. So I pointed out several times while you were debating some of these idiots on X that you were getting some basic facts of the case wrong. You offered me an opportunity to call in, even though I didn't call anywhere, clicked on a link to talk about the facts that you were getting wrong. I started with number one, a fact that you were getting wrong. You admitted that you made perhaps you were erroneous.
I said
that perhaps you erroneously stated that the medical examiner testified. Yes, that's exactly what you said.
I said perhaps I said that. I don't know if I did.
Right, that's exactly what I just said. I don't know if you have problems hearing or what, but and then when we started going through the medical examiners, the quotes from the medical examiner, you got hung up on the C2 through 7. That was
your claim was that was
leaving out everything that I mentioned outside of the vertebrae, from the top of his head to the middle of his torso, that was completely damaged, blown apart, parts of his spinal cord that were traumatically absent. You didn't know any of these facts, by the way.
That's not true. I've read the report. I did know these facts, right? Now, the question is, okay, let's go with that. So the top of his head had damage.
The top of his brain had damage.
Okay, so the top of his brain had damage. And your argument is, if there's a shot coming from over here and it hits and then deflects downwards, that wouldn't damage the top of the head.
I'm saying that the distance.
I'm just asking. Would that damage?
I'm saying that the angle of the shot, that what's being proposed, would not cause the damage from the top of his head to the middle of his torso. Like
so just to be clear, bullet coming from here enters here, impossible to cause damage here. Correct?
But I can't. Can you do the hand movement?
Yes. Bullet coming here, deflects downward, impossible to cause damage here.
No.
Then what's the problem?
Can you use the entirety of what I said, where the damage was from the top of his head to the middle?
We're doing step by step.
Oh,
is it possible for the bullet to hit the C2 vertebrae, deflect down to the C7 vertebrae, and cause damage to the top of the head? Is that possible?
To only the top of the brain?
Yes. Is that possible?
I wouldn't think so. No.
And okay, so just to be clear, what you're saying here is, forget about the damage down here. For a bullet to enter here, go downward, and then cause damage to the top of the brain would not be possible.
From the angle away from the person?
Because the argument is the bullet's entering here, right?
Right, but you're pointing straight at your neck, and the prosecution has said that there was a 9-degree angle. I know this is very frustrating for you. But
your stupidity is frustrating. It is. Let me. Since you're unwilling to engage in good faith, this is what I'm going to suggest.
Oh my God!
Her argument is because the bullet entry wound is here and is at a specific angle. Even if it hit the vertebrae and went down, there wouldn't be enough force to cause damage in the head. And instead, if the bullet's coming from like here and goes down, that would be enough damage to cause the top of the head. Go ahead, explain why.
Well, because we all have what's known as
the entry wound's where it's at, right? We know where the entry wound is.
Well, that's an entry or an exit wound, right?
Well, if that's the exit wound, where the fuck's the entry wound?
I didn't examine the body, and we don't have the full medical examiner's report.
Okay, so the brief that says where the bullet entered, you're now thinking that that's possibly
the bullet
wrong.
Or parts of the bullet.
Okay, so
sequentially perforated the left anterior. I can quote this from memory because.
Okay, what does that? So then your argument is that that's not necessarily an entry wound. That could be an exit wound.
Does it say that that's an entrance wound?
Just to be clear, I'm saying that you're saying that it could either be an entry or exit wound.
Right, it would have had to come from
and so
this entrance wound.
Okay, and this report, it is possible that this is an exit wound and completely refused to say where the entry wound is. That's your argument.
I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but when people are struck by high-powered rifles and high-powered ammunition, the entrance and exit wound are sometimes the same thing. The bullet can enter, and a lot of the stuff that's missing, that they're saying spinal cord traumatically absent, et cetera, by force could be, go out through that same wound.
But then this would still be the entry wound. It just happens to be identical as an exit wound as well.
I see what you're saying. Yes, right.
So, okay, so we acknowledge the medical examiner's report was this is the entrance.
Right. Yes.
Okay.
It might have been
So we
where
acknowledge that it perforated the anterior left side of Charlie Kirk's neck. So that would be around here, right?
Well, it's
That's
down
where the bullet
lower
went in.
than that. No, you're
Okay,
not
so
pointing correct.
okay, right here, let's say. So your argument is if the bullet's coming from this direction, like 9 degrees, right? And hits here and deflects down, damage couldn't come to the top of the head. But if it's coming from like 30 degrees and hits here, then it could cause damage to the top of the head. Explain how.
Like that very simple thing that I said earlier, when you are closer to someone and you shoot them, it causes more damage than further away. It's a pretty simple concept.
Okay, so can you explain to me using some sort of like kinetic analysis of what a bullet does, of how far the distance has to be before a wound that occurs,
No,
a good 8 inches? What's that?
I'm not a ballistics expert. I'm
But
just a person.
You're a very learned, that is just so the audience knows, she did acknowledge that she's not a ballistic expert, but her expertise in this, and I'm quoting, is she's a very learned woman. So how are you so learned if I ask you, if you know that it's impossible from a bullet from that distance to hit there and cause damage in the top of the head, but if it was closer, it could, and then when I ask you, can you explain like kinetically why that'd be the case? You're like, no, I'm not an expert. So why should we take your opinion that it's impossible that the shot from the Losi building could do that?
Okay, go. You don't have to take my opinion.
You're the one claiming anyone with an over 80 IQ knows that, yet you can't explain. Does that suggest you have less than an 80 IQ?
So let me try and explain it further for you. So the top of the brain was impacted in between the top of the brain and the skull. That's where there was damage. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, we both agree to that? Yeah?
I believe that's what the report says. For the sake of now, I don't have to look into it.
There was no further damage to the brain. There was no damage to the size of the brain, to the interior part of the brain. None of the fragments of the bullet perforated the brain. They didn't go into the brain.
Correct.
Like
yep, we all agree.
A concussive type impact to the
totally
top of the brain that would cause bleeding in that area. What I'm saying, that's more likely to happen if the shot came from closer, steeper, than if the shot came from further away. That's my only statement about that I'm asserting.
Okay, but that's a different claim than you're making outright, which is that this shot would be impossible. And anyone with an 80 IQ or higher would easily look at the medical report and say, it is literally not possible for these injuries to be caused by this. And now what you're saying is a different claim, which is it would be more likely to have a concussive impact if the shot occurred closer. That may well be true, but that doesn't prove that there's an impossibility from the shot to have occurred at the Losi Center.
Oh, yeah.
You disagree?
Right. You're right. No, you're right.
Okay, then what's the point? What are you talking? You're the one looking at this and saying you're saying, just to be clear, you're the one who called in and said, literally, anyone with above an 80 IQ could
I just said that like 10 minutes ago. It wasn't literally when I called in.
But what you were implying was it's obvious. It's so obvious.
Yes,
that if you read
obvious.
the medical report that this shot was not possible and that he's going to be found not guilty because everyone will see this shot was not possible. So we start to get into the details and you're like, he had bleeding in the top of the head.
Up wrong again.
What's that?
You're summing things up wrong again.
I'm not.
I didn't say that Tyler Robinson would be found not guilty because of this one fact. I said you're getting a lot of the facts of the case wrong when you're debating with people. And most of the time, I agree with you in what you're asserting, what you're saying, I believe to be true. I don't think there's a bunch of people lying about the situation. What I'm saying is you're getting some of the facts wrong. The other guy that you were debating with is getting some of the facts wrong. And you're leaving thousands of people with a false impression of what the facts of the case are and your opinion of why,
I think if we go back, we'll see that you said he'll be found not guilty because this shot wasn't possible. I think you said that.
Okay. Maybe
you're saying you never said that?
I don't remember saying it that way, but you might be right. I don't think I said it was because of the shot. I said I think people on the jury will look at this when they're shown pictures of the roofs, pictures of the angles, how far away the shooter was from Charlie, the impact that was caused to him that we can see externally with our eyes, and then the damage that they're shown through a forensic medical examiner's report is not going to match. That's all.
Okay, I completely disagree. I think it's obvious you don't know what the fuck you're talking about based on this discussion. Well, we could get to number 2 that I got wrong. Go ahead.
Number 2 is there were 2 other guns found at the crime scene.
So first off, I don't believe that I never said there weren't. Where did I say there weren't other guns found at
When
the
you were
crime scene?
arguing with that guy on X, you said this is the only weapon that they found on the scene
That matched the
could have
caliber.
used a 30 caliber bullet.
Correct.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Okay. So what were the other 2 guns that were found? Were they 30 caliber?
Yeah, there were 2 handguns that were found.
30 caliber handguns that were found.
Well, they said there were 2. There was a handgun that was found in a backpack that was left abandoned. There was some discrepancy over whether or not there was a gun that was in a holster in the courtyard.
Okay. Those were 30 caliber.
I don't know if they articulated whether they were 30 caliber. Is that a big problem for you?
You just said that I was wrong because I said there was only one gun there that could have fired this bullet. And the reason is because they found 2 other guns. I said, could those guns have fired the bullet? You said yes. I said, okay, can you prove that they were 30 caliber? You're like, I don't know if they were 30 caliber. If they weren't 30 caliber, will you acknowledge that I'm not wrong when I said there was only one gun found there that could have shot this bullet?
Well, I acknowledge that you're not wrong, that they only found one gun. If it's not specified what the caliber of the handguns was, that you're not saying things wrong. Is that what you're asking me?
Yes, I'm saying unless you have proof, there has been the defense has not made the claim, the prosecution has not made the claim, no ATF people have made the claim, no police have made the claim that there is another gun that was found on the scene that was capable of making this shot. We have one claim that there is discrepancy. Let me finish. There is discrepancy on a holster. The official testimony by, I believe it's Detective Hall or Agent Hall. Agent Hall's testimony was there was a holster found that didn't have a gun in it. But there was a written report from someone named Officer Gonzalez, I believe, that said there was a holster found with a gun in it. Hall still seems to suggest that's not the case, but acknowledges this officer reported that. The defense didn't say, a 30 caliber handgun. That's what it is. Didn't say that.
Right. No, they did not say that.
Okay. So you have no evidence. Now, the backpack gun, I know less about that. There's a gun found in a backpack at UVU when Charlie was shot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Can you tell me about that? I'm happy to hear about it.
That's what they said. They said they found a gun. They were asking about I think it was when Kathy Nestor was questioning Hall, asking him how many weapons were found on the scene that day.
Okay.
And he said the thing about the holster. And she said, but in fact, this person said in their report that there was a gun in the holster. And she said, and are you aware that there was another gun found in a backpack? And he said, yes, I believe he hemmed and hawed. And then I think he had to look at his report. And that was all that they said about it. Neither the defense didn't posit that this was a gun that was capable of firing a 30 caliber bullet. But I'm saying I don't think it was articulated one way or the other, whether it could have or could not have. But those are things like that are going to get stuck. Things like that prove that there's wiggle room for people to argue there could have been another weapon on the scene.
Do you acknowledge that the ammunition that we're told it was a Corlock soft point?
They didn't say that that's never been clarified. I know that there's a lot of people saying it's a soft tip Corlock Remington. That wasn't stated definitively on the record or in any report by anybody along the way. A lot of people have looked at pictures of the other bullets and the cartridges that were found in the gun that was abandoned in the woods, and said, based on these pictures, we can tell that these 2 are core-locked soft point bullets. This one looks like a full metal jacket round in a cartridge. So 2 out of the 3 look like they're soft point. 1 looks like it's full metal jacket. A lot of people started, there was only a picture of 1 head stamp of one of the rounds. So I don't think.
Okay. We'll look into the Corlock claim. You acknowledge that there's discrepancy of whether the first gun was found in a holster, correct? You agree with my, okay. Yeah. You said that Nestor, who's the defense, said that there was a gun found in a backpack. Can you show me that? Because I'm seeing the opposite. I'm saying she never said that.
During her when she was questioning.
Okay. I'll admit that I'm I don't have the all 5 days transcripts in front of me, right? But when I'm searching this, it's saying no. Kathy Nestor, Tyler Robinson's lead defense, did not testify, did not say the gun was found in a backpack. Defense lawyers don't contest me. There was an empty pistol holster that Bagley saw in the grass, an unverified bullet found. Whether the video showed Robinson holding a gun, but they asked if they could see a rifle. She did not state that a gun had been found inside a backpack.
So Hull added other firearms were found at the scene. And then I'm just going.
Do you see where it says private chat there on the side?
On the what?
On the side of your interface that you're on. It'll say private chat. Do you see that?
I don't even know what. Oh wait, hold on. I'm looking at.
You could click that, and then you could send me the link of whatever you're reading, and I'll check it out.
Oh, I see. Oh no.
You see what I'm saying? I think you're wrong. This is the first I've heard about some other gun found in a backpack.
I'm definitely not wrong. And I will say,
that could be the case. That could be the case.
Go ahead and fact check me.
Yes, of course. If you're right, you're right. I'll say it. I don't think that this disproves my statement was inaccurate, that I said this was the only gun found that could take that shot. A 30 caliber handgun, I'll admit I'm not a gun expert, but it's pretty rare. It's not like a 45 or a 9mm or something.
I mean, there are a lot of handguns that are 30 caliber. It's not like it's
okay. Nonetheless, so can you provide me the link that Nestor testified that there was a gun found, or not testified, but Nestor claimed in the hearing that there was a gun found in a backpack on the scene?
Yeah, I'm looking real quick at I'm just looking at a link that said that he acknowledged that there were several firearms found.
What link is it? Can you just share the link in the private chat? I'll bring it right up.
ABC4.com from Utah talking about, let me see what's the title of it.
Click copy.
Surveillance footage played forensic examiner on Monday. The court heard testimony from a UVU. Hull added that other firearms were found at the scene.
Okay, what I want you to do is click copy at the URL. Then go down where it says private chat, click that.
I don't see
and then
private chat thing.
Okay.
I'm not very good at this. Sorry.
ABC4. Okay,
right.
So we're looking for ABC4. What's the title of the article?
Here it says, Hull also claimed that it's clear that the individual believed to be Robinson had something in his hand when he jumped down from the roof. Hull added that other firearms were found at the scene, including a handgun in a backpack.
Okay, ABC4.
The title of it is Surveillance, ABC4 Utah, title Surveillance Footage Played. Forensic Examiner Testifies During Tyler Robinson's Preliminary Hearing. Well, that's a forensic examiner did not testify, so I don't know what they're talking about. But
oh wow, it screwed that up, huh?
Yeah, maybe you got your.
All right, I think this. You tell me. I'm going to share this. You tell me if this is the article.
Okay, I'm looking at this.
Is it this?
Are you showing something?
Oh, it's fucking. That's ABC4.
It's not a video. It's an article.
See, this is surveillance footage played forensic. Okay, but it just brings this up.
No, it's an article. I don't know if it just keeps scrolling or something. It's a whole article.
It just says video.
Nice.
All right, let me keep checking.
Okay. Can I post it in the chat or something? I don't know.
It won't let you. It can't do it in the chat with everyone. There's a button that says private chat. It's right there. The way it works is the common chat doesn't allow links. Yes. There, I see it. All right.
I have to figure it out.
There we go. You figured it out. That's okay. They could be confusing.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm sure. I know you think I'm
here we go.
Dumb wine mom, but I'm really
well. I
not.
think I don't know that you drink wine. I think you're overly arrogant and you don't know what you're talking about. But Robinson's back in court on the second day. Robinson's been charged with aggravated murder. Prosecution called witnesses and testified. The defense will have the opportunity to cross-examine. On Monday, the court heard testimony from UVU was at the scene. Tuesday hearing starts at 9. Okay. David Hall, an agent with the Bureau of Major Crimes, before Hall could continue, it was deliberated whether footage, graph roll, the video could be played. Hall then testified surveillance footage timeline. He stated the surveillance footage from the stairwell. He claimed that it's clear the individual at Robinson, something the same when he jumped, yelled that other firearms were found at the scene, including a handgun in a backpack. Okay. So is that the holster thing?
No, that's separate from the gun.
Okay. So let's see. That was what day is that? David Hall.
I'm pretty sure that was on
day 2.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it wasn't Nestor. You're incorrect about that.
Well, you're right. I don't. maybe I got that wrong, that she said, "Are you aware that there was a gun found in a backpack?" Or he said, she asked him, "Were there other firearms found at the scene?"
Okay, let me see if I can find from the official transcript to make sure. You already acknowledged that this article messed up once, saying who testified. So let's make sure that it's accurate. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just haven't heard this.
Okay.
And there's no evidence that it's 30 caliber handgun.
Well,
So my statement still stands that the only evidence we have proof of is that is the 30-06. But anyways, the core lock, I'll ask the audience, since it may be true as well, that they never officially acknowledged the type of ammunition. Is that true?
I think they said that it was they said Remington Springfield, but they haven't said whether it was a full metal jacket, soft point.
Is it possible, and I'll ask the audience, is it possible for that type of bullet, a Remington Springfield, to be fired from a handgun?
No, that's the kind of bullet that they found in the weapon in Tyler Robinson.
Oh, no. I'm asking the ammunition. I'm asking the ammunition that the bullet they found.
Well, a 30 caliber is a type of ammunition that can fire. 30 caliber bullets can be fired from handguns.
So it says, Hall says, I don't know specifically, there was a firearm found in a backpack that was accounted for during the day. It was a handgun. Any other guns found in the scene? No, not that I recall. He treated it as a separate firearm that was accounted for, not a murder weapon. So, I mean, again, to claim...
So can you acknowledge that I was right about that?
No, you're right. No, wait. You were right in the way that you were wrong, because you claimed that this proved I was wrong. I'll acknowledge there was a handgun found in a backpack. My man Mantid saying it was unfired. They checked it and it was unfired, and it was found in a backpack. Right? It was left by a student in the crowd. Okay. So my question is, how your claim was this proves that I was wrong when I said this 30-06 was the only gun on the scene that could have fired this bullet. How does that prove that I'm wrong? Unless you have some evidence that this handgun could have in fact been fired and could have been a 30 caliber that could shoot this type of ammunition.
So when you were having the debate with the other person or multiple people, you said different things during the debate to whichever person it was. One of you're arguing this is the only gun that was found near the crime scene, on the crime scene, that could have fired this type of ammunition.
Correct.
I don't know that for a fact. There were two other guns, maybe one and a half, because there's some dispute over the first one.
But you don't have any proof
found at the scene. Nor do you have any proof that it wasn't.
Given, so you can't prove that I'm wrong.
Nor can you prove that I'm wrong.
Well, I would say that overwhelmingly it seems that you're wrong, given that no one stood up and said, "Oh, these handguns were the same caliber."
You just require
the police
all these
didn't.
People to
No. When you say you're getting facts of the case wrong, you said that this was the only gun that could have fired that, and I have proof that's not the case. You don't.
Okay.
Will you acknowledge you don't have proof that's not the case?
I don't have proof. What?
Okay,
there's proof that there were other handguns. That there were.
I never said that. I didn't know about the backpack. I knew that there was the holster.
Okay, well, you're welcome for helping you with your facts.
Yeah, sure. And every once in a while, a delusional psychopath that thinks they know more than medical examiners and claims that I'm less than 80 IQ stumbles onto a random fact.
You were less than 80 IQ, and you don't have to be a dick. Like,
wait. You've been a dick and
rude, Rob.
Listen, you've been hostile and a dick, and even had to apologize for it. And is not the implication that you're saying that? Let me finish. Is not the implication you're saying that I'm below 80 IQ because everyone?
That's not the implication.
Okay.
But the implication in your specific case is, I think that you're either unaware of these other things that have been found, different things you're not fully aware of that you're getting wrong. And that's a blind spot for you.
Not true.
Okay.
I'm telling you right now, I read the medical report. We just read it together. I've read it many times before, and I did not look at it and go, so obvious the shooting couldn't have came from the Losi building. Therefore, according to you, that means I'm less than 80 IQ.
Okay, well, maybe. I don't know.
Yes, right?
But I was being hyperbolic, Rob.
Okay, hyperbolic. All right, next. What else did I get wrong?
I can't think of anything else right now. This is very exhausting.
So just to be
You're
clear,
very hard to debate with, and then you start making like digs at me and like using one word that I said over and over, going, "Oh, she's a learned woman." I'm saying things like I'm a very sarcastic, and you're just being a jerk. So that's not how I thought that this conversation would go with you.
Thought you could.
Because
I
I've
don't care
watched
about
a lot
this.
of debates with you, and you're very honest broker. And now you're saying to me
I don't care about
that
this.
now I'm starting to think that just because you're on the side of Tyler Robinson did it, you don't give a fuck about the stuff that you're wrong about. That's how it comes.
That's not true. That's not true.
It's an entire waste of time.
That's not true. The clear implication was you saying that I was less than 80 IQ. You saying that I'm harping on one word. You demanded to call in because I was missing things, that I was wrong. And that I said, you've provided two examples. The first was your claim, I don't know if it's true, that I said the medical examiner testified, right? Now, in the context of what I was saying you would have to believe that the medical examiner is wrong or in on it when they said that this was a 30 caliber rifle. That's what I said. And your big thing was that maybe, I don't know if I did or not, but I said the word testified. That one word, that was the hangup. Okay, if I said testified, it doesn't change my argument whatsoever. The medical examiner would have to be wrong or in on it because of the report that was used in the state's brief to outline this. Fair enough. That's the big thing, that I said one word wrong. I don't even know if I did, but I could have. She left. Number two, that it couldn't have been the only gun there because there were other guns found that theoretically could be guns that would shoot this. By the way, I didn't kick her. She left. Then I said, that's it? You don't have proof that I was wrong. You're just saying, well, there was handguns. Oh, okay. And then I say, any other examples of me being wrong? No. Okay. You're focusing on one word that I said. I am curious, though, that the bullet that I don't know enough about guns to know if the bullet found in Charlie Kirk could theoretically have been fired by a 30 caliber handgun. That I don't know. It's ludicrous. And even her theory that this had to be shot from a higher distance, a handgun probably would not be possible to cause the wound that she's suggesting, or would have been less likely. But I will say this. If it turns out that these were handguns that were fitted for 30 cal, so I'm reading a handgun that could be this would be a 30 super carry, a 7.62 by 25 Tokarev or similar would also be roughly 30 caliber. On a shredded jacket fragment alone, diameter would not automatically rule those out. Those rounds would be much lighter and slower. They are not a realistic source of a single long-range shot, which is how this shooting would have had to occur. A handgun chambered for a rifle cartridge, such as a TC Contender in 30-06 or a short 300 Blackout pistol, could fire this bullet. This is specifically a hunting round, not a pocket gun. I don't know. I'll say this. If you arrogantly think that you're looking like, think about this. Forget about what you think you know about ballistics and all that shit. Right? Forget about that. Right? When you start to say, I'm looking at this piece of evidence, and it could be anything. It could be the medical examiner's report, right? Or what's said about it in the brief. The ballistics, right? It could be the camera footage, right? When you're looking at this piece of evidence and you're like, it's so obvious. It's so obvious that everyone would know. Me, right here, without the physical evidence. I don't have the physical camera. I don't have any of that, right? But it's obvious to me, just from reading this report. It's obvious. What that would mean is, if it's that obvious for you, layperson, not a medical examiner, not a forensic expert, then it would be obvious to the forensic experts. And that not only is the medical examiner that gave this report either wrong, or he knows that his information is being used erroneously to put to death, hypothetically, an innocent man, but every other ballistic expert and medical expert in the world could look at the same document that this random lady just did and say, that's not possible. And they're all silent. None of them are like, yeah, dude, no. That's fucking literally impossible. None of them. It's so obvious, they would say. Anyone could fucking see. It's blatantly obvious. Night, Manted. No, C7's like, yeah, it's in the neck. Like I showed. I showed where the C7 is earlier. It's basically here to here. It went down. Now think of the hubris that you would have to be like, I know this thing. It's so obvious. Every medical examiner in the world would know this. And it's just, they're all like, fuck it. I didn't say shit. No, it's different if it's like, it's a close case. This shit happens. And I would assume the defense will bring in some sort of expert. Maybe it'll be persuasive. But she's claiming it's fucking obvious to a layperson that you'd look at this report and you're like, that clearly couldn't happen. Couldn't happen. And it's like, but why would everyone, like, if I was, like, I don't know. My expertise is fucking, what am I an expert in? Midnight snacking. I was really good at NHL hits, like 2002. And I guess collegiate debate, I was pretty good. So let's take an example. Let's say for whatever fucked up reason, there is a murder, a capital murder case, and a huge portion of evidence in that case is this occurred during a collegiate policy debate. NDTC to policy debate. And that the shot was timed to go off right at the start of the 3NR, the third negative rebuttal. And so the first affirmative constructive, first negative constructive. Then the second negative or affirmative construction, second negative constructive. Then we had the first negative rebuttal, the first affirmative rebuttal. The second negative rebuttal, the 2NR, the second affirmative rebuttal. Then, right at the start of the third negative rebuttal, which was key, someone yelled, aha! Now you die during the third negative rebuttal. And bam! And I would say, there is no 3NR. There is no third negative rebuttal. None. It doesn't exist in policy debate. And that was a key portion of I would be like, hey guys, something's off here. That doesn't exist. That's not possible. There must be some mistake. If this was a key portion, something's fucked up. And everyone else that I knew in the debate community would be like, what the fuck? No. We all have a certain amount of limited expertise and say, that's fucking not possible. Why would medical examiners? There's just going to be, and again, there's a difference between, there's different interpretations. That's one thing. That's not her claim. Her claim is it's so obvious that a layman would know. It's obvious. I don't even know what to say to that. I don't know. It's unfortunate. I don't know why she came in so hostile either. But what I'm trying to do is when someone has a theory, you like, my wife talks to me fucking harsher than anything I said to that woman. I think she was giving as well as she got. Right until the very end. I just did a whole debate with a bunch of people, and it didn't get that off. She was constantly, it was just, she was aggro. I was like, okay. I was just matching it. Anyways, let's get to super chats. So I heard Andrew's stream went well, huh? He provided evidence that he was actually in the military. How did I know that he was? It's like I just guessed. Where's it at? I want to see. I was looking at it earlier. All right. Let's read some super chats, shall we? Oh, he went over to Valhalla? How'd that go? That big country guy. That was demanded $20,000. Oh, he injured. Oh, let me see. I'll put Rachel. I want to see this. Damn. I knew I shouldn't have streamed tonight. I had fun, though. I was wrecking folks. I don't see a clip. I see. Unless she reposted it. No. Anyways, let's do super chats then. Yeah, I had fun. Andrew posted 6 minutes ago. Okay. Is this TOS friendly? Anyone I trust? Was Andrew? Is this TOS friendly? Maybe I should not play. Maybe I should. It is TOS friendly? Anyone who saw this, let me know. I'm not going to play it unless I get confirmation. Someone says yeah, and someone says oh no. It's TOS friendly. Okay, let's watch it and then I'll read super chats. I hope you guys aren't aren't giving me the business here. I trust you. All right, here we go. Gotta put my headset on. I hope this is a good clip. Well, this isn't the last 10 minutes. This is...
Oh my God. This is the first time I've had one of these guys who's a low IQ fucking meathead say that they're going to beat me up and infer it. Like, it happens to me all the time. All the time. Oh, I'm losing an argument. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm really stupid. I'm going to beat you up, Andrew. Happened. It was a very famous case with Wes Watson.
Yeah, that's not what was said there. Andrew, in fairness, I have an entire channel where all I do is make fun of people like Wes Watson. I've got like 9 videos dunking on
and
Wes
I've
Watson.
never said a word to you about it, have I? The problem is when you code in your language, like for instance, they're heavy duty. You're never going to beat me in a debate. Let's be real. So your entire defense mechanism is focused around, well, but I can beat you up. That's it.
It's not.
It is.
It's not.
Well, then let's debate right now. Then let's debate right now on the Kirk case.
No, because you haven't sent me 20 grand.
No, I have to send you $20,000 for you to defend your own.
Of course you do.
You want to do the debate?
Are you okay, man?
Yeah, I'm okay.
You're really struggling.
Do you want to do the debate? It sounds like you're the one struggling.
Were you an only child?
No, I'm the youngest of 7. How about you?
Oh, okay. That makes a lot of sense.
How does that make sense? It contradicts your previous statement where you said, "Are you an only child?" It's the opposite of that. You dimwit. Do you want to do the debate?
Say it 10 more times.
Yeah. Do you want to do the debate? So you're not going to.
You already know the parameters. It's not going to change, buddy. I appreciate it though.
All right. Well, I guess I'll let you get to
Nate, do we have anything else, dude? Because I'm pretty much done with whatever this is. Are you guys are you and Dan good? I don't know.
Good.
Andrew wants to
have
talk to
a
me
wonderful night.
I'm great. I'm great. I just don't respect people who would never talk to me like this in person.
Because you'd beat them up.
No, because you would never even think about doing it.
I think I would, and I think you wouldn't beat me up.
No, you wouldn't.
I think I did it to Wes Watson. He didn't beat me up.
You didn't do shit to Wes Watson. He made you look like an idiot.
Oh, I thought earlier on your channel you said that you supported what I did there. So you just contradicted yourself again on your channel. You said that you actually supported.
No. I said Wes Watson is an idiot. I did not support what you were doing.
No, your exact words were, "I support Andrew." What he did there, actually.
No, it's not actually. You fucking idiot.
No, you're the low IQ.
Go pull it up, dude.
I literally just saw it.
I'm literally gonna clip this and prove you wrong tomorrow. I'm gonna clip this and prove you wrong tomorrow.
What you won't do is a debate because you're a coward.
Oh, here we go. Here we go again. I'm a coward. I'm a coward. $20,000. Call mommy Erica. Get me my money, and I'll do it with you.
I'm sorry. Are you inferring that I work for TPUSA? Another lie that you tell often?
You literally have worked for TPUSA, dumbass.
So did Candace Owens, dumbass.
Okay, but you're conceding that you worked for TPUSA when you just said you did it. Yes, dumbass.
I did 1 day of contract work. So I just want to make sure that I note this. Candace Owens did work for TPUSA then?
So are we talking about Candace or are we talking about you?
Answer my question. Did Candace Owens work for TPUSA?
No, I can't. Are we talking about Candace or are we talking about you?
We're talking about both. I'm giving an analogy. Is it
no, we're not. We're not.
Yeah, we are.
We're not.
Did Candace Owens
no, we're not.
You
literally just said, do you think I work for TPUSA? And you just said you did.
TPUSA.
You've done work for them, fuckhead.
Correct. I don't work for them, dummy.
Jesus, dude, you were fucking out of your mind.
That I work for TPUSA, you dumb low IQ.
Yes, they paid you for a debate class, buddy.
So that means
I don't know why they hired you for that.
That means
why did they hire you for that?
Because I'm really good at it. Does that mean I work for them?
No, you're not. You're not even fucking close to good at it.
Does that mean that I work for them? Can you answer the question? Does that mean I work for them?
What a fucking idiot!
Can you answer the question? I appreciate you asking at least because
does that mean I work for them?
You know. Yeah, you've done work for them.
Does that mean I work for them?
Yes, you've done work for them.
Does that mean I work for them?
Yes, you've done work for them.
Yeah, I know, but that's not the question I'm asking. Does that mean I work for them?
Yes, you've done work for them.
Does that mean I work for them, though?
Yes, you've done work for them.
So you're not going to answer the question? You're just going to lie? You're just going to lie?
I'm telling a very, very verifiable fact.
Yeah, and do I work for them
Your
now?
game is just not going to work here.
Do I work for them now, low IQ? Can you answer the question, please?
I've answered it. Thank you.
So you want to answer the question because you go on.
I've answered it several times
all the time
now.
to say that I do work for TPUSA.
Several times,
and you don't want to admit.
Several times.
You haven't answered it once. Do I?
I can't see. I can't.
Work for TPUSA?
I can't. How would I have proof that you don't?
Okay, well that would be a negative claim. It's unfalsifiable. How do I have proof you're not gay? How do I have proof of that?
Why would you even think about
What's
that?
That's the proof? Fucking weird. I need you to show proof that you've never sucked a dick, bro. Can you show me proof? Can you show me proof you've never sucked a dick?
Some weird thoughts you got, dude.
What a fucking
some
idiot,
weird
dude.
ass thoughts, dude.
What a
I'm the fucking idiot.
Show me the
Okay.
Proof. Show me the proof that you've never taken it up the ass, bro. Where's the proof?
Oh, here we go.
Do you have
now it's turned into a really classy show.
Do you understand how you can't make negative claims like that because they're absurd? Like they're absurd claims. You just don't even understand.
Oh.
But anyway, I'll let you get to sleep.
Yeah,
I wouldn't want to keep you.
Well, thanks so much.
Yeah, my
wife's
so much.
This
my
was
wife's
this was really fun. Hey man, let me know when you save up and get 20 grand in your piggy bank, dude, and I'll debate you. Okay?
Why? You
I
just
promise.
fucking annihilated 15 seconds like you did here tonight.
Great. No, that's not the way it went. But I appreciate it, man.
Really bad for you, bro.
Sure.
It did. I promise you, it went really bad for you. It did not go good for you.
We'll see what everyone thinks.
Yeah, we will.
Yeah,
Have
we
a good
will.
night.
Yep, you too.
Okay.
All right, who's doing what? I haven't even made.
Anyway,
I haven't even made it to my super chat.
I appreciate you having me up on the channel. It was actually a reasonable conversation you and I had. And
I didn't mean you had a reasonable conversation.
And if in the
Again,
future you would like to debate this issue, I like having respectful debates between people, and I'm willing to dive in to the various things.
Yeah, I think me and you could actually have a very respectful conversation. Surprisingly, and yeah, we could probably do that if you wanted to do that. And yeah, I don't want it to be a gotcha type thing where
I agree.
We
because I'm a high profile public figure, you understand why I don't want to release any personal information because you realize what these people will do, right? Especially leftists.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean,
yeah,
it is,
I mean, like,
I get all the death threats too, right? So.
Yeah, they're real bad with me. It's real bad. And so the thing is like, obviously, I don't want them to follow breadcrumbs to family members and begin the harassment campaign of them, which they've done in the past. So I think that is fair and rational and reasonable from both. I accept your apology, and I do appreciate you giving me one, and I hope you have a wonderful evening.
Yep. All right, brother. See ya.
So that's Valhalla. I've never seen him. And what happened, I mean, that country guy's a fucking idiot. I love people that think that they're so fucking confident, they're so good. And then once you're like, all right, if you want to fucking go aggro and debate, let's do it. Proof you don't work. What a fucking idiot. But let me see if I get this straight from the people that are watching, or that watched that. Andrew presented proof that he was in the military to Valhalla. Is that what happened? Fuck that country guy. Is that what happened? Andrew presented? No, that's not what happened. Some say yep, some say no. Oh boy. We're at almost a 50-50 split. That's crazy. Oh, he presented it on stream. Okay, and then gotcha. Makes sense. Did Valhalla when Valhalla apologized, what was the apology about? Because he accepted that Andrew showed proof? Is that what's going on? Okay, Andrew showed it on stream before, but what did Valhalla apologize for? He should have handled it too. So is Valhalla accept now? Did it seem like Valhalla was accepting your proof is sufficient? Now, I have to say something here. And maybe I should keep my fucking mouth shut. Maybe I should. I don't know. I never know what to do with shit like this. Here is the paperwork that Andrew showed in his stream. The Crucible put this up. His discharge papers. I knew these existed. I saw them. But I can't speak. It's not my story to tell. You know? And it's so funny because I hear shit about Andrew all the time. All the time. And I know is bullshit. I fucking know it. I've seen the proof that it's bullshit. But it's not my story to tell. So I just, okay. I saw the text message from Charlie Kirk. I knew that it was a real text message. I had to have it because I was the fact checker. And we were debating whether or not we were going to show it on stream. So for fucking a week, the whole fucking time after that Candace debate, and it was like, does Andrew really have the text? I knew it existed. I fucking saw it. But I can't say anything. I knew. I saw Andrew's discharge paperwork. And he didn't have to show me shit. I believe him. But it was funny. He's like, I think it's like, and what I was laughing about to Andrew about this is Andrew's literally doing the opposite of stolen valor. The opposite. His entire thing about the military is like, it's not even worth talking about. I signed up, I got injured. I'm not claiming to be a big man. Prove it, prove it. And it's like, what the fuck? Let's see this. Andrew showed it on stream, then went on Valhalla and wanted Val's proof of investigating Andrew. Andrew said he was wrong, and Val apologized for not asking Andrew first. Okay. Yeah, the hearsay file. Yeah, it's... I'm the pouring part of the drip, drip, drip. I don't know what that means, but I find it funny. Whatever it means. But it's a weird thing, right? It was like the Turning Point accusations. I went down with the Andrew to Turning Point. I fucking saw what happened. Like, one of the first things that people were saying was, Turning Point told Andrew what he had to teach these students, and they told him what to think. It was literally the exact fucking opposite. The exact opposite. I was there. I was the other teacher, the other coach. Literally. I'll tell you exactly what happened. I've told this story, right? But I saw this. People were throwing this, and I was like, this is the first, like, conspiracy theory, like, for the public that I have intimate knowledge is absolute bullshit. Rob, I'm not trying to hate, but you're a very exaggerated talker, which is good to bust out sometimes like a superpower. But if you do it most of the time, it's hard to continue to listen to. Thanks. You mean like loud? Yeah, Andrew says, thanks for having my back, bro. They attacked me for nothing. You've been the most steadfast man. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. I really do. Andrew's one of my best friends, for real. Plus the $100 is nice. I don't even know what I should say about that, but like, I was on vacation in Virginia, and I knew that I was leaving that vacation to meet up with Andrew, go to Turning Point. It literally was just to teach a debate class. And then the other perk was, Rachel was there. We're going to go out for fucking dinner. So you know the Shapidler, like, cartoon? One of the jokes when filming that was, I was ending every scene with like, hey, why don't you guys, we should head to dinner. You guys should pay for it. Because there were other scenes we were kicking about like me interacting with other police officers. And the joke was, every time you're around Andrew, he's buying everyone dinner. So like, we go to the Brandis Strzok debate, and there's big names there. Andrew's like, anybody who wants to come on, we're heading to dinner. My treat. Buys everyone steaks. So that was kind of the joke. Like, well, I'm never paying for dinner. So I'm like, fuck yeah, I'll go hang out with Andrew for a couple days. Teach fucking debate. Andrew will take me out to dinner. We went out to like a nice Mexican place one night. Just fucking around. It's a good time. Having a great time, right? Before we go down, they sent me and Andrew stuff. And one of the things they sent us was like a list of common questions and how we would answer them. And I filled it out. I was on vacation in Virginia, so I'm sitting there, I'm typing it out. And Andrew and me were both like, well, this is worthless. We're not here to teach you what we think. We're here to help you debate what you think. Who gives a fuck? Me and Andrew could say, here's exactly what we think about tariffs. But maybe the Turning Point people we're talking to are like, we disagree. Okay. It does no good to just say, this is what we think, and here's how to debate that. We have to, your job as a coach to say, well, what is it that you believe? Now, both Andrew and me hate the fucking left. We ain't going to help the left debate. Fuck them. The best I would do would be maybe to help a left-winger change their tire if they broke down the side of the road. But that would be it. That's it. Fuck them. I ain't helping them debate ever. Fuck them. I don't care if they pay me millions upon millions. I'm perfectly happy being a poor redneck. I'm actually middle-class redneck now. It's fucking great. You know, happy. I don't need the money that much. I'll take the money from right-wingers. I'll even take money from disparate right-wing groups. I'll take money from the Daily Wire to help coach there, or from Turning Point to help coach there, or from the Groypers to help coach there, or from the Blaze to help coach there. I don't give a fuck, because I believe those groups are all more good than bad. All of them. The Groypers and Daily Wire despise each other. Don't give a shit. I think they're doing more good than bad. I'd help them. Unless it was a specific argument that I despised. Other than that, sure. I don't care. Fuck the left. Crush them. Excellent. That's it. But when you're coaching debate, it does no good. Like, it just, I learned this in college when I was coaching debate. It's like, you're the debater. It's your vision. I just help you articulate that vision. That's it. It does no good to say, no, you have to say this. And yet, the fucking reporting of that was like, oh, Turning Point basically told Andrew to be a Zionist, and he told these kids they had to be Zionists. Meanwhile, if you actually were in the room, we would be like, what do you guys think on, like, immigration? And some of them were like, we should kick them all out. And some of them were like, no, some help financially, blah, blah, blah. Huge range of disagreements. We had people that wanted to defend being Mormon, people that wanted to defend being Catholic. We didn't care. And it was so weird to see these people attacking Andrew. Is like, you fucking sold out. Turning Point told you what. Literally, Turning Point, once they talked to Andrew, and I was just like the assistant, so Andrew was doing the most direct talking with them. And once they talked to Andrew, Andrew was just like, basically, don't you worry about it. It's going to be fine. We're going to be good. You'll see. They had no clue what we were going to do at all. They were just like, we trust you. We trust you guys will do good. That was it. And not to be a dickhead, but they asked the participants, because there was other speakers and stuff there. And what we were told was every participant was like, that was the highlight. That debate course. Nothing fucking untoward, nothing crazy. If you were a fly on the wall, you would just be like, yeah, that looked like a good debate course. It looked like it helped people or whatever. But it wasn't like, oh, did you see what they did was so slimy? There's nothing like it. At all. It was the most benign thing ever. And all of a sudden I come back, and just because there's people that have personal beef with Andrew, it's running amok online that like, oh, fucking Zio shill Andrew. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? We went down for one day. We did a debate course. End of story. Now, is Andrew talk to people at Turning Point since then? I don't know. None of my fucking business. He got that text message, didn't he? But I haven't. I think they're perfectly nice people. Be willing to work with them again. No problem. They said, hey, maybe we'll have you back to teach more debate courses. I said, great. I'd love that. Yep. Boring. Normal shit. That's it. No wide-reaching conspiracy. No fucking smoky rooms, drinking blood out of skulls. No kissing the wall, getting 7,000 shekels. None of it. Boring teaching debate shit. That was it. And I'm sitting there like, what the fuck is this about? And I get it. Andrew rubs people the wrong way. No problem. But like that level of fucking absurdity. And it was like, I mean, what can I say? I could be like, that wasn't true. I was there. And people be like, well, you're in on the conspiracy. Okay. I mean, I guess you guys could believe me or not, but it was like, that's what happened. You know? And so I know the truth. And I know that it's bullshit. They made me kiss the Turning Point wall. Here's a funny story. I don't know if I told. They wrote down that clearly, I don't think this is telling anything shocking. They're taking security seriously. As you may guess. So they wrote down like Andrew Wilson's team, which was me and Andrew. So I showed up to like the security area before Andrew, and they're like, who the fuck are you? I mean, they didn't swear, but I'm like, I'm part of Andrew Wilson's team. I was like, well, shit, I should have gave them my name beforehand. But luckily, I had emails back and forth with some of the members about going down. I was like, would this help? I have an email. And they're like, oh, okay, you're good. But it was pretty funny. I was like, oh, shit, I'm going to get like cuffed and stuffed out of here. Like, you know. Yeah, no blood out of skulls. But there's other things. It's like that. Like I'm down there and like Andrew's like it's the most benign thing in the world. Like Andrew's like, yeah, I fucking served in the military. I don't give a shit. I never brag about it. By the way, if you want to know what the controversy was, and obviously it's Andrew's story to tell, but this is what he told me. He served in the military. He's mentioned it before. Then he's doing like a TikTok invasion. Now, in case you don't know, most of you probably do, the TikTok invasions, it's very much like rapid fire, right? And oftentimes you get bogged down in shit. Oh, Rachel says, speak for yourself. Erica and I were definitely in smoky rooms drinking blood out of skulls. But so in the context of this TikTok invasion, and look, I'll be the first to admit, a lot of this is showmanship for Andrew and the Crucible audience. Like the TikTok invasions are fun, right? It's sort of, you're winning the argument. That's obviously part of it, but having fun is part of what you're doing. It's a fun stream. Audience loves it. You're going into these crazy left-wing TikTok spaces. You're poking the bear. Sometimes Andrew will go in with like a fake accent or shit and be like, hi, y'all. My name's Jefferson. You know, I'm calling from the great state of Kentucky. I just wanted to say that I really love the show and wondering if we have a talk today about what you fellas were talking about, gun control. Now, I'll be the first to admit that I like to fire a firearm or two, but I think it's a bit ridiculous that we're talking about bump stocks being available to all these people. Right? You do some fun shit like that. You just have fun. The audience is laughing like, that's funny. Right? So in the context of that, because it's rapid fire, someone's like, did you serve in the military? Andrew's like, no. Anyways, back to the argument. It wasn't that Andrew was intentionally misleading people about his service. It was irrelevant to the argument at hand, and he didn't want to say, yeah. And then someone would say, oh, what happened? And he'd go, okay, well, I served like a year, and what happened was that fucking, I ended up getting injured, and I had to get discharged. Now, all of a sudden, you're in this personal story for 3 or 4 minutes, and it's irrelevant. So you're just like, no, I didn't serve. Anyways, that's it. That was the big, shocking evidence. And I didn't understand it because to me, I'm like, that's the opposite of stolen valor. Like I had this is a different story. This is not what Andrew was doing, but this is a true story. I had an uncle that served in Vietnam and I was young, like 11 or 12. And my cousin was telling me, he's like, dude, your fucking uncle was like a badass. You killed some people over there, like for real, like close range. And I was like, no shit. And as a fuckhead 12-year-old, you're not thinking about like PTSD and shit. And I remember asking my uncle about it, and he was like, I don't talk about it. And then I talked to my dad, and my dad was like, he don't even tell people he's in the military. He just says no, because he was a medic, and he killed a kid that was shooting at them, close range. He was working on someone, and a kid pulled a gun, and he killed him. And it fucked my uncle up bad. And so he would just say, no, I wasn't in the military. See a piece of shit? That guy, is that stolen valor? But wait a minute, I saw him once in a memorial service. What's up with that? Was he faking it when he was wearing his uniform? No, he just didn't want to fucking talk about it. That's different than running around saying, I'm the fucking man, I served, I did this, I did. That's what stolen valor is about. Just straight up lying about your service or incredibly exaggerating it to make yourself look like the big man. What Andrew did was the opposite. I barely did anything. What the fuck? And that became this for 2 fucking weeks or longer now. It's been this massive conspiracy theory online. And I'm just like, what the fuck are we doing here? I don't get it. What's Andrew's goal here? What's the angle here? I'll convince people I wasn't in the military when I actually was. Okay? Or, I guess, my stolen valor was that I claimed that I served briefly and was injured, and I don't think it's important whatsoever. Like, what? I don't get it. It never made sense to me. But it's one of those things, it's like, okay, I saw the paperwork, I knew Andrew served, but I ain't gonna say shit. It's not my story. So I watch and chuckle every night as I'm strolling through X. I'm like, there's another fucking person calling out Andrew. We're gonna get to the bottom of this. Then it gets even better. Then I saw fucking Stanley Kubrick's daughter, Vivian Kubrick. What's up with Andrew not having like Facebook or anything prior to 2020? Who is this mysterious man? And you're just like, oh my fucking God. Project Constitution brings on Mr. Coombe. What's up with Andrew? And what's really funny is because I know Andrew's like a fucking blue collar guy. That's basically all the dudes I know. If you were to look for my dad's presence of being alive, you fucking could barely find anything. Like, I think he has a Facebook now. He plays a lot of like free online poker. But it's like, what the fuck? Dudes like that, blue collar dudes. What is their electronic footprint prior to like 2020? I don't fucking know. A Netflix account? Like, what? I didn't understand it. And Alex Jones is like, yeah, it's like a grifter or whatever. And it's like, Alex, your whole thing's about surveillance and companies taking your private data. So when there's like some fucking blue collar dude that's like, yeah, I don't fuck around with that. That's suspicious. What? Isn't that what you recommended to people? And I don't even understand what the implication was. Like, what? That Andrew was like, propped up by some government entity to we want you to start in this show politically provoked and start debating people and then work your way up and keep debating and eventually we'll get you on the whatever podcast and then you're going to start to have viral clips and then we'll insert you in this debate space. What? I don't even fucking like I don't know, man. Anyways, I'm going to read some more super chats, I promise. Keep getting them in. But good for Andrew putting it. I want to play something for you, though. I did this space tonight with some Candace-type conspiracy theory people, okay? At the end of this space, I heard a new theory. And just so you all know that watched, the gentleman proffering this theory did reach out to me and say, it's late tonight, I can't send you the evidence, but I'm going to. Now, this is roughly where it's being talked about. And I can't believe this shit, but here we go. Let's listen to some of this.
Live feed, because he was so still that it'd be so easy. It's so easy to do.
No, but I'm saying these officials, whoever they would be that manipulated these satellites, they would have to be watching a live feed in order to time this up, correct?
Well, it does go through a government satellite. It is a government building that is transmitting to a government satellite that the networks connect to.
That's not the question I asked.
Oh, yeah,
they would have to be
watching. Theory that it was JD Vance, or is that somebody?
No, wait. Let me seriously. Your theory would have to be they're watching a live feed, correct?
Who's watching a live feed?
Whoever these officials are that are going to then manipulate the satellite data to make it look like he nodded at that exact time. They had to be watching a feed to be able to know.
There was something definitely between the broadcast from the courtroom. The problem is the broadcast from the courtroom was also transmitted by internet. And on the internet, that doesn't go to the satellite. That goes to the internet. Problem is broadcast network can't pick up the internet signal and use that, because that would degrade the data.
But the question I'm asking you, Joe, is so they had to be watching a feed. Just a simple. They had to watch something to know to manipulate it, correct?
Yeah. I mean, they know who's going to force.
My question is based on your expertise that you're claiming. That feed that they're watching, what sort of delay would there be? Like, is it like because when I'm watching like the Olympics or something, there's like some sort of delay. Seconds. So like 2 or 3 seconds.
Well, typically you use a 20 to 30 second delay.
Okay, let's go with 30. So what you're trying to tell me is within 30 seconds, they were like, there, that's what we need, that nod right there. Now splice it. Okay, splice it to exactly what, and we don't see any cut or anything like that that looks weird like they manipulated. Somehow getting 30 seconds, they were able to time it perfectly, seamlessly.
I'll send it to you and you see for yourself. All you do is you play the loop because, again, every single time you see these trials, the defendant, when he's hearing his charges, don't move. I mean, you can go online and just look at video, defending receiving charges through video. And you'll see almost every single time, these people aren't moving, right? They're in a state of fear. They're going in front of a judge for the first time in their life. hearing a murder charge, they sit there still. And that's what he did. And all you have to do is replay one of his other nods. He basically nodded after every time he heard the charge, he would nod. Except for this one, it was in the middle where it stopped as soon as he said, "You killed Charlie Kirk." Say, "Yep." Right?
But you just contradicted yourself.
Or normal. No, I didn't.
Yes, but real quick, let me explain. You said every other time we see the person stays perfectly still. And then in the next sentence, you're like, and this time he was nodding after everything. Well, which is true.
Yeah,
it's people normally perfectly
his
still.
His body is still, he nods.
Okay, so in most times,
more precise.
now just to be clear, I don't see the relevancy to how other prisoners act when charges are being read to this, but let's assume what we are going to say there's relevancy in those other prisoners that you were saying basically all act similarly. I'll try to
do
their bodies stay sealed, but
it's just a
thing is you're the one trying to draw a comparison to what he did to and his thing
like it changed
that Tyler did, which you infer is manipulating, was different than what the average person does. What the average
he's not hearing what
you're saying. Some sort of official said what I'll say what I think you're saying slowly. It sounds now here's me. This is his theory. You ready? Sounds like what you're saying is Tyler did what everyone does. Sit there silently and nod. But some sort of official, some person somewhere intentionally manipulated the satellite data to make it sound like he said yes at one point, which is completely unusual because no prisoners ever do this. And it's not that Tyler really said yes. Okay, that's what I believed you said. So I'm sorry, I'm mistaken. Go ahead. Okay.
What I'm saying is, okay, if you see a video, which is from a live broadcast from the courtroom through the internet, where every time the judge reads out the charge, the prisoner nods yes, okay? And I'm watching the live broadcast, okay? Then on the network, okay, because I'm on stream up as well, the nod for that one specific question comes in the middle of him saying, "You killed Charlie Kirk," but on the courtroom broadcast, it's after the question, just like he did for all the other questions.
But that's basically...
Hold on. The following question, it goes back to being in sync with the nods. So why is only that one different on the broadcast media and on the live feed from the courtroom?
Okay, let me respond. I don't believe that that's exactly what you said. I do believe that is part of what you said, but you also added other things, such as you said, other prisoners never do this. They never do that. And so when I outlined basically, yes, I outlined verbatim what you just said, that he's acting a certain way. Question asked, nod. Question asked, nod. Question asked, nod. But then it changes the one time where they ask him, "Did you do this?" And he nods at a different time because your estimation
he
is
doesn't nod at a different time. The broadcast shows that he does, but the live
I'm sorry.
But the live feed shows that he doesn't.
The one feed that you're talking about shows him nodding at that time, which is erroneous. That was manipulated, and he really didn't nod at that specific time. And then, furthermore, if that's the theory, that would mean that what would have to happen is, for this particular broadcast, the government would have to tip their hand so sleuths like you would understand this and be able to point to this as a conspiracy and possibly out the fact that they killed Charlie Kirk. And here's the benefit they got. That the people, whatever percentage that were watching this particular feed, would see this nod at a time so that they would subconsciously be like, "Oh, he nodded at that time. He must be guilty." They were able to do so because there was a 30-second delay in the feed. And they were so shrewd that within that 30 seconds, someone was like, "Fuck, right there. Did you see that nod? Now wait until they get to the question about, did you do this?" and sync that nod up at the time. That sync up was able to be done in a way that it's imperceptible that there was any cuts or any like that. The feed then continues and it goes back to the accurate feed where the audio and visuals meshing up, but there's no perceptive cut. That's the theory? That's how my night went. So just to be clear, what he's alleging is the live court feed, there was networks like Court TV, and then it was being broadcast online. And while they're reading out the charges, if you watch the online feed, the judge would be like, "Count 1, aggravated murder." He'd not. "Count 2, you understand that? Count 2, obstruction of justice." He nods. "Count 3, obstruction of justice." He nods. "Count 4, witness tampering." Nods. Count 5, another witness tampering. He nods. Next count, discharging a firearm with serious felony discharge of firearm with seriously body injury. Count 7, around the kid. That's what he's doing, right? That's the internet feed. However, on one of the network feeds, what happened was those nods are all lined up. But somewhere in there, the judge says, and you killed Charlie Kirk. And on this feed over here, he doesn't nod there. But on this feed on the network, he nods. How is that possible? If it's broadcasting the same thing, and on the internet feed, he doesn't nod, but on the court TV feed, he does nod. Here's how. Because someone, likely a government agent, is intercepting the satellite feed for the network that would broadcast the footage. Now, there's at most a 30-second delay. So what occurred was the government came up with this plan. They're like, somewhere in there, get an example of him nodding. Then, as imperceptibly as possible, without any cut that would be visible to the naked eye, cut it so that the audio and visual no longer matches up. So that for a brief moment, when the judge says, and you killed Charlie Kirk, he nods. Even though he didn't really nod. On the internet feed, you can see he didn't nod. But we'll make it look like he nods there. Now, the reason for this is, subconsciously, it will put in everyone that's watching this mind that he's guilty. Because he did this slight nod when they said, you killed Charlie Kirk. So it made it look like he was saying, yes, I killed Charlie Kirk. The government was then able to, once more, without an cut or anything that looks suspicious, resync the audio and visual so that the rest of the episode proceeded as normal. And that's solid proof that the government was involved in a conspiracy to kill Charlie Kirk. That's what I spent my night doing. Then I had an older lady that called in and told me that she looked at the state's brief of the medical examiner's claims, and it clearly proved that it would be impossible for this shot to have occurred. Anyone with over an 80 IQ could see it. How do you reach these people? I'll get there, Donald Cooch. I don't know how you reach these people. I don't know that it's possible. And you try to be polite about, like I tried to be polite in that whole space. And you're just left, you shrug your shoulders. You're like, I don't know. I don't know what to say. Imagine thinking that. Even if you believe that it would be possible for the government to seamlessly do that in a 30-second window, they would have to plan it within 30 seconds and carry out this act. And for what? So that we could have a slight nod that subconsciously made people perceive that Tyler Robinson was guilty. And I guess with something like that, you just state it as clearly as possible so that the audience can see, and you just go, okie dokie. Yeah, you think they're, unfiltered. Thanks for the raid, man. And I meant this the other day when I said, I don't wish those people ill, necessarily. There are people that are more culpable than others, right? Like what Candace is doing is worse than what some of these people are doing, or Baron Coleman, right? But all of these people that believe stuff like that, and I mean this as politely as possible, I want to pit them in a big group. Here they are. And then I take them and I'm like, here. And you guys stay there now. We don't care what you have to say about anything ever again. You're over there now. I'm not saying you shouldn't be allowed to have a job or I wouldn't have a beer with you, but I don't care anymore what your thoughts are on politics or culture. I don't care. You're an invalid. You've exhibited such a lack of basic intelligence that I can't take you seriously anymore. I just can't. And we're better off as a movement, as a political group, as a cultural movement to just be like, you guys are good. You're over there now. Good job. We're not going to deal with you anymore. We'll just pat you in the head, go, that's cool. That's special. Good job, guys. Nice. Yeah, that sounds fun. Like with the flat earth people. You just, no problem. You know, if someone's going heavy on me with flat earth, I'm maybe skeptical when they're like, hey, you know how to fix your plumbing problem? I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if I want to hear it from you. I don't know. I'm going to call a plumber that thinks the earth's round. I'm going to do that. You know? But hey, thanks for coming over. Appreciate the insight. You know? You seem like a cool guy. Enjoy. I mean, see? Bob Johnson, sound like a great guy. Now imagine we just listened to a guy say, you know what I think happened? The federal government controlled satellites to have a 30-second delay so that on one feed from one network of the trial, they would seamlessly cut and have to come up with this plan within a 30-second window that they would seamlessly cut and make the audio and visual split to have him nod at the exact moment that it was asked if he was guilty. And they did this to subconsciously convince people. And you're just like, uh-huh. And this guy, Bob Johnson's like, okay, like the government's never done a hit? Hey, Bob, thanks so much, man. Might I recommend you head over here? You sound like a good guy, Bob. You're over here now. Thanks, Bob. I'm glad you enjoyed the show, Bob. See? Who even cares? Where's the 30-06? Good question, Bob. Yeah. Good job, Bob. You're doing great. Good job, man. Hey, don't let me. You're a special person, Bob. You're doing amazing. We're proud of you, Bob. You're asking those hard questions. Good job, my man. Yep, those Fed sloppers, good work, man. I don't know what else to do. Just be like, super chats. Character holding $5 over on Rumble says, I can't believe you provided no evidence and always interrupted, then gave laundry list. What? It was completely the opposite way? Well, the Jews and satellites or something. Yeah. Yeah. Paul S. $5 on Rumble says, my God, that was tough. Not a panel fan. Never realized how bad faith people can be. Just having conversations until watching you and Andrew. Great job, Rob. Thank you. Another 5 for Paul S says, if they're so convinced of these alternative theories, why aren't they investigating them? Why aren't they questioning police? Where's their private investigating finders? Night, Rob. Great win. Thank you. And oh, there's one. Jared Miller. $5 says, that's rough, Rob. How do you argue with a glitch in a video feed? It wasn't intentional by some nefarious organization. I don't know. You're like, could it be a glitch? No. Okay. Vincent DeVici, $5 says, one more query. Kirk did say behind Lost of the radical left movements, Jewish donors were behind it. But how did he not see his movement was too? Because it's different. When he says Jewish donor, what he's talking about is groups like the, what the fuck are they called? What was the group that was like always up everyone's ass? The Anti-Defamation League, the ADL. Like the ADL would fund all of these college campuses, right? And he's like, Warren, he's like, look, this is a lot of shit, man. And the reason he's pointing out that the left's funding a lot of them, he's sort of making the comment like, look, they fucking hate Jews. They hate them. There's no one more anti-Semitic than the radical left. They'd make the Klan blush. The radical left. They fucking mean it. Like, you find right-wing anti-Semites and they're like, hey, fuck you guys, you know? You find left-wing anti-Semites and they're like, we're going to fucking, like, carve into your flesh and flay you alive. Like, they don't fuck around. They really fucking hate Jews. And so the point's like, look, a lot of these left-wing organizations are fucking, they're sponsored by these wealthy Jews. Until Wild, $5 says, wine mom fatigue's real. Amy J. Bird, 20. Thank you as always. Really, really appreciate it. Until Wild, $5 says, wine mom prattle. Grandmaster Sub-Zero, $10 says, it just proves the point. Nothing you can provide will be good enough ever. Yeah. Joseph Romano, $5 says, you should go over who would need to be involved if any of these morons' narrative was correct. Every time you list that, it makes it clear. Yeah. Dumb guy, thanks for the 5, says, women, why are we talking about this? Also, women, let's keep talking about this. Yeah. Dumb guy, $5 says, they literally said, why are we talking about it? Women, bro. Yeah, it was frustrating. They're like, they blamed Andrew. They're like, Andrew fucking brought this receipt, but that's nothing to do with the murder. If Charlie thought the left was going to kill him, this is just about Candace, so I do that. And I'm like, okay, fine. Why the fuck are we talking about it? I thought we were here to discuss who killed Charlie Kirk. But all they wanted to do was talk about that shit. And it's like, you can't have it both ways. You can't be like, we want to talk about this. We want to talk about Erica Kirk and the weird shit she's done. I'm like, what the fuck does this have to do with the murder of Charlie Kirk? Okay. And then as soon as you start to push back on the narrative, they're like, why are we even talking about this? Because you did. Jujubee. Thanks for being a member. The great Zach Gelpy, $5 says, funny when people say they have a question, but just give a bunch of statements. Yeah. Life is grim, £5 says, to say 0% means that the prosecution would have to throw out everything they currently have in evidence and produce new evidence to prove their case. Yeah. OP Game, $20. Thank you. Says, they still haven't caught up with the hearsay. Rob, it is admissible. Look at Alex Soren and Utah rule, 28 exceptions. They're going after crime trauma definitions. I know, but different ones say different things. For example, Tim Gordon the other day was saying double hearsay is okay. Then you have someone saying, well, hearsay is nothing. So it's hard to follow along with where they're going. Lower class, what's up, my man? $5. Good to hear from you. Says for the grift, thank you. Tim the Real Enchanter, 2 months, says they want evidence for conviction, not probable cause. Yeah, well, the fact they wouldn't even admit probable cause was disturbing. Turner, $10 says, good work. Got him, Rob. Thank you. A little dyslexic there with that reading. Thanks, though. Abby, thanks so much as always. $10 says, sending a donut for dealing with these people. Yeah, I do it for you all. And I like it. I have fun with it. T-Rex Travels, $5 says, Rob W., just by managing to not say, woman, for the love of God, shut up, a man is speaking. Yeah. Abby, $10 says show support. Thank you. Donald Frank, what's up, my man? Oh, new avatar there. Says, who do we blame? Is it time traveling Jews, Turning Point USA, Moon Nazis, French, Purple Teletubby, Bigfoot Robinson, the Feds? Who, Rob? Who? All of them. JW Thorpe, $10 says, I feel you need a Rob as exhausted Ben Affleck meme for these spaces. Conrad the Dinosaur, 8 months. A member says Occam's Razor. Also 8 months. Thank you. Keith Frazier, 10 pounds says, sorry, Rob, that was crazy. They're nuts. Yeah. Turner, $5 says, in probability notation, Owen says P H E equals 0. Under Bayesian conditionalization, new evidence still gives P H E E new 0. A literal 0 stays 0. There you go. There's someone who understands logic that explains exactly what I was saying in a way that's beyond me. Zach Gelpy, $5 says, I'm a very learned man, and this woman is moronic. Thank you. Tisha Bromley, thanks for member of month, says, love you, Rob. Thank you. John Rock, what's up, my man? Says, welcome to the Crucible. Thank you. Appreciate the Crucible raid as always. Obnoxious Blightbringer, $20 says, hey, we're over here now. Thank you. Gravios, $10 says, Crucible raid. Thank you. Hope you enjoyed my conversation when you guys came over. Scorpio, 4Tech, Crucible raid. Thank you. Sear Sight, $5 says, good evening, Rob. Good evening to you as always. Always appreciate it. Rage Bronson, $5 says, Crucible raid. Andrew said, give you money. He's a smart man. Louisiana Stu, $5 says, not one step back. Thank you. Roughneck Jarhead says, Rob raid, 50 fucking bucks. Thank you, man. Really appreciate it. Big Spare Dog says, and we're back for 10. Thank you as always, my friend. T-Rex Travels, $10 says, traumatically absent does not mean there are pieces of the spine left in the courtyard. It means that it was mechanically displaced from where it was naturally, but still in the neck. Yeah, we didn't get to that. I actually didn't know that, but believed that to be the case. And I did see your super chat come up and wanted to comment, but unfortunately we didn't get there. But thank you. Tisha Bromley, $5 says, keep up the good fight. Thank you. Primal Loki, 5 gifted memberships. Thanks so much. The great Joseph Romano, $10 says, everybody's either in on it or incompetent. Yep. David Moore, $10 says, the only logical conclusion is this lady's the only one in the world with an IQ above 80. I'm guessing 81 at least. Yeah, I must be fucking a moron, but Alex C, $20 says, poor Rob, the absolute brain rot trying to reason with this. It's basic, $5 says, I believe Charlie had on a plate and the bullet hit off of it and went upwards into his neck. I also believe the prosecution's holding on to it. I think they have declared he wasn't wearing a plate, or at least Turning Point did. So I don't know. I'm skeptical. Workhorse, thank you for $10. Oh. Found your channel recently. Love watching you and Andrew rip these conspiratards apart. You have great taste in music too. Thank you. On both accounts. Thank you. Rhino, $2. Really appreciate it, man. Matt Flynn 10 says, never trust anything that bleeds for 5 days and doesn't die. I had to bring back an oldie for the good. That's very good. Not one step back. I never heard that. This is very good. Mr. Normal says, masterclass, Rob. Not one step back. Thank you. Donald Gooch, what's up, my man? $10 says, man, my guy, I'm just tipping my cap. Spending this much time refuting morons is yeoman's work, my dude. I appreciate it. Thank you. I really do. Matt Flynn, $10 says, Rob, listening to debates is ASMR with a bourbon and a cigar. Rob, thanks for all you do. Thank you. Rhino, $2 says, wrong green weight for pistol ammo. Yeah. Her claim was, well, you guys were here. Yeah. Donald Gooch, $20 says, I am donating money for this. Grok, 30-06's full-length rifle cartridge, case, 63 millimeter overall, 3.34 inches, designed for rifles with the 20 to 24-inch barrels. Standard handguns cannot chamber or fire it safely. Yes, but a caveat. The medical examiner's report does not say it was a 30-06 cartridge. It says it was 30 caliber. And there are handguns that fire 30 caliber. Well, so while it may be true that a 30-06 rifle cartridge, unless there was an ultra special handgun that was, I don't know what the word would be, manipulated, like to fire a cartridge like that, normally wouldn't. But they could say, well, there's no proof that it was a 30-06 rifle cartridge, merely that it was 30 caliber. Perry Incorporated, $10 says, I'm not aware of any common 30 cal submunitions. There you go. PP, $10 says, typical female, accusatory then whines. No true handgun can fire a 30-06 bullet or a rifle bullet. Carbines can. If they found the handgun and it turns out to be a 9mm and there's no other gun. Yeah, that was my claim. The only gun there that looks like it could have fired this shot that was found was the Mauser. Was Tyler Robinson's gun. Redeemed, $5 says, I have to piss. Be right back. Me too. Eagle Actual, $5 says, I'm not a credentialed expert, but a handgun wouldn't be able to cause that kind of cavitation I saw on the side angle of Charlie getting hit. Yeah. Well, it's funny because her whole theory is the trajectory and distance of the shot would not be capable of causing those sorts of catastrophic wounds in that way. But then says my claim this was the only gun there that could have fired the shot is perhaps wrong because they found a handgun. I would assume a handgun wouldn't be able to make that shot. Perry Incorporated, $10 says Robinson is not using Tokarev cartridges. I can promise you that. Well, maybe it was another shooter. That's the theory. Matt Flynn, $10 says the angle you would have to hold to hit a shot with a handgun from 140 yards could be done, but stupid. But she's claiming that it could be a closer up shot. The 140 yard from the Losi building couldn't have been the shot. So it wasn't that a handgun was shot from there. It was that somewhere else. And by the way, for all the fucking around I did with that lady, you want to know what the truth is? She is right about one thing. That is going to be the argument the defense makes. They ain't going to go with exploding Mike. They ain't doing that shit. It's silly. You could tell that they were outlining as part of their defense, if you watched the hearing, that they're going to be like, it was an open carry state. There could have been a lot of guns. We recovered a few. There could have been a bunch that weren't there. So how do we know? The shot could have happened from a different trajectory. They are going to make this argument. What I'm pushing back against that this woman's saying is that it's like so obvious. So in policy debate, right, when I did policy debate in college, right, how do you analyze who wins this? Let's say that there are two arguments. The affirmative has an argument and the negative has an argument. And let's say they both compellingly win their argument. How do you analyze which argument's more important? Now, there's a lot of different forms of arguments. There are theory debates about like the rules of debate. There's policy debate, like the policy, which is like, if the plan theoretically happened, what would happen to the world? And we're evaluating that. There's critical arguments. There's performative arguments. But let's just stick to the realm of policy, right? And so a policy debate would go something like this. I'm affirmative, so I say I have to defend the resolution, and it would always be something like the United States federal government should, and it would be a laundry list of stuff. So my plan might be the United States federal government should invade China, okay? And I say that would be good because it stops China from taking over economically. My opponent says, yeah, but that would be bad because it causes U.S. military readiness to decline. Now, what we evaluate there is we call them impacts. What is the impact of what you're saying? Your plan solves something if you're affirmative. Your plan causes something bad if you're negative. Their plan causes something bad. So you have impacts. Impact is the ultimate reason that this is a good or a bad thing. That's dumbing it down, but that's basically it, right? Now with impacts, we basically had 4 criteria that we would use to judge impacts, compare them to each other. You have time frame. Time frame is how soon this is likely to occur. Probability, obviously, how likely it is to occur. Magnitude, how big of an impact is it? And then the fourth one's complicated. I'll tell you, but it's irrelevant really for what I'm going to be talking about, which is case turn. In other words, if this impact occurs, how does this affect your other opponent's argument, right? Now, what you have an incentive to do is you want to make those 3 things, time frame, probability, impact, as big as possible. If you could, it would be 100% probability, happen immediately, and it'd be the end of the fucking world. That would be the ideal impact, right? So what you see is there's this hyperbole, this mass exaggeration. So you can think of any little thing. And an argument structure might be what we call uniqueness, link, impact. Uniqueness, the way things are. Link, how the plan changes that. Impact, why that's a good or a bad thing, right? So what you do is you have all these links, right? Sorry, dude, I really apologize, Bob. You're doing great, man. So you have all these links, right? Or internal links, we call them, right? And what happens is, oh, geez, I just, oh, there we go. You always want to have this huge impact. It's always like nuclear war. It's fucking silly. If you watch policy debate, it's not just talking super fast that's silly. It's that everything's nuclear war. I shit you not. I was in a round once where this team made an argument that whatever our plan was, it was something to do with tariffs or subsidies. I think it was subsidies. Our subsidies would harm this particularly African country. This African country's major export was the product gum arabic, which is used for chewing gum. It would cause like a 10% decline in gum arabic. This would cause the country to go into a recession. When it went into a recession, it would end up allying with China. China would use the resources of this country to build up a nuclear arsenal and start a nuclear war with the United States. So we literally go from our policy caused 10% reduction in gum arabic exports in an African country to nuclear war. You see the absurdity of this? But you want that magnitude to be as high as possible. Now, the problem is when you're talking about nuclear war, the probability becomes lower. Then you have time frame, which is a different issue all of a sudden, or different, right? Now, the reason I say all this is to get here. Sometimes what would happen is people oversell. So you'd be in cross-sex and you'd be like, all right, so you're claiming that if we don't do something, the status quo is going to lead to a nuclear war. Yep. And what's that look like? End of the world. End of the world. And how likely is this to occur? 100%. Okay, how soon is this going to occur? We have like a week. Now, that's a big mistake. You want to know why? Because you've oversold. Because your plan that you're advocating for is not going to be able to solve whatever it is that's going to cause this nuclear war in a week's time. And so the argument you make, you're like, no, it's irrelevant. Your plan becomes irrelevant because it's impossible to solve given the hyperbole of how big and bad and quick your impact is. That's what you see with some of these conspiracy people. They're overplaying their hand. They make it so ridiculous that it becomes impossible. So they come up with these wild theories like, hundreds of people would have to be involved, blah, 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 blah. And at some point, it's just like, it's too much. It's just too much. You've overplayed your hand. Once you start talking about hundreds of civilians needing to be involved in this conspiracy, it's too much. You've oversold it. So like when we're looking, it's like, wow. This is so obvious. This is the point that this one was making, right? She's like, the evidence is so obvious from the medical document that we see in the state's brief, the little part about the medical. It's so obvious that literally everyone could see that it's so fucking obvious. Everyone. If you have above an 80 IQ, you'd be able to tell. And you're like, but if that was true, literally every medical examiner in the fucking world would be like, wait, what? You see the problem? You oversold it to the point where it's like now the theory becomes so implausible because like literally everyone in the world with any ounce of fucking expertise would be like, that's literally not possible. So when you're really hyping it up, what she should be saying is it's possible that there was a shot at another angle, and that might make more sense with the wounds. And the truth is that is possible. We don't have any evidence for that theory, but it's possible. And that is something the defense will bring up. They will. they'll try to cast reasonable doubt. They're not going to say it was a fucking microphone. They're going to be like, maybe someone took a shot from a different angle. And you still have to explain a lot. What about the confession? What was Tyler doing there? Etc., etc. But that's one of the arguments they'll make for reasonable doubt. But what they won't say is, it is so fucking evident from the medical report that literally everyone in this room and everyone in the world knows impossible, and the prosecution's just going to go, oh. They'll bring up an expert that says, in my expert opinion, this would be the most likely trajectory. The state's going to bring up their medical examiner is going to say, no, the trajectory is possible based on this, and so be it. But anyone that's trying to bullshit you that's a layman and says, well, I'm well learned, so trust me when I say anyone with more than an 80 IQ looks at this and says, not possible. They're right that it was a 30 caliber, but it's not possible from that angle. I don't know what to tell you. You should be skeptical based on what that would mean. If that's true, that it's so obvious, and it's like the same thing with the manipulated camera footage. Somehow Candace Owens was able to be like, oh, the cars are scrunched. If I just widen out the video, now the cars aren't scrunched. Look, that doesn't look like Tyler Robinson. Case closed. It's so obvious, they say. And it's like, but if it's that obvious, then the defense would know it. And the judge would know it. And the defense would be like, dude, they're fucking manipulating video. Again, the defense raised objections to the prosecution manipulating video by drawing circles on it. The judge agreed with the defense, said, yeah, you can't do that. You're not allowed to manipulate the video like that. So why would the defense and judge stay silent when everybody in the world knows they manipulated the security camera? It doesn't make sense. And the response when you bring it up like this guy today, what he said is, you're speculating. But you have to have a compelling reason why this would be the case. So you have to be careful. And it's a lesson for you if you're ever debating. First off, you should always tell the truth. You tell the truth as you see the world. And sometimes you change your focus based on your audience, the argument, etc. But beyond that, don't be hyperbolic to the point of absurdity, because what happens is a reasonable person would say, but if that was true, literally every person above 80 IQ could blatantly see that this literally isn't possible. Bullshit. You know how I know that? Because there's a bunch of people in my audience, myself included, that I think have above an 80 IQ, and we're looking at this like, I don't know. I don't see that. Well, you're fucking a moron then. Like, no. I know that was a bit of a tirade, and I had to go back into fucking debate theory from college, but I hope that makes sense, what I'm trying to say. When I'm trying to frame what I'm doing, when I hear, like, things I do when I'm talking about conspiracies is, first thing I do is say, let's grant the argument. If the argument was true, what does that mean? Let's grant that Tyler Robinson was at the Panguitch Cowboy Steakhouse. Okay, now what? It's a pretty good argument. Seems to suggest that Tyler could not have been the locations he was saying when he was texting Lance Twiggs about seeing the cops and the rifle and shit. Now, still doesn't mean he didn't do it necessarily, but it's compelling evidence getting to that direction. Let me explain why. He theoretically could just be bullshitting to Lance Twiggs. It's possible. So, for example, it would be hypothetically possible to have proof beyond a reasonable doubt that he committed this crime, was bullshitting Lance Twiggs when he said where he was and was texting him about getting the gun, and he was actually just saying what he thought he would see when he got there 2 hours later. But the dude went to Cowboy Steakhouse. Theoretically possible, but I am completely on board that if he went to that steakhouse at that time, I'd be like, that's pretty fucking good evidence, right? Decent argument. Now, unfortunately, I don't think there's any proof that he was at that steakhouse. They blurred out the receipt. Owner of the steakhouse says no evidence that it was him that was here, etc. But you see that type of argument? That's an argument worth addressing. What if Erica and Charlie fought the day before Charlie was killed and he took his wedding ring off? Okay, let's grant it. Is that compelling evidence that Tyler Robinson didn't kill Charlie Kirk? No, not at all. Doesn't speak to it. All you would say is it could speak to a possible motivation for Erica Kirk to have killed her husband. Okay, but that's just motive. It doesn't speak to committed the crime. So that's the first thing I like to do. The next thing I like to do is say, what does this mean? If it was true, what would it mean? Is the most likely scenario or possible scenarios that this means. For example, let's say that this gentleman I talked to tonight was honest and that he's watching 2 feeds of the trial, one on the internet and one on court TV. And he sees the nod at a different time on both feeds. What's the most likely explanation of that? I would suggest some sort of glitch. That it wasn't intentional. That there was a glitch in the feed, a glitch on your television, a glitch on the recording device, etc. To me, that's the most likely scenario. The other scenario, if you run through it, requires people at a shady government agency intercepting the satellite feed, intentionally delaying, having 30 seconds to do it, and all to just have a nod that really means nothing. That seems far less likely. What the conspiracy theory people want to do is they don't want to stake a claim to anything. That's why they're like, we're just asking questions. Well, that's weird. He nodded at a different time. Okay, well, what's the relevancy? What does this possibly mean? Well, one explanation is there was a glitch. That means nothing if it was a glitch. Another explanation is government agents are intentionally manipulating this. Okay. What's the likelihood of that? Extremely low. But it's plausible. So they'll say, oh, I'm not saying what happened. I'm just asking questions. And then they imply, well, this is what happened. Did Andrew make another super chat? I saw one. I read Andrew's super chat, you rotten bastard. Anyways, I do need to read more. So that's what I'm doing when I hear someone say that. So like when this woman calls in and she's like, I don't think the shooting occurred on the Losi roof. I think it occurred on another roof. Okay, why? What's your evidence? Well, because I don't think that kind of wound could be caused. Why? There's a wound on the top of the head. Okay, why would, if you agree that it's the 30-06 that did this or 30 caliber that did this, right? Wouldn't that also go, you'd expect it to go through the neck? Wouldn't it also, if it hit in the same spot but at a different angle, be unlikely to cause damage on the top of the head? And then what would be necessary for this? Why isn't the medical examiner speaking up? I don't know. I don't know if that's how other people think of it. But that's sort of how I'm thinking of it. Like, well, what would be necessary for this to happen? What's the likely scenarios? What would that scenarios? Who would have to be involved? And once you do, a lot of this shit sounds really silly. Well, they emptied out a hospital. They're sending Charlie Kirk to the hospital, pretty much dead, neck blown out, right? They're sending him to the hospital. And so they're going to do something shady, hide evidence or whatever there. So they empty out the entire hospital on short notice. Everyone, employees, patients, and they send them all to a different hospital. Now, everyone involved in that scenario would know something real fucked up's going on. Why? Why are we being kicked out? Then they would have read, well, Charlie Kirk was there. Why would every one of those people stay silent? They had to be involved. The doctors had to be involved. The nurses had to be involved. The custodians had to be involved. The lab techs had to be involved. The patients there had to be involved. The people that were visiting patients had to be involved. The people working in the cafeteria had to be involved. All of them knew that they were moved on shady circumstances for Charlie Kirk to come in and are staying silent. They're covering it up. Why? How possibly would you be able to convince hundreds of civilians to keep their mouths shut? And then the second question is, if you were planning an assassination, why the fuck would you do it in a way that required hundreds of civilians to keep their mouths shut? That's like the worst planned thing ever. One dude gets pissed because his wife leaves him and says, you know what? Fuck it. My life doesn't have meaning. We assassinated Charlie Kirk. It's absurd. Untrue. It would involve that many people. If the entire hospital was released, everyone in that hospital that is refusing to say, yeah, we were all moved, absolutely knows that Charlie Kirk was there. Almost everyone, I would say. Maybe you could find one or two people that were like, had Alzheimer's. And they're intentionally not saying anything. Why? Imagine being a custodian working in a hospital for 11 years. And then all of a sudden, out of the blue, it's never happened before. Everybody pack up real quick. We all have to go to the hospital across town. Huh? Shut up. Don't ask questions. Let's go. Is there a gas leak or something? We don't know. Get out. Then later that night, you're in fucking Utah Valley and you're like, holy fuck, Charlie Kirk got killed? Wait a minute. They're reporting he got sent to the hospital? Where we all just got kicked out? I think I'd be going like, whoa, something's not adding up here. But no one did it. They're all just like, okay. How is that even possible? That's right, it would be on the news immediately. Meanwhile, we have steakhouse employees saying, I think I saw Charlie. Everyone's coming out of the woodwork with a story about Lance Twiggs and Tyler Robin. But all of these people, the hundreds of people that would have been in that hospital, no one said a peep. There would be stories. We haven't heard them. Okay, that's my point. So that means either they're not telling stories or they are, and somehow they're being intentionally silenced. Okay? I suppose that's an alternative theory. They're not involved in it. It's just these hundreds of people are now all being threatened by whatever shadow organization engaged in the conspiracy. Imagine that. So you're going to kill this guy, Charlie Kirk, and part of your plan is going to be, we're going to have to perpetually threaten the lives of hundreds of hospital employees to keep them silent. The argument can't be that they're out there talking about it and we just haven't heard it. For fuck's sakes. All they had to do was put it on Facebook and we'd have heard it. Anyways, moving on. Lazarus, $5 says, sorry for interrupting you in the space of it. Don't apologize at all. It's no one's fault. Everyone has the right to speak. It's frustrating from my perspective because I'm a loudmouth that wants to talk the most. I don't mean shit, though. Everyone else has the right to speak, too. That whole platform's just tough with the space. Because once you start to get 7 or 8 people in there, it's hard to follow a train of thought. But it's not your fault at all, man. Don't apologize. Donald Gooch, $10 says, here's to midnight snacking with my fellow large friend. I've been doing better on the midnight snacking. Adrian Little, $5 says, I'm not a learned man, but I feel things in my gut. And if I may, your tone is making me feel some type of way, and it's literally not what a real man would do. By the way, you didn't prove that any of my divination revelations were incorrect, so I win. J Money, $5 says, Rob, you shall rue the day you invented whip songs. That's probably true. Penny Pincher Joe, $10 says, Dr. Young Hoon Kim, highest IQ recorded, raised in China, came to the conclusion Jesus is God. What stops you? Hopefully nothing. Jesus is God. I saw these clips. I don't know if it's true. It could be clickbaity, but it's supposedly, I've seen like several videos now where it's atheists that are taking a challenge, like pretending to be Christian for 30 days. Has anyone seen this? And like some of them are legitimately becoming Christian because they realize how powerful it is to honestly try to give your life over to Christ and what a change it's making in such a short period of time, which I don't know if that's true, but if it is, it's amazing. It really is if that's true. But you never know. It could be clickbaity shit. I don't know. Yeah, it's 341 where I'm at. Haley Hopes, $5 says, you've got to find the clip of heavy duty finger counting. Oh shit! I heard that's funny. Andrew again. I read this one, but it says, "Thanks for having my back, bro. They attacked me for nothing, but you've been the most steadfast friend a man can have." I really appreciate that, man. It's a weird thing. I talked about this the other day. I won't wax much on this anymore, but I don't know, man. When I grew up, friends were worth more than money. Fuck it, man. Be broke together with your fucking boys. The whole some of the shit that when they had the fallout with Sarah Tomato and all that crew, and they'd be like, "What's gonna happen when Rob and Andrew turn on each other?" It'd be horrible. Yeah, then you'll see, Rob, your channel will suck. That'll be the least of my concerns. I lost a really good friend. That would be my real concern. And, I mentioned this. I did a video yesterday during the day. It was like I had a bunch of people. They're trying to cause division. So a bunch of Candace supporters be like, "Rob, you're a nice guy. Andrew's going to bring you down, man. Don't buy into the Fed slop that Andrew's preaching. You don't have to go down with him, man. You don't have to. No, no, no." I'm like, what? First off, I don't think I'm going to go down. I think my fortunes have raised tremendously since I've been working with Andrew. But secondly, I don't give a fuck. Okay. Did I train Turning Point USA for free also? No. I went. No, they paid me. Whoever said that Andrew went for free? Yes, I got paid. Why is it such an important point? I don't understand. People that have been following me a while. I think I went down to Turning Point roughly close to 3 months ago. So what's August? Maybe June? Who won't answer this simple question? I just answered. You said, "Did you get paid?" I said, "Yes." I answered your simple question. What is the issue? How did you miss it? I thought I was clear as possible. Did I sign a check or anything to get paid? I guess that's none of your business, that level of it. In the exact way that the payment came, I got paid. What's the issue? Thanks, Crisco. I appreciate that. I don't people that have been here watching me a while. Have my positions markedly changed from 3 months ago to now? I don't feel so. Has Andrews? That woman on the space today was like, what about what Jimmy Dore played? That what? 2 or 3 days after the murder, Andrew was like, "I have questions." And now Andrew's like, "A lot of those questions have been answered. But I still have a few." I don't understand. Sounds like someone who's being good faith. What's the issue? 3 days after Nicole Brown Simpson's killed, I'm like, I got some questions. And then a year later during the trial, I'm like, most of those questions have been answered. You sell out, Rob. What are you talking about? We have much more evidence now. Anyways, next. Baba Yaga. Ooh, little John Wick style. $20 says, "Throwaway valor. Smoky man bad." Yeah. Donald Gooch, $10 says, "Quit taking my money, you grifter." I can't help it. Bagger, $10 says, I got it. Andrew needs to make an ambiguously gay duo cartoon for heavily gay and his friend. I forget all about the ambiguously gay duo. Donald Gooch, $10 says, "Look, Rob, I don't want to go to war today. You may be the Lord of the Lash, but I say nay. Fuck you. Thank you." Mr. Normal, $2 says, "Flat earthers see all balls in the sky. Earth flat." Yep. Cool Chris, $2 says, "The Big Four network synced up for 9/11 too. CGI." Yeah. John Ruck, $2 says, "Google Maps says Gulf of America. How long till the lake?" Yeah. I made a joke today, and of course people were pissy about it. I was like, if Trump would just change the name Israel to America It would solve a lot of the criticisms of the American First people. People are like, fuck you, you sellout Zionist. What he does is a joke. John Rock Tupac says, no such thing as an anti-Semite, only anti-Jesus. Matt Flynn, $10 says, look, Rob, a lot of smart stuff all night, and I appreciate that. Is it whip time yet? Just about. Psychos. Jacqueline Brennan, $5 says, Luigi, Clancy, Tyler Robinson all in jail, admitted to the crimes with handwritten notes and multiple other evidence. Yes, they did it. Yet everyone else says, nope, innocent. Donald Gooch, $10 says, a bit of money for Rob for hosting a community who's willing to engage with facts, evidence, and logic as opposed to vibes and feelings. Good night, fam. Thank you, Donald. Appreciate that. Matt Flynn, $5 says, anybody else going to feel robbed when Rob looks at the donut bar and it's like, I only will 3 whips. That's going to be about it. And then Tadanito, thank you so much. $100. Amazing. Says, it's so obvious Rob's never seen the movie called Wanted. The shot was, oh yeah. Wasn't that Angelina Jolie where they'd like swing the gun like this when they'd pull the trigger and then the bullets would curve like around? Yeah, it's silly. Anyone with an 80 IQ knows it's self-evident that all movies are real. Toasted Butter Games, $5 says, I don't know, Rob. I'm definitely above an 80 IQ and I've played Sniper Elite 5. I've seen what bullets can do to human bodies in games. W. Rob. And T. Jenks, $5 says, the best format for Spaces is how Andrew did on Uncle Tom's Spaces. Only you and with side of the state and one at a time come to challenge you. Yeah, that is the ideal. Yeah. All right. Let's see. 1, 2. Ooh. 2. Before I move on to whip songs, allow me to say it was a fun night. I feel bad that older lady. I mean, I guess I could have been nicer. I didn't think it was. Did you guys think it was too bad to that older lady? I didn't think it was that bad. I thought it was pretty calm most of the night, which for me, I'm pleased with. That one lady in the chat was like, hey, you need to be nicer. I was like, yeah, maybe. I don't know. I was trying. I don't know. Who knows about this shit? Anyways, it was a good night. Started off with the Pisco shit that's very funny. Then we moved into the Spaces and all that good stuff. I will be off tomorrow night and Saturday. I got some stuff to do. I'm going to hang out with some friends. So I apologize for that. But I should be back Sunday, I'm hoping. And who knows? Maybe I'll do a brief phone stream on YouTube only from on location at my friend's MMA fight. Oh, Steelers lost. It's still preseason, right? Or is it regular season? I hope it's preseason. Yeah, okay, because I'm in a fantasy league. Oh, what's this?
Welcome back to 66.6, the Liberal Radio Show, where we hate conservatives. Today's top story.
I have to check that out later. Hey, I am stalling because of whips. All right, IO2. And let me complain to you all for a moment. I've been streaming for 8 hours and 19 minutes and 33 seconds, and we're not even at 1% of the modest goal. Not 1 freaking percent. Outrageous. Candace Owens would make the goal. She makes the goal all the time. Not me, though. Anyways, we're at the part of the night where we play these stupid whip songs. There was this Lord of the Rings cartoon back in the day. It had a song in it called Where There's a Whip There's a Way. It was funny to make people donate money. Ha ha ha. My audience made me make a bunch of AI versions of the song. Now we have like 112 versions of the fucking song for $100. We spin the wheel and play one of the songs. IO2. At $1,000, we have the stupid Disney version, which is the second worst version. So I'll play that. So that's 3. From this point forward, every $100 donation spins the wheel. $150 means that you could pick a specific song. And anytime, or 200, you could create a new one. Anytime we get over an even $100 mark, in this case, $6 away from 1,100, that adds another song. So if you donate $6, that would be 1 whip song because we make it to 1,100. If you donate $100, that'd be 2 whip songs. 1 for past 1,100, 1 for donating $100. Okie dokie. Let's do it. Also, I hate this, but I do like money, so I'm conflicted. Oh, well, I like sleep too, though. Don't be a dumb one. Come on. It's crazy. We just created this one 2 nights ago, and it's already played like 4 times. I'm telling you, she's looking over us. I was a huge Dolly Parton fan. All right, here we go. Enjoy.
Where there's a will, there's a way. Where there's a will, there's a way. Left, right, left, right. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a will, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more, for we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
What the fuck is this? I owe one more, I see. Because we got... Wait. Barry Wren, $20 says, whoop, whips, thank you. Crisco, $10 says, spirit fingers, no. Now! And Redeemed Love, $20 says, onward. All right. I owe 2 more and a Disney. But, did you guys see this? This is great.
World, I just saw the freakiest thing while watching the Candace Owens versus Andrew Wilson debate. This video that I'm watching in my house, on my TV, on Candace Owens' page on YouTube. I was watching it and I noticed a flicker at, I'm going to turn this around, at 1 hour, 14 minutes, and 47 seconds. Like from 46.
Wait a minute. 11448. 8 divided by 4 is how much? 2. 2 plus 1 is 3. 4 minus 1? 3. 33. Candace told us. Is it a coincidence that Tyler Robinson turned himself in 33 hours after the killing? And would you be shocked to know that the Masonic cult in Utah, Masonic Lodge, is 33? Is that a fucking coincidence or what? Think about that. Let's keep going here.
47, 48. Andrew Wilson's eye. And I know with the conspiracy theorists, and maybe this could be a glitch in media, but I work in media. I want you to look at his pupil.
What the fuck? Oh my gosh.
On his, what you would say, his left eye. So I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna go back a little bit and play it, and you guys can watch it for yourself.
The defense is engaging with whatever.
There's a weird glitch too. So this is starting at 1 hour 4.
4 minus 1 is 3. 4 minus 1 is 3. 3 times 1 is 3. 33. Again.
Minutes 41 seconds. Again, watch at when it hits 46 seconds, and there's a weird glitch too that happens.
Still have presented this, yeah?
No.
They could have said they're
No.
No,
You're
they're
no.
not.
No.
Right there. There it is. His pupil freaking changed. This is not a mirror. This is not light. And watch it go back.
In a preliminary hearing, whatever evidence the state decides
What
to
the
file.
hell?
I didn't want to say anything. I thought it was just a weird thing, but when I was down at Andrew's house, he kept eating bugs. He would like crawl on all fours and would like get up to the side of the wall and eat bugs that was off the side of the wall. And I didn't think anything of it. And then constantly when he's sitting around, he has to have water on him all the time. It was constant like this water. And then the worst part was I had this little traveling Bible that I had with me. It's just like Psalms. And I brought it out and I was like, Andrew, I wanted to ask you something. And he was like smoke started coming off his fingers and he was like, ah. And I was like, are you all right? And he was like, yeah, I just need a cigarette. And he like crawled out on all fours outside. And I thought just like, oh, you know, this is the way I guess it was in the towns he grew up in, you know? Now I'm starting to realize. Tyler Robinson didn't kill Charlie Kirk. I know now. I knew it. Deep down, I think I always knew it. I always knew.
go, adios to
Amazing. I'm freaked out by all this lizard people shit now. I don't even know. Maybe I'm a lizard person. J Money Talks $5 says, today I introduced my 76-year-old mother to the whips. Oh, God. No! Ah, the look of bemused bewilderment was totally... Oh, my goodness. No, now I'm corrupting amazing older folks. Oh, that's horrible. Oh, man. Horrible. Last one, unless someone pays money. But Tyler, $5 says, way behind the video and probably won't hear you read this, but you deserve some money. By the way, it was NHL 2003 hits. Chris Pronger on the cover. Oh, snap. That sounds about right. Man, there's a deep cut. I do. I remember that shit, man. We're not even at 1% of my modest goal. Unbelievable. What the fuck is this? I don't even remember this. Drunk Scotsman Ninja Turtles? Huh? Is that real? Did someone fucking hack my whip wheel here? I literally don't see this on my list. What the fuck? Does anyone remember this? I don't have it. Let me check some. Wow. It actually exists. And I just didn't download it. Okay, 1 second. I don't even remember this. But okay, here we go.
There's a way, left, right. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the left says nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, crack on the back says we're gonna fight, we're gonna march all day, night and more, for we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
When the hell that was made. There you go. You guys like that? Oh, Lord. Well, folks, I think that's going to be the night. This is the last time I'll spend with you until Sunday, probably. Maybe Sunday. I might have to take off Sunday too. I don't know. It's been a good night. I've enjoyed it. I hope you have as well. So Labor Day? Monday is, huh? Oh, yeah. Oh, I should take off Monday then. A buddy of mine from the Crucible, Max, is coming into town. We got some serious work to do, but we also have some fucking around to do. And with any luck, maybe I'll bring him in. I don't have any room in my little studio here. But maybe I'll take my laptop off to the place we're going to be, and me and him will do a stream together. How about that? And that'll be Monday, Tuesday night. We'll do a stream. Me and Max doing a stream together. I don't know if you guys know Max. He's fucking awesome. He's going to be doing some debating coming up. We're going to get him ready for that debate. He'll be fucking people up. Yeah. Is he on YouTube? I don't know. We'll figure that out. But I got to meet him at the airport tomorrow. Well, folks, it's about that time. I hope you've enjoyed your evening with me tonight. I've enjoyed. How did anybody watch Ryan Mullally's debate tonight? How'd that go? Adam Kahn that he was debating is a pretty solid debater for a lefty, to be honest. I liked my debate with Adam. I had one. I'd debate him again. I like debating people that are like civil. And let's see if I can find it. It was some modern day debate. Let's see if we can find any commentary. Mm. I don't know. Something for another night. All right, man. You guys are the best. Thank you so much. I want to thank my editor, Black Elk, Suleiman, who was the guy who hosted the space tonight. It was a crazy space, but thank you for him for hosting it, and thank you for the participants. I know the lady that called in, I forget her name. I look, I feel bad that she stormed off. It was a little abrasive. I guess I was being abrasive, so was she, but I don't know. I feel bad she stormed off, but thank her for calling in. It's content, baby. Even if it's crazy, it's content. And thank Andrew Wilson for the raid, everybody at the Crucible. All of my tremendous moderators, thank them. Everyone who liked the stream, donated, subbed. It was fun. I probably won't see you guys tomorrow or Saturday, but I will be having a good time. So I hope you all will as well. Thank you so much for the continued support of me. It's been a hectic, man, ever since that Candace Owens debate. I've been trying to do a lot of streaming. Pix Paradox, thanks for the 10. Says J Spur for kill. Oh, I'm tired of this shit. It's always the same fucking thing. Bunch of cheap ass. Now I'm good. Now I'm speaking the truth. Yeah, nice. All right. We did everything. We checked all the boxes. I've been busy though, so I like streaming a lot. I really do. Even tonight, like 8-hour stream, no problem. I like that. I'll sit here with you guys. It's fun. So I hope you guys enjoy it. I know I'll be gone for a couple days. Don't forget about me. I'll be back. I'll be back before you know it. So did you go on Jew Peter NASA fanboy? Oh. Anyways, take a moment. As always, we're talking about things that involve politics, and you can't help but think of the biggest political assassination in our lifetimes with Charlie Kirk. But don't forget, it's not just the political or talking about theories behind his death. He actually was a guy. He was a loved person who had kids, who had a wife, who had family and friends. And it's easy to lose sight of that. It's like you're talking about it in this abstract, and you forget that there was this person. And he was killed in the most horrific way, and the left fucking celebrated it. And it wasn't that Charlie was more extreme than most of us. He was just more effective. So never forget that that's the stakes that we're dealing with. So say a prayer for Charlie and his family tonight. It's been a rough week, too. We lost the guy that did the voice for Optimus Prime today. Dolly Parton passed away. Tim Curry passed away. So just remember, all those people and anyone that passed, regardless if you like them or not, say a prayer for their loved ones that are still here. It's tough. It's tough to lose someone. So thank you all. We'll talk to you all probably Sunday or Monday. You guys are the best. Oh, I almost forgot. I got to raid someone. Who am I raiding? Let's find out. Let's see who's streaming that we like. Almost screwed it up. Teriak. There you go. He's Irish. Call him an Irish fuck. You'll like that. All right, guys. We'll talk to you all soon. As always, have a good one.
Only in America is it possible to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. Take that risk. Take that leap of faith. Stay involved. Trust God and act obediently. Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things, for good for those who love him. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember that. It is bigger than you. It's bigger than me. You are here to make somebody else's life better, the pursuit of liberty and freedom. You know what gives me strength? The hundreds of thousands of you that say, Charlie, keep going.
1 Corinthians 5 and 15. So that's all pretty amazing evidence, not just intra-biblical evidence, but extra-biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God of all.